being ridiculed by Zhou Hao, or for Li Shuihan to be more suitable for molesting. Her face was slightly red, and she subconsciously wanted to avoid Zhou Hao's smiling eyes, but because of the strength of the medicine, she couldn't twist her neck, so she simply closed it. I closed my eyes, but the red tide on the cheeks never faded. Zhou Hao didn't mean to take any further action. He just sat in a chair and looked at Li Shuihan quietly, and found that admiring the shy appearance of this cold and glamorous woman is indeed a pleasure, and it can be regarded as a kind of adjustment in this heavy mood. He was thinking about how to rescue the master and Dr. Li Wenhe. Although Zhou Hao is a strong player in the world in terms of martial arts cultivation, it is not the cold weapon era anymore, even if Zhou Hao can destroy one by himself. The modern army, however, if the opponent uses weapons of mass destruction, Zhou Hao will only end up in pieces. Therefore, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan were both cautious during this trip to the United States, lest they would be found out by the U.S. authorities and be besieged by the other party. Even the masters, who were no different from Zhou Hao, could not escape. The United States shows its dangers. But now Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan don't even know where the masters are, let alone rescue them. What worries Zhou Hao is that they don't know how many other Americans like number 167 have been discovered and found. The hypnotized members of the First Army, that is to say, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan, are on the American side, and even their own people cannot absolutely believe. Of course, if you rely on Zhou Hao's intuition to judge, there is still no big problem. But how to explain to Li Shuihan is a trouble, not to mention Zhou Hao's willpower for the First Army members who have been trained for many years. Very strong people are thoroughly hypnotized, and people who reverse their beliefs and ideas are very afraid. Li Shuihan, who was lying on the bed and unable to move, saw that Zhou Hao hadn't moved for so long. So he opened his eyes and looked at him curiously. Seeing his face was as deep as water, he was meditating and said, "Is thinking how to find them?" "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded. "The biggest problem now is how to find them. You said before that as long as you come to the United States, there will always be a way to find them. But now even your First Army is on the American side. All of the strongholds were discovered and overturned by the Americans, so it would be even more difficult for us to find them." After a pause, he said again, "From the current situation, I am either hiding in a very secret place or being caught and hidden by the Americans. If it is the latter, then the master. The situation is very dangerous." Li Shuihan's face turned pale, because this kind of possibility has always been her most worried and feared. However, Zhou Hao had made intuitive predictions about the safety of the Great Master. With his instincts, he felt that the Great Master was not in danger for the time being. As for whether the Great Master was hidden by himself or captured by the Americans, that would surpass Zhou Hao's intuitive sensing range. "For masters, don't worry. I think there will be nothing wrong with the masters. At least there will be no life-threatening in a short time." Li Shuihan frowned and looked at him. "Why are you so sure?" Of course Zhou Hao can't say that this is his instinct. Otherwise Li Shuihan will only think that he is playing tricks on himself. This kind of misunderstanding is unnecessary, so Zhou Hao said. "Assuming that those American devils have caught the master, and they don't knowing the leader status of the Great Master in the First Army, it should also be inferred from the strength and skill of the Great Master that he must have a lofty status in the First Army. For such a person, the American devils will not be killed so easily. They will not kill the master without getting the information that satisfies them from the master, so we can rest assured for the time being." After listening to Zhou Hao's analysis, Li Shuihan's suspended heart only relaxed slightly. "Since we landed in Mexico until now, you have nothing to eat. You should be hungry too." Zhou Hao took out the canned luncheon meat and shook the can of beer in front of Li Shuihan. "You should not dislike beer." I'll do it myself." Li Shuihan's face turned red again, because he couldn't move his hands and feet. If you really want to eat, you need Zhou Hao to feed it, but this does not fit her personality. She doesn't like this, the gesture of a weak woman. Zhou Hao smiled. "Why do you come by yourself? Open the can with your mouth. I would like to see it." Li Shuihan frowned immediately, and her usual stubborn head was revealed in her eyes. Zhou Hao knew this woman was more serious when she saw it. If she didn't turn around, she would definitely use her mouth to open cans. "I have served you. Is it so embarrassing?" Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "I have nothing to do with you." You have no mobility now. What's wrong with me feeding you something? It's really better than putting a knife on your neck. It's serious. After that, Zhou Hao sat down by the bed and leaned Li Shuihan up on his shoulder, then opened the can and used a fork to pick up a piece of luncheon meat and put it in front of Li Shuihan's mouth. But Li Shuihan closed his eyes with a stubborn look of insubordination. Okay, I was wrong. Can't I apologize to you? Come on, open your mouth, ah. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Shuihan's mouth, his eyes still closed, but his mouth opened slightly. Zhou Hao gently put the luncheon meat into her mouth, moving cautiously, for fear that the fork might hurt her mouth or tongue. But where is Li Shuihan so squeamish? He just feels Zhou Hao's gentleness, and Li Shuihan feels embarrassed, but also a little sweet in his heart. She used to only talk about speed and efficiency when eating like a man, but now she has taken into account the factors of manners for the first time. Chewing slowly, it is quite a lady's temperament. In this way, Zhou Hao, you and I feed Li Shuihan bit by bit. Li Shuihan didn't open his eyes the whole time, but the red cloud on his face has not disappeared. I don't know if it was because of drinking beer or other reasons. Okay, I'm full. When Zhou Hao put the last piece of luncheon meat close to Li Shuihan's mouth, Li Shuihan pursed his mouth. Zhou Hao smiled, because he knew that Li Shuihan's appetite could definitely eat this piece of meat. She wanted to keep this last piece of meat for herself. She was only with her temperament, but never knew how to express the true feelings in her heart. It was the I love you I said to Zhou Hao before, and it was also forced out by Zhou Hao. If you are full, then I will eat this last piece of meat. You just eat it. Why do you ask me? Li Shuihan muttered softly, but the blush on his face became thicker. Zhou Hao smiled and ate the meat into his mouth for this woman's unique concern, and then wiped Li Shuihan's mouth with a tissue, and said, It's getting late. You can take a good rest. You haven't had a good time in these 2 days. Closed eyes. Now those American devils are probably looking for us all over the city. It would be too risky if we leave here immediately, so let's wait until tomorrow. Zhou Hao's decision, Li Shuihan agreed without much thought. When Zhou Hao helped to lie down, she hesitated and said, You haven't closed your eyes. You should take a break. I'll go and let the hostess of this house also have dinner. After all, we didn't get permission from others when we came in. Now we don't let people eat dinner, and it's too lack of humanitarian spirit. Zhou Hao smiled. However, Li Shuihan immediately scowled. The hostess of this house should be a young single woman. Don't make a wrong idea. Otherwise, yes, there will be extra branches. The current situation does not allow any more branches. Zhou Hao knew that Li Shuihan was jealous, but Zhou Hao felt amused in her heart for the excuse of being jealous of this woman. At the same time, she was somewhat satisfied, because being jealous showed that her position in her heart is very important. He smiled and said, I know this, sir. Do you think I am the kind of gangster who enters the house and robbers? Who can guarantee you will not? You were to me. Li Shuihan said more and more quietly. You just love to hold grudges. Zhou Hao helplessly walked out of the house and saw the hostess of this house sitting on the sofa stiff like a stone, and the expression on her face remained the same as before. It has been more than half an hour. Zhou Hao knows that it is very hard for ordinary people to stay still for a long time, and this black woman is also innocent. So he walked up to her and said to her, who was full of fear and anxiety, I'm sorry, you have been wronged, so I can restore your activities temporarily, but you are not allowed to scream and do other stupid things. Otherwise, I can stop you before you take any action, or make you never able to take any action, just like this cup. I saw Zhou Hao grabbed a glass on the coffee table next to him, squeezed it with both hands, and the hard glass was crumpled into dust and fell to the ground. The black woman's eyes widened, and the fear in her eyes became stronger, but she quickly blinked her eyelids to indicate that she would obey Zhou Hao's words. Zhou Hao smiled and stretched out his hand to unlock her acupuncture points, allowing her to resume action. Sure enough, this woman didn't call out loudly or do other things, but instinctively shrank behind the sofa, expressing a great sense of fear to Zhou Hao. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying, Okay, now you have dinner quickly, and then go to bed. Don't do anything else, you know? Are you a wizard? The woman finally said, Let me go, there is cash in the room, you can take it, and my father is the boss of the Andre Brotherhood. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Well, The underworld. Zhou Hao frowned, but a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his heart. Zhou Hao never thought that this ordinary black woman would be the daughter of the American gang boss. Of course, Zhou Hao was not afraid of this American gangster at all, but this black woman kept emphasizing that Brother Andre, how powerful and omnipotent in San Diego, made Zhou Hao think of a way to find a master. The power of the gang in the United States is well known throughout the world. Although the U.S. official and media have repeatedly claimed that the powerful mafia families in the United States were eliminated by the government as early as the 1970s and 1980s, the truth is not so. The American gangs were first formed by the stall owners in the market in order to protect their territory and resist foreign bandits, and they formed over time. Therefore, the gangs in various cities or regions have a strong sense of local protection and will never let foreign forces invade on territory. In addition to these components, many of the American gangs are family mafia who came from Italy, and then there are the Russian gangs that appeared later and the Japanese underworld. Of course, they are also the largest in the global underworld and the strongest penetration ability. The Chinese gangs are now the most important part of the American underground world. Although the U.S. government did vigorously suppress the mafia in the early years, the final result seems to have ended with the U.S. government's overall victory. But in fact, these mafia did not dissolve and disappear, but moved to a more hidden level, and their forces have become larger and more omnipresent. For example, there are mafia people in the business, political, and even military circles in the United States. The most typical example is that a large part of the arms dealers in the United States are born out of the mafia. The U.S. mafia's whitewashing and concealment methods are far more sophisticated than Taiwan's way of electing legislators to enter politics in exchange for self-protection, and the effect is much greater. The best example of the power and influence of these mafia in the United States is when Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan smuggled to the United States. This snakehead they found was the Andre brothers' subsidiary of the Andre brothers. Because even the officials of the San Diego Immigration Department were theirs, and the Steve who wanted to force Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan to join the association also died under the hands of Zhou Hao. After seeing Zhou Hao heard that she was Andre's daughter, the black woman named Trace turned into contemplation. She thought that Zhou Hao was in awe of her father's influence, and she felt a little relieved in her heart. Zhou Hao is not the kind of crazy desperado, and he knows he is afraid. The relationship between you and your father is not very good, right? Zhou Hao suddenly asked her. Trace was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "How did you know?" It's very simple. If you have a good relationship with your father, how can he let his daughter live in this cheap apartment alone if he is a dignified brother of the brotherhood? Zhou Hao smiled. So I guess, if it's not that your father doesn't like you to let yourself live and die outside by yourself, it's that you don't want to be with your father and run out to live alone. Trace stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes, feeling that the mysterious and strange Eastern man in front of him was so powerful, he could guess his relationship with his father so simply. She said, "I don't want to be with my father because he is too cold. I heard and saw many people broke their homes because of him." Zhou Hao shrugged. This kind of plot is very common. The only daughter repels her father's underworld background because of her kind personality and leaves her father's shade in hopes of finding her own sky. This kind of plot is bad in American movies. Then Zhou Hao asked, "If you ask your father to come here, will he come right away?" Trace nodded. I don't know why Zhou Hao asked, but Zhou Hao didn't say anything about this issue. Instead, he took out the cans and drinks from the refrigerator and put them in front of Trace and said, "Eat. It's time to sleep after eating." Zhou Hao stopped asking about her father, and Trace didn't dare to take the initiative to mention it again. For fear that Zhou Hao would be angry, she would still suffer in the end, so she honestly ate the canned food and signaled to Zhou Hao. After eating enough, Zhou Hao said, "Come, lie down. I borrowed your room temporarily with my partner. You will be wronged on this sofa all night." Hearing Zhou Hao want to lie down by herself, Trace's heart jumped quickly again. She was afraid that Zhou Hao would do something wrong with her, but she misunderstood Zhou Hao's kindness. At this juncture, it is impossible for Zhou Hao to let him. Trace was free to move for a long time, and when she tapped her acupuncture points, she was afraid that she would be uncomfortable because of her bad posture. So she let her lie down and try to make her posture more comfortable. Although Terry's was scared, he lay down on the sofa obediently, praying in his heart that Zhou Hao was not that abnormal. Are you sure you can sleep comfortably in this position now? Zhou Hao asked. Trace nodded obediently. Zhou Hao shot her a few times like electricity, and Trace fell into a coma before he was afraid, and fell asleep, because Zhou Hao tapped her faint acupuncture point, which allowed her to enter. In deep sleep, Zhou Hao doesn't help her relieve her acupuncture points. She will sleep for 15 hours to wake up by herself. After he settled in Trace, Zhou Hao returned to the master room, and Li Shuihan stared at him from the moment he entered the door. His eyes seemed to be looking at a husband who was outside to celebrate his return home late at night. Oh, don't look so resentful in your eyes. I didn't do anything to that Trace. Zhou Hao smiled helplessly when he saw Li Shuihan's sad eyes. Seeing Zhou Hao's neatly dressed, Li Shuihan only slightly slowed down and said, Do you dare? The old man is the boss of the underworld. Just listen to Zhou Hao sneered and said, Hey, let alone the triad boss. With my godfather's energy in the country, can these triads be worth it? But my godfather opposes me being with my sister. I will not welcome difficulties come up. Li Shuihan was stunned when he heard the words, and suddenly remembered what Zhou Hao had with Zhao Yuqin before he came to the United States. The turmoil is still raging in the capital. Although Mr. Zhao did not say anything in public, the media who chewed on the tongue were devastated. The blow, as well as the news that Li Shuihan got from his personal relationship, can know that Mr. Zhao was furious about this matter. Who is Mr. Zhao? Besides the chairman and the prime minister, he is the third in command in the practical sense. This was the existence of a powerful prince in ancient times, and even the chairman and the prime minister dared not shy away from him when he was angry, let alone those underworld. Li Shuihan was still thinking, but when she saw Zhou Hao undressing, she blushed immediately and quickly asked, What are you doing? Sleep. In this kind of weather, how can you sleep without taking off your clothes? Zhou Hao said, Oh, do you want to take off too? Come, I'll help you. You walk away from me. Li Shuihan couldn't move and shouted anxiously. At this juncture, you can't treat me like this anymore. I won't be able to move tomorrow. The more I talked about the latter, the less Li Shuihan's voice would be. If she still talks to Zhou Hao now, then she won't be able to move after the medicine dissipates tomorrow, and this rescue operation is harmful and unprofitable. But seeing that Zhou Hao had taken off his jacket and lay down beside Li Shuihan and took a blanket to cover himself and her, and then put Li Shuihan's soft body into his arms and smiled gently in her ear. Don't worry, I won't be so unsure. Today I only sleep with you and do nothing else, okay? Feeling Zhou Hao holding himself in his arms, leaning on his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, Li Shuihan relaxed, and when he heard Zhou Hao's gentle words, his heart was warm and very comfortable. She didn't speak anymore, just clinging to Zhou Hao's arms so tightly, breathing his breath. As Li Shuihan couldn't move, Zhou Hao helped her curl her legs into her arms and let her head rest on her arms, making her posture as comfortable as possible, and then gently kissed her forehead, saying, Good night, for masters. In the darkness, Li Shuihan's cheeks were red. Listening to Zhou Hao's breath that gradually became gentle and long, Li Shuihan knew that he had fallen asleep. Li Shuihan could see Zhou Hao's tough face with the faint light coming in from outside. This powerful, brave and courageous man looked so quiet and serene at this time. Just looking at Zhou Hao's face quietly, Li Shuihan's face grew redder, pursed his mouth, and finally moved towards Zhou Hao's face. His lips slightly opened and closed, making a mouth shape. Judging from that mouth shape she said, I love you. After speaking, Li Shuihan quietly leaned in Zhou Hao's arms and fell asleep comfortably, not knowing the smile that Zhou Hao's mouth was involved in after she closed her eyes. The next morning, Li Shuihan woke up at 7 o'clock on time, because this was the time for the body clock to wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Zhou Hao still holding himself, but he also woke up early and was pleasingly admiring the lazy beauty of the beauty in his arms. After regaining his mobility, Li Shuihan stretched out his hand and pushed Zhou Hao's chest, deliberately concealing his shy heart with a cold tone, and said, What's the matter with you? For masters, I love you, Zhou Hao said affectionately. Li Shuihan, who thought Zhou Hao would take the opportunity to tease him, heard these words suddenly, and then laid down again, as if he was hit by the neurotoxin again, unable to move, but his face was red as an apple. "For masters, I think how to find them as soon as possible," Zhou Hao said to Li Shuihan. "Huh? Do you have a way? Say it quickly." Hearing Zhou Hao's idea of a solution, Li Shuihan couldn't be ashamed and asked immediately. "I heard Zhou Hao say. But before implementing this method, we have to leave San Diego first." Soon after, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan, who had negotiated with him, left the room and saw that Trace was still lying motionless on the sofa and fell into deep sleep. It was considered that Zhou Hao carefully helped her cover a blanket and let her night. Do not catch cold. When she came to Terry's and unlocked her acupuncture points, she slowly woke up, but after seeing Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan disguised as men, the fear in her eyes reappeared, and she heard Zhou Hao smile. He said, "Miss Trace, can you call your father Andre here now? We want to meet him." But seeing the expression on Trace's face suddenly became wary. You won't be my father's enemies. You want to use me as bait because he comes to his disadvantage, right?" Although she doesn't like being the father of the gang boss, but after all, the blood between father and daughter is thicker than water, and if others have to deal with her father, she will not give in. "You can rest assured, we don't mean to hurt your father, but there is something we need his help," Li Shui said coldly. "Of course, if you do according to our words, we also have a way to find your father, but that no one can guarantee whether we will hurt him at that time." After weighing it repeatedly, Trace finally called her father Andre in accordance with Zhou Hao's words and tried to use a normal tone to invite Andre to come and gather here. It's been a long time since Andre on the phone got her daughter's initiative to contact her. Even though she knew her daughter was here in San Diego, in order to minimize her disgust, Andre didn't even dare to let his hands protect her. Anyway, the underground of San Diego. The world is ruled by him, and no one dares to do anything. Trace actually invited him over now, which made him feel that the relationship between himself and his daughter could be unfrozen. So he agreed without hesitation and asked his subordinates to load himself into the building where Trace lived. In order not to disgust his daughter, Andre also refused the suggestion of his escort and came to Trace alone. Seeing Trace opening the door for him, Andre embraced him happily and exclaimed, "Tress, counting the days, how long has my father not hugged you like this?" Feeling Andre's strong fatherly love, Trace felt even more uncomfortable, sobbing, "Dad, I'm sorry." Andre thought that her daughter was apologizing to herself for the previous relationship. Before he could say anything to comfort him, he heard a man's voice suddenly sounded. "Mr. Andre, I want to talk about serious matters first. Then you can get together with Ling Qianjin." Andre was taken aback for a moment before he looked up to see Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan, and then looked at his daughter. "Tress, this is your friend? Is there a boyfriend in it?" Because he knew his daughter was not that kind of profligate female, never let a stranger enter her residence. "None of us is your daughter's boyfriend." Li Shuihan, disguised as a man, snorted and glanced at Zhou Hao intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was wondering if Zhou Hao did something to make others mistakenly believe that he is someone else. "Boyfriend?" Trace looked at the two of Zhou Hao and said to Andre, "Dad, they?" Zhou Hao nodded to Andre and smiled. "Mr. Andre, the thing is like this. We want to trouble you for some things, but you are very busy. If we want to find you in person, it may cost nothing. It's not a lot of trouble, and we happen to know that your daughter lives here, so let her invite you to come." Andre immediately understood that the two men in front of him were clearly not friends of his daughter, but rather malicious gangsters. Without thinking, he immediately guarded his daughter behind him and took out a pistol to aim. Zhou Hao and the two sneered. "Are you Chinese? Hey, you are so bold that you dare to fight my daughter's idea? You are looking for the wrong target." Zhou Hao didn't have any surprise or panic to Andre, who was suddenly attacked. Instead, he shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Andre, don't be so impulsive in everything. Otherwise it will lead to an irreversible ending." As soon as the words fell, Li Shuihan next to him turned his right hand. Andre only had time to see a silver light flashing from Li Shuihan's right hand, and then he heard a tweet, his hand shook, and the pistol fell to the ground. He hurriedly bent over to pick it up, but when he heard two tweeting, the pistol on the ground was fired again, which was clearly shot by a bullet. Looking up, I saw Li Shuihan holding a silver pistol in his hand and a silencer. Li Shuihan stared at Andre with bitter eyes and said coldly, "If you move again, I will kill you and your daughter here." Zhou Hao also made a please gesture to Andre at this time. "Mr. Andre, please sit down first. You can rest assured, as long as you don't do stupid things, we won't hurt you and your daughter." Now Andre really regretted not bringing his men up, but seeing Li Shuihan's marksmanship just now and Zhou Hao's calm expression, Andre estimated that even if he brought his men, he might not be able to deal with these two people. Now the situation is stronger than others, and I am on the weak side, and I have to give in. So he took his daughter's hand and sat on the sofa under Zhou Hao's instructions. But his face was still ugly, and he said to Zhou Hao, "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Hao also sat on the wooden chair opposite them, while Li Shuihan stood behind him. Just listen to Zhou Hao smiling. "Mr. Andre, you are the boss of the biggest gang in San Diego. You can even control the immigration department to travel between the United States and Mexico at will, smuggling smugglers or drug weapons, etc. Contrabands. The underground world of San Diego. The rules are up to you. The game is up to you. And what you say is even more influential than the mayor of San Diego. We all admire these." Andre knew that the other party did not really admire him so much, but his expression slowed down a bit, and he said, "Stop talking about nonsense. Just let me do what you want me to do for you." Hee. "Mr. Andre, you are so familiar with the government of San Diego. You must also know that San Diego has been turbulent in the past few years, and those from the CIA and FBI are all harassing outside." Zhou Hao laughed. "Of course I know these things, they wait." Andre looked at Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan in astonishment. "I heard that those notes are looking for two people, isn't it you?" Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. "Mr. Andre is really wise and martial. Ha! It is the next two, because we offended some senior officials in Washington, so we were chased by this kind of murder, which made Mr. Andre offend." But I saw Andre sneered and said, "Offended a senior Washington official? Do you think I am a hillbilly who doesn't know anything? The CIA guys are looking for Chinese spies. Some time ago, they were disturbed here in San Diego. You are the Chinese spies they are looking for." The lie was exposed, but Zhou Hao was not embarrassed at all, and the smile on his face grew stronger. "Since Mr. Andre wants to think so, we have nothing to say. Hee. What we want Andre to help is, we leave San Diego." "Impossible." Andre immediately waved his hand. "Now they have tightly controlled the entrances and exits of San Diego, making it impossible for me to do my trade business. Sorry, I can't help with this." "Mr. Andre, this is your humbleness. As long as Andre wants to help, I believe Mr. Andre can definitely do it." Zhou Hao's smile suddenly turned dark. The difference is only in Andre. "Sir, do you want to help?" Before Andre could refute, Zhou Hao suddenly volleyed the acupuncture points of Andre and Trace, making them immobile. He really couldn't even speak, and he continued, "I know that Mr. Andre, you, a hero who is accustomed to big winds and waves, will not give in so easily." After Zhou Hao said, Li Shuihan from behind stepped forward, took out 2 syringes, stuck them on the arms of Andre and Trace respectively, and injected the light yellow transparent liquid inside them. A look of fear gradually spread in the eyes of Andre and his daughter. Zhou Hao said, "You are right in your mind. These are poisons, and you have seen it. We Chinese know a lot you have never seen or heard of. You may find some abnormalities in this kind of poison when you go to the hospital to check it, but I can guarantee that in the entire United States, and even the entire world, no one but me knows how to detoxify." Speaking of Zhou Hao, he unlocked Andre's acupuncture points again, and Andre knew that he had fallen into the control of the other party, so he didn't yell wisely, but was comforting and crying out of fear. His daughter then stared at the two Zhou Hao angrily. "Okay, I promise you, but after I send you away from San Diego, you will give us the antidote. You don't need to be so hurry, Mr. Andre. In order to prevent you from harming our interests, we will take your daughter away." Zhou Hao's smile is still so bright, but in the eyes of Andre and his daughter, this has become a devil smile. On the road to the outskirts of San Diego, a black luxury business car was racing quickly. In addition to the driver responsible for driving, there were 4 men and women in the car. Andre, the boss of the most powerful gang in San Diego, and his daughter. Reese was 2 of them. and there were two white men, one man and one woman, both of whom were handsome and distinguished. Not far from the front is the checkpoint that leaves San Diego. On weekdays, there are only a few staff responsible for registration at that checkpoint, but now there are dozens of special police with live ammunition standing there, and even 4 armored vehicles are arranged. This is because the CIA and FBI officers strictly guarded the entrances and exits of San Diego in order to search for the 2 Chinese spies who got into San Diego. Boss. The driver turned to look at Andre. Just listen to Andre's indifferent saying. In the past, we didn't have the person they were looking for, so what are we afraid of? The driver nodded and continued to drive the car close to the checkpoint according to Andre's instructions. He saw a man holding an MP5 automatic rifle in the front checkpoint raising his hand to signal Andre to stop. The driver did not say much and pulled the car over stop. Andre lowered the car window and saw the police officer with the gun approaching. When Andre saw the police officer, he laughed and said, "Oh, it's Wells. What's wrong? Such a big scene, catch aliens." "Hey, don't tell me. The person we are going to catch is harder to catch than someone with a foreign surname. We were looking for a whole night in the city yesterday." The police officer named Wells complained and looked at the 2 white men and women next to Dre. "Mr. Andre, who are these 2? Andre smiled and said, This is my nephew and niece. I am going to play outside with my daughter Trace. I don't worry about them, so I sent them off together." At this time, another man wearing a bulletproof vest came over, and Wells, who was very familiar with Andre, straightened his waist and said respectfully to the man, "Sir, after preliminary inspection, this car is not suspicious." The man's face was gloomy, and his eagle-like gaze scanned the people in the car as if he was aiming at a few prey. The 2 white men and women next to Andre touched the officer's gaze. Their expressions were immediately timid, and they leaned back subconsciously. The officer was a little depressed. The order given above was to search for 2 Asian men, but hundreds of cars had already been stopped this morning. There were no Asian men, and all of them were taken back for investigation. Nothing has been achieved so far. He waved his hand. "Let's go." Andre smiled at the officer and nodded, and the driver in front started the car to pass through the checkpoint, quickly moved away from San Diego, and drove away. Gradually, the level of San Diego disappeared behind, and Andre and Trace let out a long sigh. Andre glanced at the white man next to him and said coldly, "That's all right." The white man smiled slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Andre, for your help this time." This pair of white men and women turned out to be Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan. Andre's heart still has lingering fears now. He originally thought that the CIA people were looking for 2 Asian men. He would definitely not be able to leave San Diego with Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan. He did not expect Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan to face him after removing the disguise on his face. He realized that Li Shuihan turned out to be a stunning Oriental woman. Then he watched the 2 put on makeup and watched them turn into a pair of authentic American white men and women. This incredible makeup technique amazed Andre, and thanks to this, they were able to pass the level so smoothly. Especially Zhou Hao and their acting skills just now deliberately showed timidity to the CIA officer, making them look like ordinary people. In fact, Andre knew that as long as he moved a little at that time, Zhou Hao next to him could be everyone ended their lives before they acted. "Sir, I have helped you get out of San Diego. Those from the CIA and FBI can't catch up. You don't need to take my daughter away. She doesn't pose any threat to you," Andre again said. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Andre, didn't we say it was done before? Haha, Ling Qianjin is not a threat to us, but Mr. Andre, you have it. You are the biggest gang in San Diego. We have been in contact, and there is no guarantee that the CIA people will not be able to find out anything. Just in case, we should be careful. Besides, as long as Mr. Andre does not do stupid things, we promise that the daughter will return to you soon." Andre wanted to fight again, but when Zhou Hao's eyes suddenly turned cold, he shuddered, knowing that if he said anything more, Zhou Hao would probably kill people fiercely. Without a word, the group came to another city. Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan took Trace out of the car, then gave Andre a bottle of medicine and said to him, "Mr. Andre, now you can go back first, so that you don't have to worry about Qianjin's safety. We will not harm her. In addition, this medicine is to curb your body's toxicity, 1 pill a day. After we finish the task, We will send Ling Qianjin together with the antidote. Return it to your house. Andre had no choice but to follow Zhou Hao's words and went back obediently, while Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan took Trace to the city. How? Are we really going to find the people in this base? Li Shuihan said to Zhou Hao in Chinese. We are not sure if the people in this base were hypnotized or instigated, so we rushed to find them. If they were really instigated, don't we just throw ourselves into the net? Zhou Hao smiled and said, Don't worry, it's okay, trust me. He used his instinct to judge whether the people in this First Army sub-base had any problems before, and the predicted result was that the people here can still be trusted. Although Zhou Hao did not specifically explain, Li Shuihan also chose to believe in Zhou Hao. As a result, they found the members of the First Army of this branch and finally confirmed Zhou Hao's judgment. Although the city is relatively close to San Diego, the people in the branch were not exposed and were instigated, but they also I don't know that something happened to the sub-base in San Diego. Of course, this is because of the rules of the First Army. They didn't even know that San Diego also had a sub-base. Although there was no problem with the branch here, Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan did not reveal much to them, in case the branch would reveal their whereabouts after being discovered by the CIA in the future. And they just used this branch as a transit point, handed Trace to them to look after and monitor, and quickly changed and left. Boston is one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the United States. It is especially famous for its Boston lobster. On the top floor of a skyscraper in downtown Boston, there is a very high-class private club. The general manager's office of this private club is also very spacious, covering hundreds of square meters. There is a whole piece of polar bear skin on the central floor. Looks extremely luxurious. Behind the polar bear skin is a spacious sofa, on which there is a tall, fat black man sitting with a thick cigar in his mouth. His face is ferocious, and he is not a good man. This black man is the leader of the largest gang in Boston, Lando Suite, known as the Boston Poison Wolf. The Rando Suites gang controls most of Boston's drug trade, smuggling, and underground casino business. It is the king of Boston's underground world. It also controls 2 listed companies and has a close relationship with the Boston government. At this time, there were a few people in this office besides Lando Suite. Standing next to him was Jones, the second person in the group, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather that looked very gentle. There are also several men in suits around, but Rando's bodyguards and thugs, and on the ground in front of Rando, there is a man in his 30s who was pressed to the ground. His face covered with scars already was dying. Rando stretched out his hand and flicked the cigar onto the man's head and said coldly, "You bastard, how brave. Do you want to be an undercover with me? Hey, FBI, how many nasty things did those guys ask me to help them in a year and dare to insert needles in me? Old boss, I'm not an undercover agent." The man said weakly. "Needless to say, I know you are an undercover agent anyway." Rando curled his lips and said to Jones next to him, "Chop off this guy's hands and feet for me, and then take him to feed the dog. The baby hasn't eaten human flesh for a long time." "Yes, boss." Jones bowed slightly. Bang! Just then, a big hole was knocked out of the ceiling of the office, and a figure jumped out of it. This sudden movement caused Lando's bodyguards to subconsciously pull out their guns, but they saw that the man wearing a black tunic suit and a silver metal mask on his face fell from the ceiling. The eyes behind the mask were full. "It's cold. Kill him." Rando knew that this person was not good, and he didn't bother to ask about the identity of the other person, so he directly issued a killing order. To. Several light machine guns fired one after another, spraying out a ball of flames, but the masked man was like a ghost. He could avoid the rain of bullets and floated unexpectedly in front of Landu, staring condescendingly at this astonished gangster. As soon as the masked man stopped in front of Rando, the guns of the bodyguards immediately aimed at him, and bullets rained down on him. Rando could clearly see that all the bullets from the light machine guns pierced the masked man's clothes, and some hit his head, and a sneer appeared on his face. It was too stupid to laugh at this killer. A little bit more, just broke into his base camp single-handedly. I really don't know what death is. But what happened next was beyond Rando's expectation, because the masked man didn't fall down as he imagined. He still stood here like Matsujidake. Even the eyes behind the mask did not change at all. Strange. Monster. Rando muttered to himself, the panic on his face spreading rapidly. Because the metal mask of this mask only covers the face, and the head has no protection, but there is no harm in the bullets. This is beyond Rando's understanding. Until the bullets of the light machine guns were all fired, the masked man still did not fall, and the gunmen were stunned. They were atheists at this time and wondered whether the masked man came from hell, an invisible ghost. It was Jones behind Lon Du who reacted, thinking of a certain existence, and couldn't help muttering to himself, "Could it be? It's a special biochemical warrior?" Hearing these words, the masked man's eyes quickly moved away from Rando and turned to Jones. Seen by the masked man's gaze, Jones seemed to be stabbed by a poisonous scorpion, and there was a cold war. "You actually know the special biochemical warrior? It seems you are good at it." A hoarse voice came from behind the cold metal mask. Before everyone at the scene could understand, they saw that the masked man suddenly made a move, and his right palm was instantly attached to Rando's thick chest. Without seeing any movement, Rando's expression froze on his face. Seeing the crimson blood gurgling from the 7 holes on his face, the whole person was also cut off. Everyone in the office was stunned, never dreaming that the underground emperor of Boston would die like this, and die so easily. "Yes. Is it Chinese Qigong?" Jones couldn't help but speak again. The eyes behind the masks glanced over again. "Your insight is very good. Our gold medalist is a Chinese who knows some Qigong." Jones swallowed, not daring to touch the eyes of the masked man. The golden thugs he referred to are not as simple as thugs. They are also responsible for helping their gangsters with assassinations and assassinations. The golden thugs are Chinese and have high martial arts skills. They were once shown in front of Rando and Jones. After the Qigong that made them amazed, a bull was killed with one palm. However, Jones did not dare to raise the idea of letting the gold medal fighter deal with the masked man at this time, because although the gold medal fighter was highly skilled in martial arts, he was still afraid of guns and bullets. How could he regard bullets as nothing like this masked man? "I heard the masked man say, 'From today on, you are the boss here. You can take the place of this fat pig.'" Suddenly hearing this, Jones was taken aback, because he was the second person in the group, and now that Lando is dead, he will naturally become the spokesperson of the group, provided that he can survive this night under this mask. "Come down." But now that this fact comes out of the masked population, it means that Jones can become the gangster's agent, is his decision. Jones quickly reacted and asked tentatively, "Please, what can I do for you?" "Very well, you are very knowledgeable." The masked man smiled. "Since you can know the secret situation of the special biochemical warrior, then you should have a strong relationship with the CIA, and you should know that they arrested a lot of China some time ago. Spy and Dr. Wenhe Li. What you have to do is help me find out where Dr. Wenhe Li and the Chinese spies were caught." Jones took a sigh of relief. He was already mentally prepared that it would not be easy for the other party to do it himself, but he didn't expect the difficulty to be so high. Some time ago, many Chinese spies and the secret arrest of Dr. Li Wenhe, Jones did know, because their group had business dealings with several important members of the CIA. But Jones also knows that this matter is taken seriously by the U.S. White House. U.S. intelligence agencies and the military are involved. It is not easy to find out that Dr. Li Wenhe and others are hidden there, and any carelessness will cause trouble. "I'll give you a week, and I will come again in a week." The masked man would not allow Jones to refuse at all. "If you do not have any results, then I will let another person replace you." Jones only felt a chill in his back, thinking that this man used a cruel method to find another person to replace him, so he would naturally end up like Rando. "You can try to escape. If you can escape my eyeliner, then you deserve to live. Otherwise, The masked man's voice became misty, and the voice that was standing in front of Jones became blurred. Appeared on the outside terrace the next moment. This fascinating posture made Jones and the others extremely frightened, and the gunmen began to shake their teeth. "Remember, don't leak out the things tonight, or you will be at your own risk." As the words became more and more vague, the figure of the masked man disappeared from everyone's sight. After a long time, the gunmen slumped to the ground. Although it was summer, they were all in a cold sweat. Jones had to hold on to the back of the sofa to sit down, but he glanced at Rando, who was dead on the sofa, and his feet trembled. He quickly said to the men, "What are you doing there? Don't diverge and investigate." Also, if anyone dares to say a word about today's matter, I personally killed him. Then, Jones mobilized the power of the entire gang group to secretly search for Dr. Li Wenhe and the ultimate of those Chinese spies, and carefully kept their secrets from outsiders knowing. Jones, who was so busy with life threats and tremendous pressure, did not know that outside of their Boston side, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Philadelphia, Detroit, San Francisco, Seattle, Baltimore, Honolulu, Las Vegas, etc. The leader of the biggest gang in the big city was killed by a man wearing a tunic suit and a silver mask, and then ordered the second in command of the gang to secretly search for Dr. Li Wenhe and Chinese agents. It's not that no one didn't try to escape, but they were often killed before they escaped from the city. The corpses were still hung in crowded places, which played a great deterrent effect. Then the third leaders of the gangs took the lead. The fourth in command gave up the idea of escaping and desperately went to find the person the masked man asked for. Stanford in the western United States, close to San Francisco, is not as bustling and noisy as San Francisco. It has a kind of leisure and tranquility. Many retired people like to spend the second half of their lives here leisurely, and some colleges and universities have also chosen the address. Here, try to provide students with a beautiful and peaceful learning environment, such as the most famous Stanford University. In an unfamiliar hotel in Stanford, Zhou Hao was sitting on the deck chair on the balcony, basking in the sun comfortably, while Li Shuihan sat behind him, massaging his head and shoulders intently. The degree seems to be assembling the most sophisticated instrument. Quickly, I said the fourth master, I'm not an enemy. Can't you just light your hands and feet? Zhou Hao complained slightly. Oh, Li Shuihan replied, and the intensity of his hands was lightened. In fact, due to the strength of Zhou Hao's body, even if Li Shuihan's hands were infuriated, he couldn't hurt him. He just took the opportunity to act like a baby to Li Shuihan. How does this method really work? Li Shuihan said, we have killed so many heads of large-scale gangs. I'm afraid it has already attracted the attention of the CIA and other departments. Will they increase their vigilance or transfer the hidden masters? And where is Dr. Wenhe Li's location? It turns out that the masked man who slaughtered the heads of major gangs in recent times was Zhou Hao. He got inspiration from Trace. Although the First Army deployed in various cities in the United States has a strong ability to collect intelligence, but they can't be compared to the native gangs. They are the real snake. They can penetrate all sectors and areas of the local area. It is much more effective to let these gangs collect information for themselves. It is not as easy to attract the attention of U.S. intelligence agencies as the First Army, Zhou Hao said. It is certain that it will attract the attention of the CIA, but don't forget that the relationship between the CIA and the FBI and the gangs is crisscrossed. Those gangs have long become a burden to them. So even if there is no way to find out, and the guys who are threatened by us will not care about the CIA stopping. After all, their lives are more important than anything else. Also, if they move the place where they hide Datog's house and Dr. Li Wenhe, it's even better. They are most afraid that they will not move. If they move, there will definitely be clues exposed. In this way, we will soon be able to make a breakthrough. Up. Seeing this man's back, Li Shuihan felt a strong sense of security in his heart. Compared with the fact that she was at a loss when the master had just disappeared, now that Zhou Hao is by her side, she feels much calmer. Perhaps this is also Zhou Hao's uniqueness. Charm. Zhou Hao took Li Shuihan's kakin from his forehead, grabbed it, and gently rubbed it in his hand, and said, now we just have to wait for the news quietly. It's useless to worry about it, but it's easy to expose ourselves. It's even more difficult to save them, don't you think? Zhou Hao grabbed his right hand and rubbed it. Li Shuihan's cheeks were red, and he nodded slightly. She found that it was getting harder and harder to oppose Zhou Hao's opinions, as if she had always asked her to listen to Zhou Hao in her heart, as if she had been head down. You are also tired during this period, so take a good rest in these 2 days. Zhou Hao said gently. Although it's him who killed the major gang leaders, if it weren't for Li Shuihan's hard work, how could Zhou Hao easily know which gang leaders were hiding? So Li Shuihan's seeker is more expensive than Zhou Hao's murderer, more tired. Hearing that Zhou Hao seemed to be going out for errands, Li Shuihan asked, you want to go out? Well, there is something to be done. Zhou Hao nodded. Don't come back to sleep at night? Li Shuihan didn't even notice it. The expression on her face now was a bit resentful of his wife looking forward to her husband coming home. Zhou Hao turned his head and smiled at her. Didn't you complain that I was snoring too loud and didn't want to sleep with me? These days, Zhou Hao sleeps with Li Shuihan in his arms every day. Although he hasn't done anything about it, he is still warm and romantic and very charming. And Li Shuihan complained that Zhou Hao snored loudly and didn't want to sleep with him just as an excuse to hide her shame, because these days, she has been used to falling asleep in Zhou Hao's arms, and she also likes this kind of calm and warm feeling. However, she is secretly wary of this feeling because the First Army stipulates that cadres and members, especially the backbone personnel, cannot start a family unless they are retired, because having a family is equivalent to having concerns, which has a role in fulfilling the tasks assigned by the organization. It's not a small obstacle because you can't do it anymore. Although this sounds unkind, it involves national interests, and the ego can only sacrifice for the ego. Li Shuihan has been with his master since he was a child. He joined the First Army at the age of 13 and has already joined the First Army group. He is also used to busy life for various difficult tasks, as if he is himself's life. However, since meeting Zhou Hao, Li Shuihan has found that her heart is a little distracted. This is very dangerous for a national intelligence chief. But now that Li Shuihan is to leave Zhou Hao, she knows that she can't do it anymore. In the contradiction, she also had to temporarily paralyze herself with rescue of the big boss and others. Seeing Li Shuihan's silence, Zhou Hao touched her face and smiled. What's the matter? Don't you want me to spend the night outside? I hope I come back to sleep with you? Li Shuihan turned his face and said unnaturally, You can die outside. Who wants you to come back? Ha 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 ha. Finally looks like a little woman. Zhou Hao laughed loudly, making Li Shuihan even more embarrassed. Princeton is very close to San Francisco, but it does not have the hustle and bustle of San Francisco. It looks very peaceful and comfortable. It gives people a very comfortable feeling. When walking on the street, you can occasionally see retired old couples walking together or riding a bicycle. Energetic students. In this town, it seems that time is slowed down and everything is lazy. Zhou Hao asked Li Shuihan to disguise himself on his face. Although he didn't directly pretend to be a white man like he had left San Diego before, he was also very different from his original face. Because Zhou Hao has become famous since he defeated the Soros group, especially the School of Economics at Princeton University. I am afraid that many people have seen Zhou Hao in the magazine. The fact that Zhou Hao came to the United States to rescue the master and others needs to be kept secret, so Zhou Hao does not want to be recognized. He rented an ordinary white mini car. This compact car is very popular in Europe and America, especially suitable for driving in towns. Following the directions on the map, Zhou Hao came to the world-famous Princeton University. Princeton University is the most famous private research institute in the United States and a member of the Ivy League. It is very famous in the United States and the whole world. It is eager for global learning. Those who can enter here not only have learned, but also there is no lack of wealthy sons and daughters. So Princeton University is also a famous aristocratic college. Before coming to Princeton University, Zhou Hao saw its magnificent and classical door, as well as the secluded and charming scenery inside, especially the Gothic-style building, which can give people a strong feeling. Academic atmosphere. In addition to Zhou Hao, there are many students coming in and out, and many students are driving cars, so Zhou Hao is not eye-catching among them. Everyone around him thinks that he is also a student of Princeton University. Zhou Hao asked for the map and brief introduction of this place, and then drove slowly into Princeton University, looking for his destination while enjoying the scenery outside the window. The reason why he came here is not to visit or to enroll in this school, but to someone. Soon, he came to the School of Economics and saw that it was like a manor close to nature, with trees everywhere, European-style buildings scattered, and the air was filled with the clear smiles of boys and girls. The sound is really refreshing. Marcy Residential College is located on the northwest side of Princeton University. It is a series of buildings that integrate accommodation, canteens, and other basic facilities to provide students with a good accommodation environment. Zhou Hao parked the car in the open space outside Marcy's Residential College and waited quietly inside. He didn't know whether the dormitory of Princeton University was shared by men and women, but there were many men and women coming in and out of Marcy's residential college. Many of them were couples holding hands. They looked very intimate and sweet and were enjoying their lush years. Passion. Being in it, Zhou Hao felt as if he had also returned to his original college career, and that feeling was really memorable. At this time, the three girls came out from the door of Marcy's residential college, holding books in their hands, and they seemed to be going to class. Two of the three girls are white, and the other is Chinese. The two white girls have beautiful features and are very charming, but they are not as good as the Chinese girl in the center. She saw her long hair and elegant jade skin and snowy skin. Her eyebrows were like willows, her eyes were watery, a little bit of vermilion lip powder was rosy. She was glamorous, and she had a pure and pleasant temperament, just like the girl next door. It was summer, and she was wearing a white shirt with a pair of cropped jeans underneath, showing a bit of liveliness and mischief. Seeing the girl, Zhou Hao's heart rippled. His left hand leaned on the car window and his face, just watching her come from a distance in silence. But the girl was still halfway, but suddenly a Chung Yaojin jumped out. It was a bright yellow Ferrari two-door sports car, which looked very dazzling even in the famous aristocratic University of Princeton. This Ferrari slid out from the side and stopped in front of the three girls, shocking them all. Zhou Hao also noticed that as soon as the surrounding students saw this Ferrari, they immediately avoided it, as if they had seen some scourge. I saw the hood of the Ferrari slowly opened backwards, and the owner in the driver's seat was exposed. It was a blonde white man, in his 20s, and his appearance was not ugly or not. Shang is handsome, with 2 or 3 silver earrings studded on his left ear. His upper body is a brown leather jacket. At a glance, he can tell that it is made of genuine leather and is of great value. Zhou Hao here frowned slightly, and at the same time he saw that the white man jumped out of the driver's seat while holding the car door, his movements also agile. After jumping out, he picked up a bunch of flowers from the front passenger seat of the sports car, flicked his earlobe hair in the sun, put on a handsome pose, and then walked around the car to get there, in front of the three girls, and handed the bunch of flowers to the Chinese girl in the middle. "Dear Alice, please allow me to send this beautiful and charming bouquet to you, who are more beautiful." With Zhou Hao's ears, the white man's voice could be heard clearly. The Chinese girl frowned and looked even more charming, making the white man in front of her eyes glow and unable to control herself. "Finipus, how many times do you have to say it to Alice to understand?" The white girl next to that was dissatisfied and said to that Finipus, Alice already has a boyfriend. She won't like you. You just give it up." Phinips drew the hair in front of his forehead with his hand, showing a smile that he thought to be chic, and said, "I know this is just an excuse you gave Alice. You always say that she has a boyfriend, but it's been almost a year. Why have I never seen that boyfriend of Alice? Michelle, don't stop my love with Alice. Her boyfriend is in China," the Michelle said with her arms folded. "What's more, even if Alice doesn't have a boyfriend, you think she will like you? Don't be delusional. You are an inexperienced fellow. If it weren't for your mafia dad, you wouldn't even be able to feed yourself. Alice would have a crush on you. Michelle, you stink." After being insulted that he was able to live on his father, Fineps was very angry and stared at that Michelle with a grim look. When Zhou Hao saw that Phoenix was very angry, but he didn't dare to really take that Michelle, he knew that Michelle must also have an extraordinary family background. Otherwise, as Phoenix's underworld son, I'm afraid not. So patient. I saw Finipus violently waved his hand and said with a bit of irritation, "Today I don't care how you hinder Michelle. I must let Alice be my girlfriend. Just do what you say. Who do you think you are?" The white the other side snorted. At this time, I saw Alice talking. She looked at Finipus embarrassedly and said in a clear and sweet voice, "Finipus, I really can't accept you. I'm sorry, although you are kind, but I really have someone I like, and I won't be your girlfriend." Michelle and the white the other side looked at Phoenix with pride, and Michelle laughed. "I heard that there is no Phoenix. Now you can give up. Alice said she doesn't like you." "Then Alice, ask the person you like to come out. I don't believe that I can't compare to him." Phinips can't compare to him. There was even murderous intent in Finips's eyes at this time, apparently trying to make Alice like the person kill. Alice was also a little angry, frowning. "I said, my boyfriend is in China. Also, I'll say it again, Phoenix, The person I like is someone you can never match. 10,000 steps back. Even if he is really inferior to you, I still like him. Not you, sorry. The more Phoenix heard the look on his face, the more ugly it became, especially when the people around him heard Alice's words. They couldn't help laughing secretly, a little gloating. Obviously, this Phoenix is not a good thing in everyone's mind, and everyone has no good impressions of him. His face grew more and more iron, and Phoenix finally broke out. He slammed the bunch of flowers that he was going to give to Alice on the ground, and stomped hard, and then stared at Alice sternly. He almost squeezed out of his teeth and said, I don't believe that I am inferior to a Chinese man. Today I want you to be my girlfriend, and you have to do it if you agree or not. Phoenix, you finally showed your true colors. Michelle crouched in front of Alice, not afraid of Phoenix, and said with his head upright, what do you want to do now? Say do you want to be hard? I tell you, if you dare to touch Alice's hair, I will let you, and your mafia dad can't eat it. But seeing Phoenix drew his hand behind his waist, he drew out a jet-black pistol. So he put the muzzle against Michelle's forehead, gritted his teeth, and said, Smelly 38, say it again, give me a long sentence, and see if I will blow your head. Michelle was stunned for a moment, until the metal-cold sensation came from his forehead, and his face instantly turned pale. The energy in her family is great. Maybe even Phoenix's dad dare not provoke it easily, but everything goes too far. Phoenix was originally irritated by Alice's rejection of herself in public, and now she is stimulated like this. In addition, his character was cruel and hot, and now he completely lost his mind. In normal times, she could still eat Phoenix to death, but when Phoenix lost her mind and started to have trouble, she really understood the fear and realized that the other party was a cruel mafia. The people around who watched the excitement screamed and fled, and Alice and the other white woman were blind. Boom! Michelle fainted, but the sound just now was not a real gunshot, but the sound imitating a gunshot from Phoenix's mouth, but Michelle had already fainted with fright. Then Phoenix took the pistol and shook it in front of the other white girl beside Alice, sneered, How about it? Do you still want to stop me? I won't be merciful this time. After that, he stretched out his hand to grab Alice's hand and drag her into the car, but at this moment, Phoenix heard the sound of a car engine coming from behind him. Looking back, he saw a Mini. I am rushing at a very high speed. Phoenix was shocked and instinctively raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the oncoming Mini, pulled the trigger, and fired the pole gun. Alice made a horrified call, and the Mini windshield was also shattered by a bullet. But the speed did not decrease but increased, and the momentum became more turbulent. And when this Mini was about to hit Phoenix's Ferrari, it suddenly made a drift, bypassing the Ferrari, and then flicked Phoenix till he drove away, letting him fall to the ground like a dog, and the car stopped beside Alice. Faced with this series of changes, Alice was already shocked and didn't know how to react, but stood there blankly. The door of that Mini also opened to Alice at this time, and a familiar male voice came from the car. Get in. Hearing this sound, Alice shook her whole body and subconsciously got into the car and closed the door. Before she could see the person in the driver's seat clearly, Minnie started again and quickly left here. It took a long time for Phoenix to get up from the ground in embarrassment. He saw that everyone around him had already gone, and several police cars rushed in from a distance. Someone must have called the police. This is Princeton University. The school and the police are very afraid of campus shootings, so they naturally take it very seriously. Phoenix was very angry. Although he took out his pistol just now, he didn't injure anyone, so the crime will not be very serious. Besides, his father is the boss of the biggest mafia in San Francisco. He doesn't need to stay in the police station for long. He can come out. The only thing he cares about right now is who the one who rescued Alice suddenly appears. If he finds him, he must take his revenge. Speaking of which, this Minnie quickly left Princeton University and walked onto the road outside. After the speed stabilized, Alice had time to see the face of the person next to him. However, when she barely suppressed the excitement in her heart and looked at the person's face, she suddenly realized that it was not the familiar face she had been thinking about. She was immediately surrounded by a strong disappointment, and it followed. It was vigilant, because although he was rescued from Phoenix's hands, the stranger was not absolutely safe with him, and he didn't know where he was going to take him. Thanks. Thank you for helping me out. Alice hesitated. Sir, you can let me go now. Why? You really don't remember me. Zhou Hao is naturally the one who drove this mini to perform a hero to save the beauty. He looked at Alice with a smile. It's only one in America. Years, you forgot me? I came here to find you in vain. Hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Alice was surprised again on her face, but when she saw Zhou Hao's makeup face, she hesitated. You are Zhou Hao? But how come you look different? You don't know what I did in Hong Kong, right? Many economics students at Princeton University should recognize me. If they recognize me, I will be in trouble. Zhou Hao laughed. So I put on makeup before I come again. Look. He poured some special potion into his hand, and then wiped it on his face, and the makeup materials melted away, and Zhou Hao's true face gradually revealed. Alice suddenly realized that the excitement in her heart could not be suppressed. She immediately rushed over and hugged Zhou Hao desperately, and couldn't help saying, Zhou Hao, it's really you. It's really you. I miss you so much. Hey, calm down. I'm still driving. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. It's you. How did you change the English name of Alice? It's much uglier than your Chinese name. This Chinese girl named Alice is indeed Gao Jingyi, who has traveled across the oceans from China to study here. When she talked to Zhou Hao before leaving the country, Zhou Hao officially accepted her, but since Gao Jingyi came to the United States, the two of them were on separate sides, and Zhou Hao was involved in chores, so the two have not seen each other for a long time. Also keep in touch only by phone. Sometimes Zhou Hao also worried that Gao Jingyi would empathize after staying in the United States for a long time, because this kind of plot often occurs in both novels, movies, and reality, and Gao Jingyi is still young and his thoughts are not yet mature. Like Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, staying beside Zhou Hao can still be firmer, but because she is far away in the United States, Zhou Hao can't visit here often. But looking at Gao Jingyi's current reaction, Zhou Hao knew that his worries were unnecessary. He didn't understand that although Gao Jingyi was relatively quiet, her temperament was somewhat similar to Li Shuihan, both aloof and stubborn, especially in terms of emotions. If she identified a person, she would often hold on to it, even for a lifetime. I haven't seen Zhou Hao for a whole year, and then I suddenly see you again. This kind of surprise makes it really difficult for Gao Jingyi to stay calm. She didn't mean to let Zhou Hao go, and she started kissing his ears and cheeks. Helpless, Zhou Hao had to park the car on the side of the road first, then turned around and hugged Gao Jingyi, focusing on the girl's kiss. In Zhou Hao's mind, Gao Jingyi has always been an aloof and introverted girl, more arrogant than Wang Shijuan, more reserved than Situ Jianying, and more graceful than Li Shuihan. But now Gao Jingyi is so passionate. Zhou Hao even felt that her kiss was crazier than her own. At the same time, Zhou Hao felt more ashamed and apologized because Gao Jingyi's reaction was entirely out of her miss, and she hadn't seen her since she went abroad. This time it was also because of the big boss of the United States. And when Gao Jingyi confessed to Zhou Hao, there were already many girls around Zhou Hao, but she still set herself on fire like a moth to a fire. After a long time, Gao Jingyi let go of Zhou Hao's mouth out of breath, and a crystal of silky liquid was still attached to their lips. Gao Jingyi pursed her lips and stretched out her cute little tongue to lick it. It was so alluring that Zhou Hao couldn't help holding her into his arms, and then kissed her delicate lips fiercely. There was a mini parked on a small hill outside Princeton. The distant sky was the setting sun slowly sinking into the ground. The entire sky was stained fiery red, and the town of Princeton below was also red, and the scenery was very pleasant. In the car, Zhou Hao was sitting in the driver's seat, while Gao Jingyi was sitting sideways on his lap, with the whole person in his arms, and went with him to watch the sunset outside, only to feel that his heart was filled with sweetness and happiness, willingly staying with your sweetheart for a lifetime. Didn't your dad ask you to apply for Stanford University? Why have you come to Princeton again? Let me find it. Zhou Hao asked Gao Jingyi with his arms around. Gao Jingyi turned around so that she could lie more comfortably, and said, because I think the School of Economics at Princeton University is better, and you are in an investment business. After I graduate, I can go out and help you. Busy. So you are still planning for me. It should hurt. Zhou Hao smiled on her face. Gao Jingyi's cheeks were red, and she kissed Zhou Hao's cheek in response, and said softly, How? I didn't know how worried you were when you knew you were going to fight Soros. Many students in our School of Economics, they both regarded Soros and Julian as idols. After learning that they attacked Hong Kong, they all said that Hong Kong was dead this time, and many people followed to buy futures and peripherals in the Hong Kong stock market. Zhou Hao nodded. Actually, Soros and Julian are very strong, and they are invaluable under their reputation. The process of fighting with them was very thrilling. I almost suffered a lot. Fortunately, I won in the end. Gao Jingyi hooked Zhou Hao's neck with her arms, with a delicate smile on her face. Yes, after seeing you won on the news, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night, and couldn't help but talk to Michelle and the others, saying that you are my boyfriend, and they laughed at me as a nympho. There was a look of pride on her face. Any girl would be proud of a man like Zhou Hao. By the way, who is that Finipus just now, who dared to shoot so arrogantly on campus? I saw Gao Jingyi frowning, obviously also annoying that Phinips. He only entered Princeton University this year. At that time, Michelle and I were in charge of the orientation activities for their class. He saw me for the first time. He wants me to be his girlfriend. Such a direct boy is quite brave. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. I don't know how annoying it is. You're still talking cool words here. Gao Jingyi gave Zhou Hao angrily. I heard Michelle say that his family is a member of the mafia in San Francisco. His father seems it's the number 2 figure in the mafia. By the way, I recently heard that the big brother of the mafia was killed by someone, and Finepus's father became the boss of the mafia naturally, so Finepus also began to be presumptuous. Last time he also got involved outside. People beat us as a senior because that senior helped me when researching the subject. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head, thinking that this Phoenix is really brutal, but Gao Jingyi Sr. must also have that interest in Gao Jingyi. If you change yourself, even if it's not as direct as Phoenix finds someone to beat the senior, but it won't make a good face. And that Michelle, that girl doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. I think Phoenix is so jealous of her. Gao Jingyi nodded. Michelle's family is a well-known political family in San Francisco. Her father and uncle are both members of Congress. They are very influential in San Francisco. That's why Phoenix is so afraid of her. But today Phoenix actually dared to pull out the gun. Maybe he was really irritated by Michelle. However, Zhou Hao stretched out his finger and nodded Gao Jingyi's forehead and smiled. What, Michelle? The cause of this is clearly you. Do you know that this is a confession? Do you know it? It almost caused on campus. Me? Me? How did I know that Phoenix would go crazy like this? Gao Jingyi said innocently. Looking at the pitiful and innocent face of Gao Jingyi, Zhou Hao yelled in his heart and couldn't resist, and said, You have made a lot of progress. Now you know how to use acting like a baby. After a pause, Zhou Hao's expression became more serious. But you are studying in the United States alone. It is really uncomfortable, especially when you look so beautiful. There must be many guys like Phoenix coveting you. This can't work. Seeing Zhou Hao worrying about herself and frowning for herself, Gao Jingyi looked content and happy. What's more, this Phoenix has a mafia background. It seems that you can't let him stay by your side. Zhou Hao said. The man who killed the biggest mafia leader in San Francisco was naturally him. Speaking of which, Phoenix's father was able to become the new leader of the mafia, and it was Zhou Hao's credit. During this period of time, Zhou Hao's hands were already stained with extremely heavy killing karma, and the people who died on his hands were all evil people, so he didn't have any mercy for those people at all. Now that Finipus has threatened Gao Jingyi, Zhou Hao certainly will not sit idly by, especially this time the rescue of the master and Dr. Li Wenhe and others is unpredictable. Zhou Hao has already leveled Gao Jingyi. All the threats ahead. As the setting sun subsided, the last piece of redness gradually receded from the horizon, and Zhou Hao also carried Gao Jingyi back to Princeton. Jingyi, do you live in the university dormitory here? Zhou Hao asked on the road. When she heard Zhou Hao's words, Gao Jingyi's face immediately blushed, and she lowered her head and mumbled, I only live in the dormitory and rarely go out. Even if I spend the night outside, I stay with Michelle and the others. But I don't have a place to go tonight. Do I want to go back to the dormitory of Princeton University with you? Zhou Hao smiled. The blush on Gao Jingyi's face became thicker, and she whispered, I don't know. Then just open a room in the hotel. Zhou Hao asked and replied, and Gao Jingyi didn't mean to object at all, but the sweet spot became more and more red. Although Princeton is a town with a population of only tens of thousands, Its economy is better than ordinary American cities. It is a popular place for many wealthy people to spend their retirement life, so there is no shortage of luxury hotels. However, because Zhou Hao did not want to reveal his whereabouts, even though the U.S. resident ID prepared by Li Shuihan for him could not be distinguished from the true and false even if it was a formal government agency, Zhou Hao still tried to reduce the number of uses to minimize the risk. So Gao Jingyi had to open the room. Although the service staff at the counter did not look at Gao Jingyi with any strange eyes, Gao Jingyi was still uncomfortable with a guilty conscience, feeling as if she was stripped naked and left in the crowd. On the way to the suite, Gao Jingyi hung her head down and didn't dare to look up. She just walked with Zhou Hao's hand until she entered the room and closed the door. Then she dared to raise her head and pat her hot cheek, muttering to himself, "I'm ashamed." Zhou Hao watched the girl's shyness with interest there. Gao Jingyi caught his sly gaze and pouted, "I blame you for everything. Those people know we are here. It's here for what? Who knows what we are here for? It's your own guilty conscience." Zhou Hao laughed loudly. "Besides, I never said that I came to the hotel for what. Did you want to be crooked? I just came to the hotel to spend the night." You. Gao Jingyi was so anxious by Zhou Hao's bickering, but she couldn't refute it. This was really her own wishful thinking from beginning to end. I don't know if it is shame or anxious. Gao Jingyi's bright eyes are covered with water vapor. Zhou Hao yelled badly when he saw it, and hurriedly came over to hug Gao Jingyi's shoulders and coaxed, "It's my fault. It's my fault. It's what I want to come to the hotel with you. Not your fault. I apologize. Isn't it okay? If you cry again, you won't be pretty. If you are such a big person, you still cry. Be careful of being laughed at. You just cried. I got sand in my eyes." Gao Jingyi rubbed her eyes and groaned. "Is sand in your eyes? I'll help you blow it." Zhou Hao pushed the boat away, took away Gao Jingyi's hand, and gently blew into her eyes, and then kissed her suddenly. Gao Jingyi was taken aback, but before she had time to make any resistance, she was lost in Zhou Hao's kiss. At the same time, she felt her chest tighten, but Zhou Hao's hand had already touched there. On the bed in the luxury suite of the Princeton Hotel, Gao Jingyi was pressed under her by Zhou Hao. Her temples were messy and her breathing was panting, while Zhou Hao stared at the girl's delicate face with her elbows. The distance between the two eyes was only 10 centimeters. You can see your reflection in the other person's eyes. Jingyi, you won't regret it. Zhou Hao could clearly feel Gao Jingyi's breath with fragrance. Gao Jingyi shook her head slightly, opened her lips slightly, and said, "I wanted to give it to you before I went abroad, but I was afraid that after you got my body, I wouldn't take me to heart. In addition, I can't meet you in America. Sorry." Zhou Hao stretched out his index finger to press on her soft lips, and said with a smile, "Fool, what's to apologize for? But you really think I am the kind of unhappy man who always gives up in chaos? This is my first love. I'm worried." Gao Jingyi sighed slightly. "What's more, you guys have so many girls by your side. Even if I'm not by your side, you won't be lonely. Who knows, you won't forget me after a while." You. Zhou Hao rubbed the tip of her nose with the tip of her nose, then bit her upper lip again to show revenge. However, Zhou Hao also knows that Gao Jingyi's worries are normal, especially Gao Jingyi has just turned 18 this year, and she is her first love to Zhou Hao. Together with Zhou Hao's affection, each of these factors can cause girls to feel emotionally. Gao Jingyi's insecurity is understandable. "How? Do you remember the first time we met?" Gao Jingyi smiled and looked at him. Meeting for the first time? Zhou Hao turned his head to reflect on what happened back then, muttering to himself, "You seem to be transferred to our school in the second year of junior high. Well, I remember your father came to Xiangqing to serve as the city. Long, your family is here, and you have also transferred from Chongqing." Yes, Gao Jingyi's family is from Chongqing, and Gao Jingyi is also known as the Chuan Meizi. But Gao Jingyi's personality is not as straightforward as the ordinary Chuan Mei, but a bit of the gentle and quiet of a Jiangnan woman, and there is another kind of partiality. The arrogance in her bones led to her having a very unique charm. Zhou Hao recalled with a smile, "You were a beautiful woman at that time. I still remember that when you first came to our class to report, all of our classmates were stunned, especially those boys, whose eyes didn't even turn." Gao Jingyi giggled. "Am I really so beautiful?" Of course, I still remember that when Xiaoqiang was the little overlord in the school at the time. After seeing you, he yelled at people everywhere to let you be his girlfriend. Just like the Finipus today. Zhou Hao smiled and said, but then he seemed to inquire about your banker's daughter, and then he flinched. What about you? Did you think I was pretty at that time? Remember when I first saw you? You didn't like to talk very quietly. I thought you were a nerd. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Gao Jingyi hooked Zhou Hao's neck and asked charmingly. Zhou Hao smiled and said, that's for sure. At that time, I thought that except for Sister Lan, you were the most beautiful in school. Sister Lan is teacher Li, right? When mentioning Li Ruolin, Gao Jingyi's eyes couldn't help but resent. Tell me honestly, are you and teacher Li also? Don't lie to me. I saw it when I went to teacher Li's dormitory. When you were in the room, you felt that it was not right. You told me that it was teacher Li who was tutoring your homework, but your grades were so good that there were so many poor students in the class that teacher Li didn't go to tutor you. Also, when I saw teacher Li open the door to me, my forehead and neck were sweaty, and my face was a little flustered, just as if I had just cheated on someone. Listening to Gao Jingyi's words, Zhou Hao was also stunned. What Gao Jingyi said would be exactly what he and Li Ruolin had said before each other. Soon, Zhou Hao also ran to Li Ruolin's dormitory every day under the pretext of letting Li Ruolin tutor his homework, and was one of the ecstasy men and women. It happened that I happened to meet Gao Jingyi once and asked Li Ruolin for homework. At that time, Zhou Hao thought that he and Li Ruolin had deceived Gao Jingyi, but he did not expect that others would notice so many suspicious points. At this time, facing Gao Jingyi, there were a lot of inquisitive eyes, and the relationship between the two is like this now. Zhou Hao didn't mean to hide it anymore, so he smiled bitterly. Yes, Sister Lan and I. Indeed together. Okay, you. Gao Jingyi, who was originally under Zhou Hao, turned over and pressed Zhou Hao underneath. He sat on his waist, raised his pink fist and beat his chest vigorously, complaining in her mouth, you are so brave. Great. Even our head teacher dares to do that. There is no age for love. Sister Lan and I are in love with each other. Zhou Hao referred to the experience of relying on each other when he and Li Ruolin were trapped in the cave. Gao Jingyi originally thought that Zhou Hao didn't even let the head teacher let it go because he was daring, but she didn't expect that the two of them would have such a thrilling time together. She said, at that time, you and teacher Li disappeared. I was very worried. I waited for you 2 days and nights at the foot of the mountain. My parents came to persuade me to leave. I know, when I escaped from the danger, I heard from the search and rescue team member that a very beautiful girl waited for me at the foot of the mountain for 2 days, and she looked like a husband's stone. Zhou Hao smiled. Gao Jingyi punched Zhou Hao. Who is Wang Fushi? Don't be ashamed. Frozen by Gao Jingyi's coquettish attitude, Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to pull the tender girl into his arms, kissed her on the cheek, and kissed her in her ear and whispered, you know, it's our school's schoolflower. When I was sitting behind you, I used to look at you in a daze, especially the neck that occasionally exposed after you cut your short hair. It's snowy and white, so beautiful. It turns out that you just hit other people's ideas at that time. Gao Jingyi didn't know that Zhou Hao had paid attention to herself so early and would pay attention to so many details. Listening to Zhou Hao's vague feelings, Gao Jingyi's heart was also enveloped by that vague and beautiful emotion. She herself did not expect to develop this relationship with Zhou Hao to this day, but she now thinks about it. At that time, Zhou Hao's personality was a little dull, and he didn't know what had happened. Suddenly, he changed and became his current romantic and passionate personality. So you like my hair short? I thought you boys like girls with long hair. Gao Jingyi said, it's not necessarily. Everyone's hairstyle has its own charm, but I think you look really good when you have short hair. Zhou Hao smiled. Really? Then I'll cut my hair short tomorrow. When Zhou Hao said that he liked the appearance of his short hair, Gao Jingyi didn't regret her long and slender hair that seemed like her life. After all, she still put her long hair aside, deliberately revealing Zhou Hao's slender neck that was 10-minute love back then, and smiled. You guy was uneasy and kind when you were so early. I have never noticed a pervert staring at the back. Look at me. Since you say I am a pervert, I can't bear the charge for no reason. I have to do something. You deserve it. Zhou Hao suddenly laughed ambiguously and started with both hands. Go and lift Gao Jingyi's shirt. Gao Jingyi's skin is very good, white and red. And there is a natural fragrance, which is as refreshing as the snow plums, and Zhouhao's eyes are shining, and she can't help but stretch her hand to caress and feel the smooth and softness of this natural stunner. Chuk, don't touch it, it's itchy. Gao Jingyi kept twisting her body to avoid Zhouhao's hand. Zhouhao's hand had slipped on her back, and she easily unbuttoned her underwear. Gao Jingyi hurriedly reached out to protect her chest, but the underwear had already peeled off. Seeing such a beautiful scenery, Zhouhao's heart was more agitated, and he couldn't help but admire the soft, warm, and freshly peeled chicken head, creamy and condensed, stuffed with crisp. Hugging Gao Jingyi into her arms, Zhouhao looked at her condescendingly and smiled softly. Now you are willing to give me your body, right? Gao Jingyi covered her face with her hands and did not dare to see Zhouhao, but she let out an as light as a mosquito expressing her willingness. As a result, Zhouhao no longer suppressed the in his chest and buried his head on the soft flesh of the girl's chest, enjoying the virgin body of the Tingting girl. For most of the night, Gao Jingyi's soft or heavy chants wafted in this suite. When she was agitated, she would call Zhouhao's name out of control. After a long time, Zhouhao carefully placed Gao Jingyi on the bed and sheltered him with his own chest, as if he were treating a fragile little porcelain man. Gao Jingyi's face was still wet with tears, her eyes were red, and her voice was a little dumb. This time she was devastated by Zhouhao, especially when she was Chu Chang'an's, no matter where she could withstand Zhouhao's violent storm. After the battle, she only felt as if she was crushed all over. Jingyi, don't cry, my heart is broken by crying. Zhouhao pitied Gao Jingyi's face and tears from the corner of his eyes, comfortingly said. Gao Jingyi glanced at him with infinite resentment and said with a hoarse voice, Can you not cry? It hurts people to death. You don't cherish me at all, and you want me to pose those shameless poses. What kind of woman am I? Zhouhao called injustice in his heart. When the secret path was just done, you were not very excited. How come it has become my fault now? On the campus of Princeton University, on the tree-lined school road with a quiet environment, Zhouhao took Gao Jingyi's hand and walked slowly, enjoying the pleasant scenery of Princeton University and the happy and sweet smiles of the beautiful people around him. As he did not want to be recognized, Zhouhao used the makeup materials Li Shuihan gave him to cover up his true colors. Of course, Gao Jingyi's move towards Zhouhao only thought that he did not want people to recognize him as the world-famous new stock god who defeated the Soros group. I don't know that the biggest reason for Zhouhao's disguise was to reduce his trip to the United States. Risks of, how? Do I really need to take the contraceptive pill? Aren't you afraid? Suddenly, Gao Jingyi blushed and asked. On that ecstasy night yesterday, she combined with Zhouhao's spiritual desires and enjoyed a taste that she had never tasted in her life, but neither of them took any contraceptive measures last night, which made Gao Jingyi a little nervous, because she had seen some of the girls from the same school became pregnant without marriage, and the pressure from the surroundings is really not small. Zhouhao looked at her and asked seriously, Jingyi, if you were really pregnant with our child, would you kill him? Gao Jingyi shook her head without hesitation and asked which woman would not want to have children for her beloved man. Although Gao Jingyi is still young, she also has this kind of longing. At this moment, she was full of maternal instincts. She seemed to have a child and gently stroked her lower abdomen, and then shyly lowered her head to Zhouhao. I'm afraid I will cause you trouble. Fool, that's our child. How can we describe it as troubled? Zhouhao squeezed her nose in a weird manner and smiled. If you are really pregnant, don't worry, give birth to the baby. And remember to take it back and let our mother have a look. Yes, is it your mother or my mother? Gao Jingyi asked a somewhat dumb question. Zhouhao smiled. Is it worthy of points now? Are they all our mothers? Yeah. Gao Jingyi nodded obediently and clasped Zhouhao's arm tightly, putting her face on Zhouhao's shoulder in the gesture of a gentle little wife. Last night, she completed the transformation from girl to woman under Zhouhao's affection. Now she talks about the adult issue of childbirth. Gao Jingyi feels that she has grown up all at once. But Zhouhao smiled and said, It's just that if you let your parents know that you have been what by me, would they be angry? Gao Jingyi was stunned, and then she thought of her parents' problems. Although Gao Holu loves her daughter, she also disciplines Gao Jingyi very strictly. Before Gao Jingyi went abroad, Gao Holu once said that he can only fall in love after graduating from university and return to China, let alone falling in love with foreigners. Now Gao Jingyi is not only in love, but also giving Zhou Hao body, but it is far beyond the limit of her father. But after thinking about it, she said very freely and easily, "Don't be afraid. Anyway, if you didn't save me in time, I would have been ruined by those two construction workers. If my father really knew you, and me if you're wrong, I won't blame you too much. The big deal. I'll run away with you." Seeing Gao Jingyi's resolute expression, Zhou Hao smiled lightly, and he was also very moved, because there is a girl who is willing to give up a stable life and elope with you. If it is not for you, it is impossible to do it. Zhou Hao held Gao Jingyi's slender waist and put it in her ear. "In fact, don't worry. We are already cooking mature rice with raw rice. If your father really objected, we will hold the children go back. Can they still get angry with their grandson?" "Yeah." Gao Jingyi agreed with Zhou Hao's idea. In fact, according to Zhou Hao's original intention, she didn't want Gao Jingyi to be pregnant with a child so soon. This is also true for other women around her, because once she has a child, her life will change drastically and she will be completely restrained. It's difficult to pursue their dreams anymore, and when the children grow up, their years are gone. However, the good or bad of this trip to the United States is unknown. Zhou Hao worried that if he had a case, the girls would be unbearable and would do something stupid. If you have a child as a spiritual support, the situation should be better. Shaking his head, Zhou Hao laughed at himself in his heart. How can I be so pessimistic? I can definitely go back safely to be with them. At this moment, a few young men flashed out from behind the trees on both sides of the school road in front, blocking the way of Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi. The same was true behind. A few strong men flashed out, including blacks and others. White people, they don't seem to be good students at school. Gao Jingyi instinctively hugged Zhou Hao's arm, wondering why these unkind people stopped her. But this question was quickly answered, because Phoenix was walking out from behind a big tree beside the school road. But when Phoenix saw that Gao Jingyi was so close to Zhou Hao, his face suddenly became distorted, and he couldn't help stomping the ground with anger. He pointed to Gao Jingyi and asked, "Is this the Chinese boyfriend you were talking about?" Because Zhou Hao was by her side, Gao Jingyi had recovered her calm at this time and was not afraid of Phoenix. She nodded calmly and admitted, "Yes, this is the person I told you, and he is my boyfriend. Alice, you didn't deliberately find a man to fill the count just to avoid me." Phoenix asked himself, then stared at Zhou Hao, gritted his teeth, and said, "Boy, you hit me yesterday. Let it fall." Zhou Hao is not at all shocked by this kind of man who relies on his father's power to dominate. Moreover, the father of Phoenix, who is the mafia boss, seems to be nothing but a slaughter in Zhou Hao's eyes. The lamb. So Zhou Hao sneered. "Yes, I was the one who knocked you down yesterday. You want to be unfavorable to my girlfriend. You should thank God if I don't directly knock you to death. Why? Now you dare to find someone to stop you." Phoenix didn't know Zhou Hao's details, but he didn't panic at all when he saw him surrounded by so many people. Based on this alone, he could tell Zhou Hao was not an ordinary person. But Phoenix's desire for Gao Jingyi is very stubborn. From the first sight of Gao Jingyi, he swore in his heart that he must get this beautiful and pure Chinese girl. It is for this reason that he dared to treat the same unprovoked rice yesterday. Cher drew his gun. Now Zhou Hao didn't drive, and he was unarmed. Phoenix thought he had an absolute number advantage on his side, so he no longer hesitated and ordered to the surrounding accomplices, "Tell me a hard lesson to that guy. He was yesterday. I drove me down, so please break his leg for me. Phoenix, you dare to do anything wrong here at school." Gao Jingyi heard that Phoenix was actually trying to break Zhou Hao's leg. Although she knew that Zhou Hao's martial arts would not be dangerous, she couldn't help it. Angrily, changing from the old gentleness, he scolded Phoenix. "You are not afraid that I will tell the principal and let him expel your degree?" Phoenix shrugged and smiled. "Anyway, it was the degree that my dad bought for me. I would be expelled as soon as I was expelled. After I got you, Princeton University has no other meaning to me. Hey, what are you waiting for? Call me." The few Phoenix thugs immediately surrounded Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry, guarding Gao Jingyi behind him, and kicking out without waiting for the surrounding people to do anything. One person was kicked right away, just like Phoenix was knocked down by Zhou Hao last night, lying on the ground like a dog. And Zhou Hao didn't stop his hands after sending out his blow. His body turned his fists and feet together, and a few snacks knocked down the men who were a head higher than him. Relying on Zhou Hao's martial arts, there is no need for real energy at all. Just relying on fists and feet is enough to make these people feel bad. Seeing Zhou Hao slapped everyone down on the ground and patted the dust on his hands, Phoenix was stunned. Before he could react, he saw a flower in front of him. Zhou Hao had already appeared in front of him. Zhou Hao opened his bow from left to right, slapped Phoenix 7 or 8 consecutively. Zhou Hao's hands were far from comparable. Even when he was not really angry, Phoenix's mouths and teeth were slapped off, and the faces on both sides were swollen high. Then Zhou Hao said calmly, "I hope you have enough sense to let this matter stop here. If you continue to entangle you, I will kill you." After being slapped 7 or 8 times by Zhou Hao, Phoenix was already dizzy and almost fainted, and besides Zhou Hao and others, there were many students around here who witnessed the whole thing happening. Especially I was surprised at Zhou Hao's magical Chinese kung fu. Gao Jingyi could hear 2 girls exclaiming not far away, "Oh my God, that Chinese boy is so powerful, much better than Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee. You see that Phoenix was beaten by him. That's it. Don't you know? I heard that the Chinese boy is Alice's boyfriend. Yesterday, Phoenix drew his gun at Michelle. Isn't it for Alice?" Another girl said, "It's so romantic that the prince will save the princess." These fantasy girls said with envy. And Zhou Hao has left this place of right and wrong with Gao Jingyi at this time. Although he didn't make a heavy hand on Phoenix and others just now, it was just that he didn't want to make matters worse and expose himself. In fact, he was against Phoenix. He has been murderous. The 16th warehouse in Philadelphia is a major storage location for the freight company, but few people know that the 16th warehouse is also the secret base of Bonham. Bornham is a large company operating shipping and trusts, but it is also the largest group of mafia forces in Philadelphia. This Bornham family was originally an Italian immigrant. After decades of development, it became a huge mafia dominating the Philadelphia area. The current godfather of Bornham is an Italian-American named Lonnie Phoenix. He was originally the cousin of the previous godfather. After the previous godfather died in the hands of that mysterious and terrifying masked man, Lonnie Phoenix took his seat and managed the huge and wealthy Bornham family. But after passing the initial excitement, Lonnie quickly became frightened because the masked man told Lonnie the last time he killed the former godfather, if Lonnie couldn't check it next time. When the information he wants, the masked man will kill him and let others replace him. And Lonnie didn't know when the masked man would come next time. So Lonnie spent the days as a godfather in fear that he would be picked up and killed by someone in the middle of the night. At this time, Lonnie held a meeting with the key members of Bornham in this warehouse on the 16th in Philadelphia. "What do you guys do? I haven't found out after investigating it for so long." Lonnie patted the solid wood table vigorously and cursed at the key members sitting on both sides. "Martin, you are not the one with the CIA. Is the head of the sub-bureau very friendly? Why can't I find any news now?" The tall black man named Martin said helplessly, "That guy is the branch chief, and he owes a lot of money to our company under my trap. But the Chinese spy that the masked man is looking for, the branch chief doesn't know at all. If there is any movement in their branch, I will definitely know, but unfortunately." Lonnie squinted and said, "I don't think you don't know, but you don't want me to know it. Humph. I think you just want me to be killed by the masked man, and then you can control Bonham as a matter of course. Am I right? But Martin, don't forget, if you conceal any information from me, I can kill you before the masked man and let your dreams shatter." Martin looked at Lonnie in amazement, and finally shook his head and said, "Lonnie, what I said is true. The director of that branch really didn't bring me any useful information. Mr. Lonnie, I have a message here, and I don't know if it's useful." At this moment, a small middle-aged man sitting on the left spoke. Hearing the news, Lonnie immediately showed a look of surprise, 2 turbid eyes staring at the middle-aged man, as if to devour him alive. "What's the news? Come on, Antonio, go on." But when Antonio was about to speak, the door of this room was pushed open rudely, and then someone was yelling, "Dad, you quickly lend me 20 gunmen. I was beaten." "Lonnie, The head of the conference table and the various gang members on the left and right could not help but follow the prestige. Everyone saw a young man with a blue nose and a swollen face walking in with the help of others. Ron Phillips, do you know that we are having a family meeting? Who let you break in casually? Lonnie was annoyed by his son's unauthorized entry, but couldn't help but startled after seeing the pig-headed face of the elder son. Who did you fight, and why were you beaten like this? Lonnie's own style of acting is relatively low-key, but his son is very public, often taking advantage of Lonnie's power to do things outside. But whether it's Philadelphia or nearby cities, everyone on the road knows that Cameron is his son, so few people dare to provoke them. Even if there is a conflict, they will try to resolve it in a gentle way. So Cameron, I have never suffered such a loss. Although he was very troubled by his son's improper work, Lonnie still loved Cameron very much, and he couldn't help his son being bullied and doing nothing. Dad, you must help me this time. That nasty guy beat me like this in the public. Not only did he not put me in the eyes, but he even humiliated you, Dad. Cameron said angrily. Does he know you are my son? Lonnie said with a gloomy face. Cameron nodded repeatedly. Who doesn't know that I am the son of Lonnie Phineas in this area? But he not only didn't show mercy, but he deliberately insulted me like this. Dad, I can't swallow this tone. Where is it? Where did he hurt you? Lonnie lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. It's inside Princeton University. Cameron answered honestly. Do many of them deal with you? Lonnie asked again. The look on Cameron's face was even more resentful. No, he has only one person, but he seems to know Chinese Kung Fu, and he is even better than Bruce Lee. He knocked down a few people on my side, and even got my teeth. It all fell off. Hearing Cameron said that the other party had only one person and he knew Chinese Kung Fu, Lonnie's face became even more silent, because the other party was obviously not an ordinary person, and he knew that Cameron was his son, so he dared to do so. Take heavy hands. Lonnie even guessed that the opponent was not against Cameron, but against himself. So Lonnie asked, why are you in conflict? It's because of Alice. Cameron did not shy away from talking about Gao Jingyi in front of his father. I like Alice and want Alice to be my girlfriend, so it's like letting someone teach her Chinese boyfriend. I want that guy to retreat. Who knows that guy is so powerful? Hearing that his son had a conflict with people because of the women, Lonnie relaxed a little bit. The man is not nasty, as long as this is not a conspiracy against the Bornham family. Bornham is now facing internal and external troubles and cannot withstand the conspiracy and tricks of foreign enemies. So Lonnie said to Cameron, Cameron, Dad has something very important to do recently. When this is over for me, I will send you some useful gunmen to kill that guy. No. Cameron was unwilling to suppress his anger as Lonnie said, yelling, that makes me ugly in public. I must not let him go. And he doesn't seem to be an American, nor knowing how long I will stay here. I will kill him immediately. I will Alice to death in front of him. Lonnie was worried about the masked person. Now that he has no time to care about his son's jealousy with others, he was about to scold Cameron, but he heard a sudden voice appear in this room. Mr. Lonnie, it seems that you are very free. Have you found the information I want? Not only Lonnie, Martin and that Antonio couldn't help but shiver after hearing this voice. Because when the previous godfather was killed by the masked man, the three of them were there, so they were very sensitive to the masked man's voice, especially now that the masked man has become a death in their minds. Everyone got up from their seats and looked around the room without seeing anyone suspicious. Lonnie also squeezed in his heart and involuntarily stretched his right hand into his arms and grabbed the gun. Suddenly, Lonnie felt his eyes go dark, and he saw the silver metal mask like a nightmare. Lonnie was shocked and quickly stepped back, a layer of cold sweat oozing out on his forehead. During this period, Lonnie not only inquired about the masked man's information, but also secretly inquired about the masked man's situation. However, what disappointed him was that he could not find any background about the masked man. But he received another news in addition to his own, Bornham family. Various mafia leaders across the United States have been subjected to a mysterious slaughter of people, and then the second-in-command of the mafia took over power as logically as himself. However, the mysterious man also put aside his words and asked them to investigate the Chinese spies and Dr. Li Wenhe, who had been secretly arrested by the U.S. intelligence agencies. Some people tried to escape, but were brutally killed and exposed the corpse to the city, making the mafia panic. The mysterious man who slaughtered the heads of the mafia everywhere was a masked man. Lonnie asked himself that he could not escape the pursuit of the masked man, and he was reluctant to give up everything in Philadelphia. So he stayed here desperately investigating the information that the masked man wanted, and at the same time waited for the masked man's arrival with anxiety. Now that the masked man finally came, Lonnie's heart was tightened again, and his right hand stretched out into his arms, because he knew that firearms had no effect on this masked man. Isn't the former godfather in dozens of people? Was it easily killed by this masked man under the protection of the gunman? First, sir, I'm just looking for you. Lonnie tried to calm his mood and said to the masked man with a smile, we just found some news. Oh, really found it? The masked man was a little surprised. This masked person is naturally Zhou Hao. Cameron Phillips's entanglement with Gao Jingyi makes him very angry, and this is not China. Zhou Hao cannot use his power to deal with him, let alone expose himself. Cameron was precisely the son of the Philadelphia Mafia boss. Zhou Hao planned to come here as a masked man to kill their father and son, but Lonnie and the others really had news. Lonnie's fear of Zhou Hao, who was incarnate as a masked man, has reached its extreme. He quickly pulled Antonio over and smiled at Zhou Hao. First, sir, this is Antonio from our Bornham family. If you find the information you want, let him talk about it. Oh, Zhou Hao looked at Antonio, who was shorter, and then said, then you father and son and Mr. Antonio stay, and everyone else will go out. Martin and the others were eager to run away. So after Zhou Hao spoke, before Lonnie could speak, they ran out of the room and closed the iron door of the room very interestingly. The door fell on the floor with soft legs and couldn't help breathing. It was the first time Cameron Phillips saw the masked man. Lonnie didn't tell him about Bornham. Cameron thought the former godfather was killed by Lonnie. Now seeing the sudden appearance of the masked man and the fear of everyone including his father, Cameron is a little at a loss, secretly guessing who this is. And Antonio, who was pushed forward by Lonnie in the room, stared at Zhou Hao in front of him, especially Zhou Hao's eyes behind the mask, making Antonio shudder and couldn't help swallowing a few drools. Mr. Antonio, right? Haha, you can tell me what news you have. If I am satisfied, I will reward you. Zhou Hao's muffled laughter came from behind the mask, looking very horrible. I. Antonio managed to control the trembling teeth and said, the boss of Philadelphia STO Shipping Company is my friend. When I was drinking with him a few days ago, he told me that someone he rented one of his small cargo ships to go to sea. Zhou Hao smiled and said, a small cargo ship of a private shipping company has been rented out. Does it have anything to do with the news I want? Hearing Zhou Hao's impatience in his tone, Antonio quickly explained, sir, yes, it's like this. The person who came to charter the cargo ship knew the boss of Shintong Shipping Company. The boss of Shintong told me that that guy is a piece of information from the CIA. The leader of the team, this time he rented his cargo ship to go to sea to take some very important things out. Perceiving a look of surprise in the eyes behind the masks, Antonio swallowed again and said, he doesn't know what exactly it is, but he was there on the day of loading. He said that the CIA had mobilized a large number of people. And when the wooden boxes containing the cargo were transferred to the ship, he said that he seemed to hear the sound of someone knocking on a wooden board inside, and those sounds sounded like Morse codes. Zhou Hao's eyes really brightened, and he immediately asked, then does he know the meaning of the Morse code? He said he wasn't sure, but he said roughly that it was like I am a plum. I am at 40 degrees 43 minutes north latitude and 74 degrees west longitude. Antonio said, plum blossom. Zhou Hao thought to himself, but his heart was quickly covered by ecstasy, because the swordsmanship that the master was good at was called Shueli Hanmei sword. He said that he was plum blossom. Is he the master who knows him? And at 40 degrees 43 minutes north latitude and 74 degrees west longitude, Zhou Hao remembered the map of the United States that he had specially studied before coming to the United States, and soon knew that this was the latitude and longitude of New York. As for why the CIA people would use a private shipping company to transfer them, Zhou Hao quickly figured it out. He has recently forced the mafia to find the big master and the whereabouts of Dr. Li Wenhe by massacring the leaders of the major mafia. The relationship between the CIA and the FBI and the major mafia is intertwined. The trace of the master and the others was found. In order to ensure the safety of the hiding place of the big bosses and others, the CIA finally decided to transfer them. However, if they use their own transportation power to transfer the big bosses and others, they may be noticed by the mafia and instead borrow ordinary ones. Private shipping companies will be more hidden and harder to be discovered. This news from Antonio was too important to Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao didn't expect such a windfall when he came here. Mr. Antonio, you did a good job. Zhou Hao smiled, but behind a mask, his laughter sounded so that Lonnie and Antonio couldn't help but chill in their hearts. Suddenly, Zhou Hao's figure flashed for an instant, and he appeared in front of Lonnie in the next moment, shocking Lonnie. Lonnie stabilized his mind and said with a smile, "Sir, are you satisfied with the information we retrieved?" "Satisfied. Mr. Antonio did a good job," Zhou Hao said, "but I am not very satisfied with you." Lonnie was taken aback and said in surprise, Why? As the saying goes, the son doesn't teach. It's the father's fault. Your fault lies in not knowing how to discipline your son." When the last word was uttered, Zhou Hao's hand was already printed on Lonnie's heart. With a pop, Lonnie could even hear the sound of a broken heart. A mouthful of blood rushed out of Zhou Hao's mask, making Zhou Hao, this masked man, look even more impressive. Terrible. When he fell back softly, Lonnie could still see Cameron's incredible expression not far away. At the moment of his death, he still didn't understand whether he knew how to discipline his son. What relationship? Dad. Cameron reacted for a while, yelling Lonnie and taking out a gun to shoot Zhou Hao. But like the mafia leaders who saw Zhou Hao for the first time, Cameron's expression on his face was stiff when he saw that Zhou Hao was not afraid of bullets at all, and he hadn't waited for his next move. Zhou Hao has already flashed in front. Seeing the cruel and cold silver mask in front of him and the dark eyes behind the mask, Cameron trembled involuntarily and felt the threat of death for the first time. As soon as Zhou Hao stretched out his hand, he grabbed Cameron's neck, grabbed him, and said coldly, "I said, your entanglement with Jingyi should end here, otherwise I will have to get out of my hand. It's dead, but you don't listen to the warning." Zhou Hao deliberately lowered his voice, so only Cameron could hear it. Antonio over there was shocked by Zhou Hao's sudden killing of Lonnie by the sudden change, and he has not yet returned. God came, as if the 3 souls did not see the 7 souls. After Cameron heard Zhou Hao's words, the expression on his face became even more incredible, and his lips trembled. You are love, Ellie?" Zhou Hao tightened his hands and pinched Cameron's neck, and did not let him say Gao Jingyi's English name, so as not to be heard by Antonio, thereby endangering Gao Jingyi's safety. Cameron was pinched by Zhou Hao tightly, not only was unable to speak, but even breathing became very difficult. "As the son of the mafia boss, you have done a lot of bad things. It's not wrong to die by my hands." Zhou Hao's voice still came from behind the mask, and he pinched Cameron's neck. The hand harder. Gluck! Cameron's throat let out a final shudder, and the look in Zhou Hao's eyes eventually changed from resentment to utter fear, even pleading. However, Cameron's eyes widened after the last Geller bone fracture sound. His head tilted aside softly, and the whole person no longer lived. Throwing Cameron's body to the ground, Zhou Hao turned around to look at Antonio. Seeing Zhou Hao stupid Lonnie and his son in less than a minute. Even if Antonio is also a murderous master, but this life threat is on his head, he will inevitably be afraid. Seeing Zhou Hao turned around to look at him at this time, he sat down in fright and waved his hands repeatedly to Zhou Hao for mercy. "Sir, don't kill me. Mr. Antonio, don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I just said that your news is very important to me, and I will reward you with great rewards." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Now Lonnie is dead. Now, it's up to you to take over his seat and act as the godfather of this Bornham." Antonio was stunned by Zhou Hao's words. Not only did Zhou Hao not kill himself, but also let himself be the godfather of Bornham. This happiness came too suddenly. "However, I want to confirm whether the information you just mentioned is true or not," Zhou Hao said. "So I trouble you once and take me to see the boss of the Shintong shipping company, okay?" Of course, Antonio dared not refuse and nodded busy. So Zhou Hao took Antonio and left the 16th warehouse and got in the car he had stolen. Speaking of Zhou Hao's car theft technique, Li Shuihan taught him, and in Li Shuihan's rigorously trained stealers, who cannot steal cars for more than half a minute, even the most advanced car anti-theft system has no effect. The Shintong Shipping Company was on the dock in Philadelphia, and Antonio was familiar with it. Under his guidance, Zhou Hao soon arrived. Before getting out of the car, Zhou Hao took off the silver mask on his face. Antonio didn't react for a while. Then his face became pale, and he quickly turned his head and begged for mercy. First, sir, I didn't see you. Face, you don't kill me. These gangsters all know that sometimes if someone sees their faces and doing things, they must kill people. But today Zhou Hao took off his mask in front of him. Didn't he make it clear that he would kill himself afterwards? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhou Hao trailed. In fact, Zhou Hao also put on a disguise on his face, and then put on the silver mask. In this way, most people would think that the one under the mask was Zhou Hao's true face. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying to Antonio, "As long as you help me get the information I want, not only will I not kill you, but I will also help you get rid of those who prevent you from controlling Bornham. How about?" When Antonio heard this, he couldn't help but feel excited. According to the internal strength of Bornham, Antonio would not be able to line up for the position of the Godfather, but this does not mean that Antonio does not have that ambition. Originally, after Lonnie's death, it should be Martin's turn. Even if Zhou Hao said before that he would replace Lonnie as the new Godfather, Antonio would not be confident that he could suppress Martin and others. But now it's different. Zhou Hao will help him get rid of those who hinder him, and things will go smoother. After getting out of the car, Zhou Hao saw a house on the side of the wharf that was bottled by several containers, which was the residence of the owner of the Shintong Shipping Company. Following Antonio, Zhou Hao said to him as he walked to the house, "You will say I am your friend later, don't you know, if you get caught?" Antonio nodded hurriedly. "I see, sir. But how should I introduce you?" "Call me Angkor Moya," Zhou Hao said casually. This, Angkor Moya, was the name of the demon king of the last days written in a miscellaneous book he had read before. Since it was late at night, the door of this room was locked tightly, and only the container window above that looked like the master room showed some light. Antonio led Zhou Hao up the simple iron stairs and explained, "This guy has a very good shipping company business, but he said he used to be a sailor and was not used to those villas and mansions, so he was in this port terminal. I have made such a house, haha." In addition to introducing these words to Zhou Hao, he also wanted to ease the atmosphere and try to ensure that he would not be killed. Zhou Hao was obviously not interested in the topic of Antonio, and he didn't even bother to do it. When he came to the door, Antonio rang the doorbell and shouted inside, "Ulysses, it's me, your old friend Antonio." Soon someone came to open the door. It was an Indian man of medium build and casual clothes. He was Ulysses, the owner of the Shintong Shipping Company that Antonio said. Ulysses also saw Zhou Hao next to Antonio and looked at him up and down. Antonio immediately laughed and said, "Ulysses, I will introduce you. This is my friend Angkor Moya. He recently had a shipment of goods to be shipped by sea, so I brought him here to find you." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded to Ulysses. Ulysses smiled after Antonio's introduction and stretched out his right hand to Zhou Hao. "Angkor Moya, hello, I am Ulysses. You want, Mr. Ulysses?" So Zhou Hao and Antonio entered this house, converted from containers. Not to mention, this house made up of several containers is really good. It is spacious and well-equipped, making it quite comfortable to walk in. Zhou Hao and Antonio sat on a sofa in the living room, and Ulysses poured a glass of whiskey for both of them. Zhou Hao picked up the wine glass and sipped it lightly. His eyes flashed, and his mouth smiled. Very authentic whiskey. Not bad, not bad. At the same time, a black woman wearing only underwear also walked down from the container above and said impatiently, "Ulysses, who is it? Why haven't you been up for so long?" When she saw the two of Zhou Hao in the living room, the expression on her face was slightly startled, and she smiled embarrassingly. "Hello. You. I am Ulysses' girlfriend Jessica." Antonio deliberately smiled at Ulysses and said, "Ulysses, have you changed your girlfriend again?" Ulysses smiled and did not speak. He didn't mind that his girlfriend was only exposed in underwear. Instead, he went straight to the subject and asked Zhou Hao, "Mr. Angkor Moya, may I ask if you want to transport a horse? What kind of goods? Is it ordinary goods, cars, or oil, or frozen meat and other foods. Just listen to Zhou Hao looking directly at Ulysses, squinting and smiling. What kind of goods did you transport to the CIA last time? What kind of goods I am going to ship this time? As soon as Zhou Hao said this, the faces of Antonio and Ulysses who were present changed drastically. Antonio originally thought that Zhou Hao would pay courtesy first and then act after Ulysses' words. Wherever he wanted to get Zhou Hao's first sentence, he exploded that layer of paper, and he could not help but secretly criticize Zhou Hao for his martial arts skills. How can the skills of talking with people be so naive and jerky? And after Ulysses stared at Zhou Hao, he turned to Antonio and said coldly, "Antonio, didn't I tell you this last time that you can't tell anyone? How are you?" Antonio was embarrassed on his face, and he didn't dare to disobey Zhou Hao. After all, his life was still in the hands of others, so he couldn't speak when facing Ulysses' question. But seeing Zhou Hao staring at Ulysses coldly, he said with a sneer, "Mr. Ulysses, oh, maybe Ulysses is not your real name. I will call you that first." "Ulysses what?" Ulysses showed a little bit of astonishment on his face, then grinned, clapped his hands and said, "Very good, very good. China is really crouching, especially to come to the United States to find and intend to rescue those the spies must be among the elite." After hearing what Ulysses said, Antonio looked at him inexplicably and strangely. "Ulysses, you? What do you say? What do you mean?" Seeing Antonio's reaction, Zhou Hao was a little strange, because he saw through Ulysses' disguise and naturally saw through Antonio. In Zhou Hao's view, the CIA has realized that it has used the mafia to investigate the traces of the masters and others. Although the CIA cannot eliminate all these powerful mafia, it will not remain indifferent. Just like this time, I am afraid that the CIA deliberately released the news to the mafia and then set up traps to wait for themselves to be trapped. And this Antonio should have colluded with the CIA people early in the morning. However, looking at Antonio's current reaction, it was clear that he didn't know about Ulysses. Zhou Hao thought to himself, is Antonio also a that has been used without knowing it? Is it weird? Antonio is also in the dark. Ulysses looked at Zhou Hao triumphantly. Actually, he doesn't know the key. I'm afraid I always thought I was his old friend, but in fact, plus this time I met him only twice. Zhou Hao frowned, because if Antonio really regarded Ulysses as an old friend, and Ulysses actually only met Antonio twice, then Antonio wouldn't know it. However, Zhou Hao soon thought of a possibility. He shot Ulysses sharply and said coldly, "He was hypnotized by you?" In this case, the most likely thing is that Antonio was hypnotized by Ulysses. So in Antonio's concept, he regarded Ulysses as an old friend who had known him for many years. Being able to completely reverse a person's concept, or add or delete memories for a person at will, such an incredible hypnotism. Zhou Hao had to think of a person, the member of the First Army, that gave San Diego a base. Number 167 regards Li Shuihan as a traitor hypnotist. Sure enough, Ulysses looked at Zhou Hao with his hands in his arms and smiled. "Oh, so you are the guy who broke through San Diego?" You are very smart, and you use the mafia to find those who have been caught by the CIA. I admire the traces of the captured Chinese spies. But this time you won't be like San Diego again. Even your big master can't escape my palm. You're also thrown into the net this time." Zhou Hao was startled and said, "Did you arrest the boss?" Just listen to Ulysses laughed and said, "Strictly speaking, it is all my credit, because at that time, including me, there were a total of 4 Mahayana masters besieging your master, and he injured 2 of them. People, it was hard to subdue him. I heard that the master is your #1 master of Chinese martial arts, and he is really amazing." Zhou Hao's expression became darker. The Mahayana master Ulysses referred to should be the top master he described as the top master. It's no wonder that the big boss will miss and be captured. It turns out that there were 4 top masters besieging him at the time, and the big boss also injured 2 of them. You can also see how strong the big boss is. By the way, how did you see me just now? Ulysses asked. I didn't show any flaws in my own question. Did you say that, Jessica? He turned his head and asked the black woman. Jessica brushed the hair behind her head with an indifferent expression on her face and said, How do I know? Zhou Hao sneered and said, Originally, you had no flaws, but you were too impatient. You poisoned this glass of whiskey. Do you think that colorless, odorless, and fast-onset poison can subdue me? It turned out that Ulysses poured poison in the glass of whiskey that Zhou Hao poured. This poison is colorless, tasteless, and has a very fast attack. Not only the average master, but even the top masters will be very troublesome if they do it. However, Zhou Hao's physique is not afraid of poison. Just now, after he took a sip of whiskey, there was a slight dizziness in his brain, but the immunity in his body also worked immediately. This dizziness only appeared for less than 2 seconds, and Zhou Hao's body had returned to normal. So he also knew that this glass of wine was poisoned with a very strong neurotoxin with sleeping ingredients, which is probably much more powerful than the neurotoxin in Li Shuihan before. Although he is not afraid of being poisoned by others, Zhou Hao is also very vigilant, because he knows that Ulysses in front of him is a top-notch master, especially Ulysses, who is proficient in that strange hypnotism, and his mental power must be very strong. At this time, Zhou Hao was still sitting on the sofa leisurely, with a very calm expression on his face, watching Ulysses, and the Jessica, who was slowly putting on his jacket, sneered and said, "Could it be that I am lying in wait for me here? Is it the only two of you? Not enough. Enough." Ulysses took off his hair, which turned out to be a wig, and Ulysses turned out to be a bald man. He only glanced at Zhou Hao and laughed. "Actually, I am the only one. People, Jessica is only responsible for liaising with the CIA, in case the CIA can receive news in time for any emergencies. So I'm the only one to deal with you, but it's enough. Are you still bigger than you're strong?" Ulysses is also a top-notch master, and in his opinion, although Zhou Hao is extraordinary, he is just a top-notch master. Even if he can see through his poisoning, he is far inferior in martial arts strength. Maybe. Zhou Hao smiled. Ulysses felt a refreshing breeze passing by his side. He was slightly astonished and found that Zhou Hao, who was originally sitting on the sofa, had become vague and illusory like a mirage. His face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Remnant elephant. If the moving speed of an object exceeds the speed of human vision, it will leave afterimages." The principle of film is the same. Using fast-moving film, human eyes leave afterimages to form a coherent image. The movement of a normal person is definitely not up to this speed. Even a top expert like Ulysses himself, it is difficult to achieve this kind of cultivation. So when he saw Zhou Hao's figure turn into an afterimage, Ulysses knew that his judgment had made a fatal mistake. Just now Zhou Hao's strength was far from the first-class master. "Jessica, contact the CIA and let them send support." Ulysses' first reaction was to ask Jessica to ask for help from the CIA headquarters, because the other party is also a top player, although not necessarily better than herself. But if you catch each other alive, you will be stretched out. But after Ulysses yelled, he didn't hear Jessica's answer. He immediately turned to look and saw that Jessica had fallen on the ground in front of the stairs, and Zhou Hao had also appeared at Jessica's original station. The place. Ulysses' heart was stunned. It must have been that he had just said that Jessica was the person responsible for liaising with the CIA. So Zhou Hao immediately launched an attack, but it was not against himself, but the contact person, Jessica, in order to cut himself off. "Contact with the CIA. You killed her," Ulysses said blankly. "No." Zhou Hao smiled. "I never kill a woman. Even though this action is very important, I don't want to break my principle. I just clicked her acupuncture point, and she couldn't wake up within 3 days. Come." Ulysses sneered. "You mean you are sure to rescue your boss and others within 3 days?" "Yes," Zhou Hao said. At this moment, Ulysses heard a plop coming from behind him and looked back in amazement, only to see Antonio, who was sitting on the sofa next to Zhou Hao, also fell to the ground, but not unlike Jessica. Similarly, there was a long and fatal wound on Antonio's neck. Blood was constantly pouring out of it, and soon a pool of blood spread on the ground. "Although he was hypnotized by you, it was not his intention to bring me here." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "But he knows what's happening here today. I don't want him to disclose it, not to mention that he was originally a mafia cadre. There is more to die, and there is nothing to be a pity to kill." After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Ulysses's face became even more gloomy. On the one hand, Zhou Hao killed Antonio first, and then knocked Jessica down without him noticing it. This strength made Ulysses. Sith had no idea. On the other hand, the reason why Zhou Hao killed Antonio was to prevent the incident from leaking out. But if no one knows what happened today, there is another premise, that is, Ulysses himself. That is to say, Zhou Hao will not let Ulysses leave here. Keeping a close eye on Zhou Hao, Ulysses regretted it very much. He had put forward the scheme of using false news to the mafia to lure Zhou Hao into tricks. In order to take the credit, he personally went out to hunt down again. Moreover, he originally borrowed the power of the mafia to find the big master, and the others should be the troops of the First Army. With his own strength, as long as he hypnotized the members of the First Army who came and then follow the vine, he could win the battle. Try to expand. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao was the only one who had a smaller goal and more difficult to catch. Moreover, Zhou Hao's current strength was not inferior to him, which made Ulysses very uneasy. The so-called first strike is strong, and then strikes suffer. Ulysses' figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in front of Zhou Hao. Although the speed has not reached the level of leaving an afterimage, it is enough to make ordinary people unimaginable. Up. Ulysses was fast, but Zhou Hao was faster than him. With both hands up and down, he calmly blocked Ulysses' offensive against him. As expected by Zhou Hao, Ulysses was very strong. From the strength of his hands, Zhou Hao judged that the strength of this Indian was much stronger than that of Mohandas before. Moreover, Ulysses did not immediately retreat after being blocked by Zhou Hao, but stared at Zhou Hao fiercely. Touching Ulysses' gaze, Zhou Hao felt that the Indian's eyes were like two deep pools with invisible bottoms, and it was difficult to get out if they got stuck in. Moreover, these two deep pools were constantly rotating and getting bigger like black holes, and Zhou Hao felt that he was going to be sucked into these two black holes. Zhou Hao's heart stunned, knowing that Ulysses had used his mysterious hypnotism to himself, and his luck quickly settled his mind. Sure enough, the two black holes quickly became smaller, and Zhou Hao also felt that the suction directed at him had become much weaker. But at the same time, Zhou Hao saw a dazzling golden giant Buddha appearing behind Ulysses, sitting on the lotus platform on top of the golden flower, exuding a vast and dignified righteousness, like the incarnation of justice and compassion. This giant Buddha did not speak or move. Just looking down at Zhou Hao felt a great shock in his heart, because he felt that he seemed extremely humble and despicable under the eyes of this compassionate giant Buddha. It was as if he had done countless villainous things and was now facing Zhao Zhaoyin's trial. Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Zhou Hao's mind had a sound of righteousness. At this moment, Zhou Hao really felt that he was the incarnation of evil, and it was difficult to escape under the clear laws of heaven. He really wanted to put down the butcher knife in his hand to become good from now on, and his physical and mental alertness was reduced a lot because of this. At this moment, Zhou Hao's heart was alarmed, and he felt a huge danger approaching. He woke up swiftly, only to realize that Ulysses had been bewitching him just now. So Zhou Hao was in a hurry and refocused his spirit, staring at everything in front of him. Sure enough, the golden light of the giant Buddha in front of him was much weaker, and an evil look appeared on the originally just and awe-inspiring face. Boom! There was a dull physical impact, and Zhou Hao heard a huge shock in his chest, knocking him into the air, directly piercing the iron sheet of the container and falling onto the open space outside. And the illusion that haunted Zhou Hao also disappeared under this blow. Zhou Hao vomited a mouthful of blood, but felt the suffocation in his chest relieved a lot. Just now, Ulysses took advantage of Zhou Hao's alertness to drop to the lowest level and attacked Zhou Hao's chest. The palm strength of the top-level master is naturally not trivial. Zhou Hao's invulnerable body was also beaten with real energy, but fortunately Zhou Hao immediately transported the real energy to protect his body when he sensed the danger, so the injury was not serious. However, Zhou Hao was also very vigilant. He was secretly surprised that Ulysses' hypnotism was so strange and terrifying. Just like just now, he actually used the Buddha's method of saving people to affect himself, trying to let himself put down all guards. The giant Buddha's punctual good words of "put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha," Zhou Hao might be hypnotized by Ulysses like the previous serial number 167 and Antonio. Sure enough, even if it is your great master, under the influence of my puddle all beings, his strength is greatly reduced, but you can transport the body protection in an instant. Ulysses also jumped out of the container and landed on Zhou Hao. Not far in front, his face was very gloomy. It seems that at least in terms of mental power, you are better than your master. Hearing what Ulysses said, Zhou Hao was secretly wary in his heart to prevent him from hypnotizing himself again. The giant Buddha that appeared behind Ulysses just now should have been transformed by him through transforming mind into form. Yes, its spiritual power is huge. Not to mention, there is also a strong temptation, which is easy to incite certain emotions in others' hearts. Turning the infuriating energy to his hands, Zhou Hao was accumulating strength to launch a fierce attack, intending to make a quick battle against Ulysses. But Ulysses sneered and said, "Take me another trick of the Putian Holy Wheel." Having said that, Ulysses cut towards Zhou Hao with both palms in the shape of a knife. The distance between the two of them seemed to be tens of meters short at the feet of Ulysses. Ulysses quickly deceived Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao felt tremendous pressure. Along with Ulysses's palm, two rapidly extending cracks appeared on the hard concrete floor. Zhou Hao also felt a sharp wind blowing towards him, and Ulysses' the blade wind continued to rotate like a whirlpool, like a sharp saw wheel, cutting off everything in front. And behind Ulysses, there also appeared an evil Buddha holding a golden wheel in both hands, and slaughtered Zhou Hao. White Tiger Five Kings Sword. Zhou Hao shoved his together in the middle, bursting out a fierce sword aura, and a fierce white tiger appeared on his head, roaring at Ulysses. Soon, Zhou Hao's White Tiger Five Kings Sword and Ulysses's All-Ten Sacred Wheel violently collided together, and Zhou Hao's White Tiger also fought with the evil Buddha of Ulysses. I saw that Zhou Hao and Ulysses' sword chi and sword chi violently collided with each other, and the bursting force emptied the surrounding air and made a Z sound. Zhou Hao's upper body was also agitated. Qi Jin cut open cracks, and Ulysses on the opposite side showed thin blood stains on his face, which were also cut open by the blazing Qi Jin. Such a head-to-head fight made Zhou Hao very surprised, because from the strength of Ulysses, this Indian bald man's martial arts skills are almost the same as those of Wind Demon Kotaro. And Zhou Hao found out that Ulysses was so angry Jin is somewhat similar to the Mohandas before, and can have a strange tongs on the enemy's innocence. "Asen, who are you, Mohandas?" Zhou Hao shouted. Ulysses' face was pale, but he was actually very sad. Zhou Hao's strength was beyond his expectation. Just hit by Zhou Hao's fierce sword energy, the true energy in his body was almost broken. It seems that Zhou Hao's situation still has plenty of energy, which is really incredible, because Zhou Hao's age is clearly only in his early 20s, but his internal strength is as deep as he is, even worse than the hardworking self. Have passed. Now when Zhou Hao mentioned Mohandas, Ulysses' expression changed. "Do you know my younger brother?" "Sure enough, you Indian Asen and Na Mohandas are the same." Zhou Hao coldly snorted. What Mohandas does is also Buddhism martial arts, and he is also proficient in weird yoga, which is very tricky to deal with. Moreover, when Mohandas confronts the enemy, it can also restrain the enemy's innocence, using a kind of spiritual power. This is similar to Ulysses' hypnotism, but in the use of this mental power, Mohandas is far behind Ulysses, and its internal power is also quite different. "I see," Ulysses said while responding to Zhou Hao's increasingly fierce attack. "My junior said that when he was in China, he had met an unprecedented master, and almost let him save his life. There it seems that the master is you." Zhou Hao sneered. "You're right. If it wasn't for your junior's comrades to attack my comrades and lead me to rescue them, your junior would not be able to go back to India," Ulysses said solemnly. "In that battle, my younger brother recovered from the injury for half a year, and now it's just right. I want to take a good breath for my younger brother. Look at my Brahmatown Buddhist Sutra." When Zhou Hao saw Ulysses looking into his own eyes again, it was clear that he was distracted by hypnotizing himself again by gazing at each other, so he quickly moved his eyes away from Ulysses' eyes. However, Zhou Hao saw that the evil Buddha above Ulysses who was battling his white tiger suddenly faded from the golden light. Instead, he was enveloped by a cloud of deep darkness, and then the evil Buddha's face became more and more ferocious. There were fangs sticking out of his mouth, his eyes turned red, and a surging mass of flesh was drilled on both sides of the neck, and then a vicious head came out of the mass of flesh, making this the evil Buddha became a monster with 3 heads. Not only that, there are 4 more hands behind the evil Buddha, holding various murder weapons in their hands, and the whole thing clearly becomes an Asura evil ghost. When Zhou Hao saw this Asura evil spirit, it was as if someone had hit his head with a sledgehammer. The spirit was so shocked that it was difficult to concentrate. The Asura evil spirit was also staring at Zhou Hao with his eyes. It seems to be saying, "Tame me quickly, otherwise I will make you fall into forever without being overborn." Zhou Hao, who has never been afraid of ghosts and gods, unexpectedly raised a trace of fear in his heart after seeing this Shura evil spirit. Damn, it's hypnotism again. Just now it was Jinfrei's temptation, now is the evil spirit intimidating. Zhou Hao shouted, realizing that this was Ulysses' hypnotism again and again, making himself confused. The heart is furious. This anger was directly expressed on the white tiger that Zhou Hao transformed into, and saw that the white tiger suddenly grew a lot bigger, and directly rushed on the Asura evil spirit, and bit on the Asura evil spirit. On the neck. Zhou Hao was frightened and angry, because Ulysses used hypnotism on others, and he was able to show it without staring at each other. It was extremely dangerous and would be tricked by him at any moment. Fending off the King Kong finger that Ulysses stabbed when he was distracted, Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes, no longer avoiding Ulysses' gaze, and directly met him. Instead, Ulysses was shocked when he met Zhou Hao's shocking gaze. Just listen to Zhou Hao hum and say, "The last time I fought with your junior, I was often restrained by his weird techniques and prevented me from doing it. But this just made me realize beyond the White Tiger 5 Kings sword. Another move of, now it happens to you to try it. 4 demon ape locks." Following Zhou Hao's shocking words, the white tiger that had threw down Ulysses's evil spirits suddenly disappeared. Then, Ulysses saw the 4 directions of his Shura evil spirits in the south, east, west, and north. A giant ape appeared separately, and each giant ape held a large black chain in its hand. "Absolutely," Zhou Haoqing shouted. The 4 great apes roared, and at the same time threw iron chains to the Asura evil spirit in the center, and the big iron chain quickly wrapped around the Asura evil spirit, and finally returned to the giant ape's hands. The 4 great apes entangled the Shura evil spirits firmly and hard to break through. The body of the Shura evil spirit was imprisoned, and Ulysses found that his body was not able to move anymore. So he stood there blankly. Absolutely. Following Zhou Hao's shout, the 4 great apes took advantage of Ulysses's Asura evil spirit being imprisoned and unable to move. They grabbed his 2 extra heads, roared, and tore them off. Correspondingly, the immobile Ulysses felt that the true energy in his body instantly disappeared without a trace and could no longer run a bit. He was almost frightened because a martial artist cares most about his own internal strength cultivation. It is simply the power lies in the people, the power is scattered and the people die, and his martial arts are abolished, and the blow to him is more than killing. He is even worse. Absolute God. Zhou Hao's voice was still so cold. Then I saw the 4 great apes pulling the big iron chains in their hands, and the Asura evil spirit in the center was locked tighter and tighter by the iron chains and kept screaming. Ulysses below was also screaming, but it was not a scream from the body, but a scream from the soul deep in the body. Soon, the body of the Shura evil spirit was torn apart by the chain, revealing the true face inside. It was Ulysses, or the self that Ulysses transformed into form. Image of the soul. So far, Ulysses' body, inner strength, and soul have been completely banned by Zhou Hao, and he can't move both physically and mentally, and can only be slaughtered by Zhou Hao. I saw Zhou Hao standing not far in front of Ulysses, with a cold smile on his face, but Ulysses could only stand there like a stone statue, unable to use his hands, unable to speak, and full of fear. Looking at Zhou Hao. Afterwards, Zhou Hao opened his lips together and said 2 words softly, "Death." Ulysses was shocked, and the soul transformed from his head was struggling desperately in the 4 big chains. At this time, the 4 great apes grabbed the limbs of Ulysses' soul and then tore them in 4 directions. "No, I don't want to die." The screaming was the soul image that Ulysses had transformed, but Ulysses himself was still unable to move. However, the 4 great apes ignored Ulysses' pleading, and their mouths uttered primitive ferocious roars, tearing Ulysses' limbs more and more. Roar! Finally, in the roar of the four great apes, Ulysses' soul was ripped into four pieces. The Ulysses entity underneath also twitched all over, with white eyes and foaming at the mouth, and fell straight to the ground. Hidden in a secret CIA stronghold somewhere in New York, Assistant Director Reed Smith was in the communication room watching other correspondents continuously operating the sophisticated communication equipment, and asked anxiously, "How about it? Contact him." "No." A liaison officer pressed a headset to his ears while answering Smith's words. "Sir, I haven't been in touch yet. It's all 15 minutes later than the scheduled time. Why doesn't he contact us?" Smith looked at the watch in his hand, with an anxious expression. It is all told not to act alone, but he always refuses to listen. If you are a special hire, you will be lawless. At this moment, the green light on a communication device in front came on, and then the correspondent exclaimed excitedly, "Sir, there is news. He has contacted us. He has contacted us." Smith immediately took the headset and said to the correspondent, "I got it on my channel. Base J, Base J. Gandhi call Base J." After connecting to a specific channel, Smith immediately heard a slightly hoarse male voice in the headset. However, this was not a nice male voice at this time, but it made him feel very pleasant to Smith's ears. At the same time, he said dissatisfied, "Gandhi, why did you contact us 15 minutes later than the prescribed time? And why? You are in charge of communications. Where is Jessica? Something went wrong when I was ambushing those Chinese, so it took some time. Jessica was injured, so I temporarily took care of the communication task." The man who claimed to be Gandhi, on the other side, was the one who ambushed Zhou Hao before. Ulysses. Smith didn't pay much attention to Jessica's safety and was only interested in the task. How? Are those Chinese caught? Did they really come here to find Dr. Li Wenhe and others? Ulysses said indifferently, "I'm not sure yet, because there are experts among them. I had a fierce battle with them just now and killed 4, but everyone else has escaped. I am now hunting them down." Smith heard that Ulysses killed the opponent, and he became anxious. "What are you doing with such a heavy hand? Didn't you let you capture them alive? Do you understand? What do you say about capture alive in India? I will tell you again in your Hindi." But when Ulysses over there snorted coldly, Smith realized that the opponent was a specially appointed master in the bureau and was not under his command. He quickly stopped and coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Then I heard Ulysses say, "There were a lot of masters on the other side, and the fighting was fierce at the time. I didn't have time to consider the severity of the attack." In this regard, Smith does not have the ability to interfere. After all, he is beyond reach. He said, "You are hunting them now? Then I will send someone to support you immediately." "No need. I can do it all by myself. Those guys escaped under my hands, so I should get them back. You can just wait for my good news." Ulysses snorted, then he hung up very rudely. Hearing the busy tone in the earphones, Smith's face was pale. Then he slammed the earphones on the table and cursed, "FCK the Indian ghost." What Smith didn't know was that Ulysses was not hunting down those Chinese spies at this time, but in a hotel room in Philadelphia. There was a black woman on the bed over there. He was on the phone just now. The injured Jessica mentioned above, and there was also a person sitting on the sofa in front of Ulysses. It was Zhou Hao. "Master, it's done, so that the headquarters will not doubt it." It is very strange that Ulysses is very respectful to Zhou Hao, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as humbling. A lowly servant. Zhou Hao nodded, and he said, "You have done a good job, and I will save your life." Ulysses immediately knelt down and touched his forehead to the ground, and said piously, "The master's grace of not killing is like giving me life. I will always serve the master, go through water and fire, and will not hesitate." In fact, Ulysses did not surrender because Zhou Hao spared his life, but was used by Zhou Hao at that time, the 4 demon ape locks. The body locks the body, the strength locks the inner strength, and the gods lock their spirit and take their lives if they die. However, at the last moment, Zhou Hao did not take Ulysses' life, because after being attacked by the 4 demon apes, Ulysses had almost collapsed mentally and was in an extremely weak state. Zhou Hao once heard that when hypnotizing masters hypnotize others, if they encounter people with stronger willpower than them, they will easily suffer the consequences, be anti-hypnotized, and become their slaves. So Zhou Hao hypnotized Ulysses, who had a nervous breakdown, with the mentality of a try. In fact, Zhou Hao kept chanting in his ear, "I am your master. You want to forever serving me. I am your master. You must always serve me." In order to enhance the effect, Zhou Hao's words also contained strong internal power. Under his brainwashing experiment of some playful tricks, Ulysses' spirit gradually recovered, and Zhou Hao was really brainwashed thoroughly. Regard Zhou Hao as his master. Of course, this is not to say that Zhou Hao has learned the unfathomable hypnotism like Ulysses, but that Ulysses suffered particularly severe mental trauma under the attack of Zhou Hao's for demon apes, and nearly collapsed. At this time, Zhou Hao, who had left an indelible mark on Ulysses' spirit, brainwashed him. The effect was very obvious. In addition, Ulysses' own hypnotism backlash. Combining these factors, Ulysses' spirit was completely controlled by Zhou Hao. Just like those who had been hypnotized by him to completely reverse their ideas, it became hopeless. And this kind of brainwashing success cannot be replicated, which means that Ulysses became Zhou Hao's slave is the only situation, and it is difficult to recur. In view of the fact that the CIA has been aware of Zhou Hao's use of the mafia to find the big boss and others, and Ulysses used this to trap Zhou Hao. In order to minimize the CIA's vigilance, Zhou Hao has been brainwashed by himself. Ulysses took the initiative to contact the CIA and asked Ulysses to invent a lie to deceive the CIA. Judging from the current situation, Zhou Hao's goal has achieved the desired effect. Okay, now you can tell me something about you. Zhou Hao sat on the sofa leisurely and asked Ulysses, "How did you discover the identity of Dr. Manhwa Li at the time, and how did you find it?" They were in charge and arrested secretly. Due to the suppression of spiritual power, Ulysses has now become Zhou Hao's most loyal servant. Therefore, he is inexhaustible when asking Zhou Hao's questions. "I'm not very clear about the specific situation, because that is the most confidential matter of the CIA. And my junior brother Mohandas and I are both under the orders of the Ambani family to assist them, so the CIA does not trust us 100%. After a pause, he continued, "But as far as I know, the reason why the CIA discovered that Dr. Li Wenhe was your Chinese spy was because they instigated an important figure in your Chinese military. In fact, that guy didn't find out directly. The true identity of Dr. Li Wenhe was guessed based on some documents of his superiors, and then told the CIA. Then the CIA started to investigate Li Wenhe secretly, and then confirmed his spy identity and arrested him secretly. The person sent by China's ace organization, the First Army, was also ambushed by the CIA and was captured by mistake because of that person." Zhou Hao frowned and asked, "Then do you know who the dignitaries instigated is?" Ulysses shook his head. "I don't know who it is, but I heard it seems to be from the General Political Department of the People's Liberation Army." General Political Department. Zhou Hao touched his chin. The culprit who betrayed the national interest and directly led to the capture of the big boss, and others reminded Zhou Hao of the surname Ji he had been with Lai Chongqing and Shaman before. "General," I heard Ulysses say, "it is reported that the person who was instigated, his wife, son, and daughter have already obtained visas in the United States and become legal citizens of the United States." Zhou Hao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. This guy is a treason who is deliberately deliberate. As early as in the previous life, Zhou Hao had heard of the treason by the general surnamed Ji. After being exposed, his father, one of the founding patriarchs, saved his son by death. After several games, the leadership finally he chose to release the life of General Naji and only imprisoned him. However, in Zhou Hao's view, not killing such a thief of the country that harmed the country and the people is not enough for civilians to indignation. He shouldn't have bypassed his sins simply because his father was a hero of the founding of the country. Zhou Hao asked Ulysses, "Then the CIA must have evidence of this guy's treason." In fact, there is no need for evidence. As long as the situation is reported to the Central Party, he should be able to expose his crime. Now the most important thing is to rescue the Great Master and Dr. Li Wenhe first. By the way, besides you and Mohandas, who besieged the Great Master at that time? Ulysses said, "My junior is responsible for arresting the other officers of the First Army, and besides me, the one who besieged the Master is also the Wind Demon Kotaro from the Wind Demon clan in Japan and the chess sword in Korea." Shuangjue Chui Shiming, and then my junior brother Mohandas also joined the battle, and the final few fierce battles captured the master alive. Hearing what Ulysses said about these four great masters, Zhou Hao's expression became solemn. Feng Ma Kotaro and the master are old friends, and it is not surprising that he colluded with the Americans to deal with the master. And Zhou Hao also knew from Ulysses that the Indian Ambani family was involved in the research and production of the American Tomahawk cruise missile. If the research results are obtained by China, it will cause great losses to them. So the Ambani family sent their two masters, Ulysses and Mohandas, to the United States to deal with Chinese masters. As for Chui Shiming, who is from South Korea, Zhou Hao has never heard of it, and never knew that South Korea's martial arts also produce top masters. That Xuanjua chess and swords Chui Shiming is a great master of South Korea's Tai Chi Yangha school. Ulysses explained to Zhou Hao. Now Li Changho, the dazzling chess player in the world, is one of his disciples. This time he was also invited by the CIA to deal with Chinese masters. Recalling the situation at the time, Ulysses's face was still heavy and very heavy. To be honest, the master of the First Army is the most powerful master I have ever seen since I entered the martial arts. The swordsmanship is extremely sharp. If there is Wind Demon Kotaro restrained, I will almost be cut off by his right hand with a trick, Mei Shueqianqiu. Especially his second sword is very mysterious and unpredictable. If you don't pay attention, you will get a fatal sneak attack. Feng Ma Kotaro was hurt by the master's second sword. After a pause, he continued, and the only one of our four great hands that can compete with him in swordsmanship is Chui Shiming. Chui Shiming's swordsmanship gives me the greatest feeling of being secret, not airtight. It's airtight, like a ubiquitous net, which can snare you anytime and at any time. Just like playing Go, his pieces can make you ambush on all sides without knowing it. It's hard to resist. Recalling the fierce battle at that time, Ulysses sighed. The fight between the master and Chui Shiming at that time was really the supreme battle of swordsmanship in the world. He sighed deeply, and he said, although the CIA has ordered us to capture the boss alive, when the fight is fierce, there can be no talk of taking care of the other's life, because we are a little careless. There will be a chance, and the other party will not consider our lives. In the end, it was Feng Ma Kotaro and my junior who were fighting the danger of being seriously injured and temporarily restraining the master's two tricks, seeking plums in the snow, which created a gap for me and Chui Shiming, and jointly subdued the master. Although he had not experienced or witnessed the battle at the time, Zhou Hao already felt the thrilling experience just by listening to Ulysses' dictation, and he was also heartbroken by the Grand Master's lofty ambition to fight alone with the four great masters. Endless. I heard Ulysses say, because of fear that China will send people to find the whereabouts of the big boss, the CIA people keep moving the hiding places of the big boss and others to various places in the United States. Recently, black hands all over the United States, the party has been intimidated by unknown figures to find the bosses. Because the influence of the mafia is ubiquitous, the CIA is afraid that they will find the bosses and others in the long run. So they have recently transferred the bosses. Zhou Hao hurriedly straightened his upper body and moved closer to Ulysses. Then in the last time, where did the bosses move to? This time around, the CIA used a private shipping company to transfer the master and more than a dozen other Chinese spies that were planted in the United States and were discovered by the United States to the aircraft carrier Nimitz, docked in the New York seaport, guarded by heavy troops. There are many cruisers escorting around. Zhou Hao couldn't help taking a breath of air when he heard this, and imprison them on the world's largest aircraft carrier like the Nimitz. It would be difficult for them to go to the sky if they were to be rescued. Unless it is a direct war against the United States, it will be extremely difficult to complete the rescue mission. It's no wonder that the central authorities dare not rush to send people to rescue them, because once the matter becomes serious, China and the United States may not be able to escape the fate of war, and it will never be the only one involved in the war. Two countries, it will be a world war that will affect the world. If Zhou Hao were to rescue the master, he would have to fight the entire fleet, which was almost impossible. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but look at Ulysses, thinking that fortunately he made Ulysses his slave on a whim. Using Ulysses, Zhou Hao was able to trick the American authorities into sneaking into Nimi. Here's the boss in the rescue. By the way, there is also Dr. Li Wenhe. The CIA people deliberately separated Dr. Li Wenhe from other people in prison for safety. Ulysses said. Zhou Hao immediately asked, where did Dr. Li Wenhe be transferred by them? I am not very clear about the exact place, but it is certain that Dr. Wenhe Li is no longer in the United States. Ulysses said, it should be in a country with close diplomatic relations with the United States, or in a certain overseas area of the U.S. military. In the base. Since the Ambani family attaches great importance to the Tomahawk cruise missile, let us inquire about it. Based on my observations with my younger brother, I think that Dr. Wenhe Li is likely to be transferred to the U.S. military base in South Korea by the CIA. South Korea's U.S. military base? Zhou Hao groaned. South Korea is so close to China. It stands to reason that the risk of hiding Dr. Li Wenhe there is extremely high. However, it is precisely because South Korea and China are not far away. Most people would not have thought that Dr. Wenhe Li was imprisoned there. This is the so-called most dangerous place, is the safest place. At least Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan did not expect that Dr. Wenhe Li would be transferred to the U.S. military base in South Korea by the CIA. Therefore, the CIA strategy of going the opposite way is quite successful, and it can lure China to continue. Dispatch elites to the United States to rescue Dr. Li Wenhe so that they can snare themselves. You stay here for one night, and I will come to you tomorrow. Zhou Hao had to go back and plan in detail, so he temporarily placed Ulysses here. Don't forget the timely report to the CIA. Absolutely must not make the CIA people suspicious. As for that Jessica, I clicked her acupuncture point. She will not wake up for 3 to 5 days. If she is dehydrated, you can give her some salt water. I see, master. Ulysses replied very obediently. Then, Zhou Hao left Philadelphia and drove towards Princeton. Along the way, Zhou Hao used the special communication channel of the First Army to get through Zhao Yuqin's phone, because Zhou Hao knew that the rescue operation of the Great Master and others was more what I imagined is even more dangerous, and I really don't know if I can go back safely. Therefore, Zhou Hao wanted to contact his confidants on the eve of the action, in case there really is something wrong. This would be considered a farewell to them. Li Ruolin, Yin Qingqing, and others only thought that Zhou Hao was going to the United States to do business only, and Zhou Hao did not let them know what kind of danger they would face, lest they worry. And finally, Zhao Yuqin's phone number was dialed because Mr. Zhao might not have calmed down yet, and Zhou Hao did not dare to bother. Hey, is that sister? Xiao Hao? Is Xiao Hao you? Zhao Yuqin became excited as soon as he heard Zhou Hao's voice. Hearing that Zhao Yuqin's tone was wrong, Zhou Hao thought that something happened in the capital, so he quickly asked, Sister, what's the matter? Why are you so nervous? Is something wrong with you? Or is there something wrong with your godfather? Then Zhao Yuqin's cry came over the phone. You are ashamed to say. Tell me, what are you doing in the United States this time? Hearing Zhao Yuqin's questioning, Zhou Hao knew in his heart that he was going to suffer, but he still bit his scalp and said, Didn't I tell you? Sister, I came to the United States to do some things here. Are you interested? The Nasdaq here is where the internet stocks are concentrated, so I came here to take a look. You lied to me, Zhao Yuqin said angrily. Did you go to the United States to save Brother Zhong, that is, the head of the First Army? Zhao Yuqin knew it, and Zhou Hao suddenly felt a headache. Sometimes a man experiences a storm outside. The most feared thing is that the woman at home is worried, because the tears of a woman are more difficult for men to resist than the iron gun and cold arrow outside. Sister, how did you know? Zhou Hao asked with a wry smile. Li Shuihan suddenly disobeyed the order of the First Army and went abroad privately, and you are going to the United States at this time. Can't I guess what you want to do? Zhao Yuqin sobbed. The First Army was just before. I have repeatedly ordered Li Shuihan not to act rashly. I originally thought that she would be safe when she returned to the capital. I didn't expect that she not only committed the danger on her own, but also dragged you away. Xiao Hao, did you say that you were confused by the beauty of the woman Li Shuihan and agreed to go to the United States to rescue Zhong and the others? Sister, what is this? Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. It's my own decision to go to be the head of the house. How can the four be the head of the house and use the beauty trick against me? In fact, Li Shuihan did use beauty tricks with Zhou Hao, but even if Li Shuihan didn't use it, Zhou Hao wouldn't stand by. On the contrary, Li Shuihan was so touched by Zhou Hao's righteous act that he fell completely under Zhou Hao since then. Xiao Hao, you haven't started to act, right? Right. Zhou Hao could still feel Zhao Yuqing's tension and anxiety in the phone call thousands of miles away, and it was herself who made her so difficult to calm down. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Yes, we haven't started to take action yet. Just some progress has just been made. Then don't do it anymore. Come back soon before the Americans find out. My sister is very worried about you. My sister doesn't want you to take the risk. Zhao Yuqing's crying voice made Zhou Hao very uncomfortable. I want to comfort her by Zhao Yuqing. After being silent for a while, Zhou Hao slowly said, Sister, the masters have fallen into this dangerous situation because of the country. Now even the country dare not act rashly for the sake of the overall situation, but every minute of time is delayed. The big bosses will be more dangerous. Sister, I can't let them face this danger alone without the support of the state. Especially the big bosses are both my teacher and friend. No matter in the public, I can't stand idly by for my own sake. But, even the martial arts of Brother Zhong. You, Xiao Hao, I really don't want you to take risks. Closely, Zhao Yuqing was also very moved by the sacrifice of the great master and others. But when it comes to the person she cares about most, Zhao Yuqing would rather give up the righteousness of the nation than put Zhou Hao in danger. She finally knew that she was just the most ordinary woman. Like those little women in ancient times, they regarded their men as the sky, and the sky fell. What did the nation and the nation do to themselves? Sister, I'm sorry, I really can't stand by and watch this time. Zhou Hao's voice was slow and firm. But I promised my sister I will go back alive, and then marry your sister as your wife. You little bastard, it's up to you how you messed around with your sister before. Can't you follow your sister this time? Sister, I'm sorry. Zhou Hao's throat was a little dry, because he knew that he was really not fully sure this time. Even if he used his superhuman intuition to predict, it was extremely rare to create a kind of confusion in his heart. It shows that this time I really have a difficult future. Zhao Yuqing also knew that once Zhou Hao made a decision, others couldn't change it. Even a strong man such as Mr. Zhao, Zhou Hao dared to defy, showing that his persistence had reached the point of stubbornness. And she also clearly knows that what she is doing now is worthy of serving the country and the people. With such a man who dares to do it upright, any woman will be proud. However, when Zhao Yuqing thinks of the dangerous situation Zhou Hao will face, it is difficult to restrain her selfishness. What national interests, what national righteousness? Everything is less important than Zhou Hao. She only hopes that Zhou Hao can return safely. To yourself. After a long time, Zhao Yuqing spoke again. Xiao Hao, after you come back, if Dad doesn't agree with us, then my sister will elope with you. Sister, it's settled. Zhou Hao smiled to ease the atmosphere, but Zhao Yuqing's soft sobbing sound faintly heard from the phone. Xiao Hao, Dad wants to say something to you. Zhao Yuqing sniffed and said. Zhou Hao was stunned, and then he heard the dull voice of the old man from over there. Smelly boy. FCK, Godfather. Zhou Hao was a little embarrassed. After all, because of the incident with Zhao Yuqing, the thunderous anger of old man Zhao made the entire capital tremble, and before he had time to wait for the master to calm down, he left because of the matter of being in charge domestic. You stinky boy, you can do anything before. Think twice before acting. Why is it so hot this time? Father Zhao's voice is majestic with a strong kindness and concern. Even we dare not take it lightly. Sending someone to the U.S. to find out about Jiren and their whereabouts, the First Army, has also done ideological work with the girl Shuihan. I thought she could keep her sane, but unexpectedly she pulled you in. Godfather, the fourth master is just anxious for the safety of the master. Zhou Hao defended Li Shuihan. Grandpa Zhao suddenly sighed and said, I guess that you would not stand idly by when you learned about Jiren's capture. Originally, I wanted to remind you not to act impulsively, but unexpectedly because of you and Yuqing. The girl's business has been delayed. Alas, it's really fateful. Maybe it's all destined. Zhou Hao thought that Father Zhao was just sighing that people are not as good as heaven, and did not notice the other meanings of the father. And Zhou Hao was so guilty that the matter between himself and Zhao Yuqing made the old man so angry. Goddaddy, I'm sorry. Is it useful to say I'm sorry now? The old man snorted. Is it possible to say I'm sorry and nothing happened? God, I will marry my sister. Zhou Hao reiterated his decision again. The old man said solemnly. Then you have to come back with your life. Humph. Without discussing with us beforehand, I went to the United States with that girl Shui Han. I don't think you have me as a godfather in your heart. Hearing the concern in the old man's words, Zhou Hao was also greatly relieved. Judging from the current situation, the old man's fire has finally disappeared. He listened to the old man's side again. Since you have made a decision, I don't force you to come back immediately. But Xiao Hao, if you encounter danger or find that something is impossible, you must save yourself first. Qingshan has no worries about no firewood. There are still your mother, Yu Qin, and us in the country who care about you. Even if you don't miss me as an old man, you have to think about your mother and Yu Qin. With Yu Qin's temperament, in case what's wrong with you, she will definitely not find someone else. She will definitely be a widow for a lifetime. I can't do my Zhao Rixin's daughter suffer such suffering. Godfather, thank you. Zhou Hao said sincerely, and suddenly remembered about the big bosses. He quickly reported to the old man. Godfather, I just captured a CIA expert who came back to deal with the big boss. According to his said that there were other intelligence personnel in the master's house who were transferred to the Nimitz aircraft carrier. There is also Dr. Li Wenhe. He is probably not locked up with the masters, but maybe sent to the U.S. military base in South Korea to be imprisoned. The old man was also taken aback by the explosive news brought by Zhou Hao. What? On the Nimitz? No. Xiao Hao, you still don't want to continue this action. Come back with that girl Shui Han as soon as possible. It's too dangerous. Hearing that they were locked up on the Nimitz aircraft carrier, Mr. Zhao was also shocked and immediately changed his attitude and urged Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan to return. Because the old man, as a top figure in the Chinese military, has a far greater understanding of American military power than ordinary people, so he is very aware of the strength of an American aircraft carrier fleet, which is basically a monster unmatched at sea, unless it is completely destroyed. Fight with a broken face, otherwise it would be impossible to completely defeat it. God, you are one of the 3 heads of the First Army. You should be more aware of the sacrifices made by the Big Master and other intelligence personnel for the country. Although I am not qualified to speak up about the country's righteousness, I really can't look at it. The fate of the family is indifferent. Godfather, please forgive my waywardness this time. You. Oh, it's really fate. Elder Zhao sighed. If you really insist, then I won't say anything. But, listen, Xiao Hao, you and Shui Han's actions have not been affected. Authorized by the organization. So if you are exposed or arrested by the U.S. authorities, the country will not recognize your identity. The old man took a deep breath and continued. In other words, you are a private action this time and have nothing to do with the country, Xiao Hao. Do you understand? Although he knew that this was a national practice, not only China, but any country would do it, but Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling disappointed when he heard the old man say this at this time. It was clearly an act of righteousness for the country and the people. Without proper support, at this moment, Zhou Hao finally realized the loneliness of unknown heroes like De Zhongjia and Li Shuihan who were dedicated to the country. Especially when they perform tasks outside the borders, except for a certain degree of support, they are often fighting alone, which can be called a life of 9 deaths. Although the country will not recognize your identity and actions, if you need any help, just mention it. Within your ability, the country will definitely satisfy you. The old man said. Just listen to Zhou Hao said. God, the big boss and Dr. Li Wenhe are separated by the Americans and imprisoned. If we go to save the big boss first, it will definitely alarm the Americans, and they may immediately transfer Dr. Li Wenhe. In this way, it will be very difficult for us to find Dr. Li Wenhe again. Elder Zhao immediately understood Zhou Hao's meaning and said, You mean we echo each other and rescue Julin and Dr. Li at the same time? Well, Dr. Wenhe Li is at the U.S. military base in South Korea. After all, the distance there is very close to our country. Rescue him should not be as difficult as on the U.S. side. The old man agreed with Zhou Hao's opinion. Yes, if we can really confirm that Dr. Li is at the base of the U.S. military in South Korea, we will definitely do our best to save Dr. Li. After all, Dr. Li has been in the interests of the country all his life. Development and struggle, we cannot just let him become a prisoner. Well, We can use the power of North Korea to rescue Dr. Lee. Also on your side, we must rescue Jiren and them at the same time. Xiaohao. This time we must take a long-term view. After returning to Princeton, Zhou took Gao Jingyi from Princeton University. You are studying here alone. After all, I don't feel at ease. Zhou said to Gao Jingyi in his arms. I have a security company under my control. I called them last night, and they will send someone over soon. Here is your bodyguard. Gao Jingyi has changed her short hair and looked neat and capable. She was lying in Zhou's arms at this time. While drawing circles on Zhou's chest with her index finger, she said, Then I am going in and out every day? Isn't someone following me? Okay, I'm not used to it. Michelle and the others tried to hire them bodyguards, but they stayed there all day long, which annoyed Michelle. In the end, they asked the family to withdraw the bodyguards. This is Princeton University. No one should dare to be too presumptuous. Didn't Phinips almost kidnap you last time? Zhou frowned. What's more, the United States is the country with the most campus shootings in the world. How can you let me rest assured of leaving you alone? Here, don't worry, those people will not be close to you. They are just innocent bodyguards. My personal custody will not affect your normal life. You will not even find them, and they are all women. So you are not afraid of inconvenience. Since it was Zhou's kindness, Gao Jingyi had no choice but to accept it. What's more, the matter of Phoenix before that made her feel lingering. At this time, Zhou took out a dark gold bank card and handed it to Gao Jingyi. This is a Swiss bank card. It is an account opened in your name. There is a sum of money in it. If you need it, you can get it taken from inside. After all, your dad is a government official, and it is not convenient to send you money. Gao Jingyi rolled over and wrote on Zhou, staring at him with her cheeks bulging. Zhou, what kind of woman do you think of me? Is it because I like your money because I like your money? Why give me money? Of course I know that you are not the kind of gold worshipper. Zhou smiled. But my woman, I can't let her be wronged, isn't it? Besides, in Princeton University, most of the students who study are from superior families. If you don't have a certain strength, you can't communicate with these people. This front is also your reception fee. Seeing that Zhou didn't mean to despise herself, Gao Jingyi snorted. I can accept the money, but don't think that if I ask for your money, you will unconditionally obey you. You must also respect my opinion. Otherwise, I would rather not have the money. Okay, you don't have to listen to me. I will do everything to you. Zhou put this Swiss bank card in Gao Jingyi's hand, and then leaned into her ear and smiled. Then I want you to use it last time those gestures come to me. What? Will you agree? Gao Jingyi immediately flushed her pink cheeks and punched Zhou's chest in shame. You are necrotic. I don't want to promise you. In fact, Zhou didn't tell Gao Jingyi that there was a huge amount of $1 billion in this card, because Zhou didn't know what the outcome would be, so he wanted to make some preparations. If something really happened, he was not prepared. Although Gao Jingyi is not the kind of gold worshipper who sees money open, Zhou still feels that if she really can't be with her in the future, the money will finally be a kind of compensation for her. After spending the night with Gao Jingyi again, and waiting for the female bodyguards sent by the Pluto security company to take over Gao Jingyi's safety work, Zhou left Princeton and went straight to Philadelphia. Li Shuihan, who was waiting for Zhou at Stanford, also because after receiving Zhou's news, he left for New York early. The two met in a not-upscale hotel suite. Li Shuihan still disguised himself as a white man. People who didn't know what she looked like would never expect this to be a beautiful woman like a flower. Also with Zhou was Ulysses, who had become a slave. As for that Jessica, Ulysses also stayed over, still in a coma. Li Shuihan had already learned about the whole thing from Zhou in the previous call. At this time, looking at Ulysses, he asked Zhou. He is the Indian who is part of the big boss. Zhou nodded, and Li Shuihan rushed to Ulysses, raising his hand and fanning his face. Although Ulysses became a slave, he only obeyed Zhou's orders and would not be slaughtered by others, so when he saw Li Shuihan attacking him, he immediately made a counterattack. Zhou was shocked when he saw it. Even though Li Shuihan is a top-notch expert, he still doesn't have much ability to resist in front of a supermaster like Ulysses. If Ulysses dealt with it seriously, Li Shuihan would inevitably end with serious injuries. Hao immediately shouted to Ulysses, "Don't fight back." Hearing Zhou's order, Ulysses stood still, and the hand he had just raised was also in the air. and Li Shuihan's hand also slammed Ulysses's face firmly, making a very crisp beating sound. Li Shuihan was especially puzzled, and he slapped Ulysses 5 or 6 slaps with his bow left and right. Even a super expert like Ulysses, under Li Shuihan's infuriated palm, his cheeks became slightly red and swollen. Zhou Hao naturally knew that Li Shuihan hated Ulysses for taking part in the arrest of the master. So Ulysses had become Zhou Hao's slave, and she had to vent her anger in this way. Moreover, the number 167 of the 1st Army base in San Diego was hypnotized by Ulysses before it was misunderstood that Li Shuihan was a traitor, causing him to die in Zhou Hao's hands. Okay, after all, he is also on our side now. With him as a supermaster, it will be much easier for us to rescue them, Zhou Hao said. And those in the CI, I don't know you regarding Lysis. We can use this to rescue them. Only then did Li Shuihan suppress the resentment in his heart, and came to the sofa with Zhou Hao to sit down. Li Shuihan also returned to his original cold expression and said to Zhou Hao, I have contacted China before. Through satellites. They are indeed watching when the U.S. military base in South Korea has a lot of personnel mobilization. Dr. Wenhe Li is likely to be actually imprisoned inside. What do you plan to do in China? Zhou Hao asked. The chiefs have decided that Mr. Zhu will lead the 5 combat teams of the 1st Army, and then the special logistics team of the Ministry of National Security and the 3 special teams of the Xinjiang military region will cooperate, and the North Korean side will also send troops to assist. A surprise attack will be launched on the U.S. base in South Korea, and Dr. Li must be rescued in the shortest time. Li Shuihan said, Of course, all personnel involved in this operation will be disguised as Middle Eastern militants who are strongly hostile to the United States. Zhou Hao nodded and said with some anxiety, However, after we really rescued the Master and Dr. Li, the United States will probably not be obedient to suffer from this dumb loss. Yes, but they can only compete with us in the dark because they dare not completely fall out with us. Although they are the only superpower, once a war starts, it is definitely not only China that will participate in the fight against them. 1. They have deep concerns. Li Shuihan took a deep breath. The most important thing is that we cannot confess the country even if the action fails. Otherwise, the country will be extremely passive in future contests and negotiations. Situation. Li Shuihan could hear that his heart was heavy. From the first day he entered the 1st Army, they had been told that if the operations performed outside the country failed, they would not be able to confess their identity even if they died. So each 1st Army, all of the members have enough poison hidden in their bodies to put people to death within 2 seconds, which is used to kill them. Sure enough, Li Shuihan handed a chocolate-sized object to Zhou Hao after he finished speaking, saying, This is the Martyr number 3. It is a neurotoxin developed by the research department of our 1st Army. A master at home can also poison it to death within 10 seconds, which is also a relief from the severe torture of the enemy. Zhou Hao took the Martyr number 3 with a heavy heart. He knew that Li Shuihan must also have one, and he did not tell Li Shuihan that his physique did not yet have any poison that could pose any threat to him. This is not because Zhou Hao is afraid of death, and the poison is useless, but if it is really a last resort, Zhou Hao has a way to make himself a silent corpse. Of course, it will not be the worst case. This thought will arise, and he should always pay attention to Li Shuihan, lest Li Shuihan think that the situation has fallen into despair and impulsively take poison. At this moment, Li Shuihan took out a small instrument from his belt and installed it on an ordinary projector provided by the hotel. Zhou Hao would come over and immediately let Ulysses turn off the lights in the suite. Li Shuihan operated the projector and the small instrument, and projected pictures on the wall of the suite. Those are some very professional mechanical drawings, which seem to be the structural drawings of some kind of ship. Then I listened to Li Shuihan said, This is the structure of the Nimitz. It was in the 1980s when many of our veterans of the 1st Army made it through hardships and sacrifices. If the Nimitz No has not undergone much structural modification, so these drawings can still be used. Zhou Hao was stunned. He was surprised and admired again by the strength of the 1st Army. He didn't expect that they could even get the structural drawing of the Nimitz aircraft carrier. After half a night, Zhou Hao finally learned Li Shuihan's structural drawing of the Nimitz aircraft carrier. He knew exactly which exits and stairs to get to, so that he could fight for more in action. Be proactive. After Zhou Hao learned the structure diagram, Li Shuihan said, "We know the structure of the Nimitz, but how are we going to sneak in? Especially the big bosses are imprisoned there. The U.S. guards must very strict." Zhou Hao looked at Ulysses next to him and smiled. "It depends on me, a faithful slave." Ulysses immediately bent over and said in a respectful voice, "Master, please give me instructions, I will die." Hidden on a certain floor of the Empire State Building in New York, disguised as a financial and trading company's CIA branch, the subdirector Smith was very happy today because Ulysses, who had been hunting down Chinese spies since the day before yesterday, finally returned today and captured one person alive. According to Ulysses, the Chinese spy who was captured alive by him was extremely powerful, and he himself suffered serious injuries under this man's hands. From this point of view, this man was in the First Army. The status should not be low. Because of the importance of that person, even though Ulysses only caught one person and let the others escape, Smith was still very happy. Over the years, after fighting with China's First Army many times, the CIA people realized that the higher the martial arts in the First Army, the higher the status, just like the four top masters deployed by the General Administration. Plum Blossom, although he did not confess a word from beginning to end, according to the informant and the Chinese general who was instigated, this Plum Blossom is the leader of the First Army that has repeatedly caused the CIA's top intelligence agencies to suffer. Therefore, even the president praised the director of the General Administration, and the big chaebol who were behind the scenes and manipulated American politics also expressed their views. Even if the president changes several times, he can be re-elected as director of the CIA for more than 10 years. So this time, Ulysses, who is a supermaster, also suffered a lot of injuries. From this point of view, the status of this person captured alive in the First Army must not be low, and it may also be one army. Maybe another core member of the army. Smith thought to himself, if this is the case, wouldn't the Director General take him seriously? Maybe he will be transferred to the General Administration to hold a senior post. As a result, Smith, who was ranked among the top 10 in the U.S. CIA, personally picked Ulysses back, which was very different from his previous attitude towards Ulysses. Smith was sitting in an extended Lincoln and picked up Ulysses and Jessica at the door of a Manhattan supermarket. He also saw the wrist grabbed by Ulysses. He looked only in his 20s. The Chinese man who wanted to be the important member of the Chinese First Army, who came to rescue the master. The three of Ulysses got into the car. Jessica took the initiative to sit next to Smith, while Ulysses sat opposite the Chinese man and never let go of the Chinese man's hand. Smith was very cautious. After the Chinese man got on the car, his right hand did not leave the pistol in his arms for a moment. At the same time, he looked up and down at the Chinese man who was sitting across from him. The look on his face was a bit awkward. It took a long time to treat Ulysses. Asked, "This is the key member of the First Army you mentioned? Why is this young?" Ulysses opened his eyes and glanced at Smith and said indifferently, "Why don't I untie the restraint on him? You try it yourself." After that, he really wanted to let go of the man's hand. Smith hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Don't. I believe. It's not because this guy is too young. It's unbelievable that he is the core member of the First Army." Next to Jessica, she hugged Smith's arm intimately and said with a charming smile, "Mr. Smith, isn't the guy who has been in our camp saying that the second master of the First Army is a very young man? This guy?" Ulysses' martial arts were really abnormal. I blamed Ulysses for underestimating the enemy. I almost died. In my opinion, this guy's martial arts is only slightly inferior to that of the big master. So he may be the second in command of China's First Army. The second in command of the First Army? Smith listened to Jessica's words, and his turbid eyes gleamed immediately. If you really grabbed the second in command of the First Army with this great credit, you might even have done it as the deputy director of the General Administration. Smith thought to himself, but he said suspiciously, "But didn't that guy say that the second in command of the First Army is mainly responsible for the security work of the Chinese leader and can't leave Beijing easily?" Jessica smiled and said, "Since I'm here to rescue their boss, the First Army will definitely not send some wastes out, and the most powerful in the First Army, except the big boss, the next one is not the second in command." Up. Yes, Yes, you are right. Smith smiled and picked Jessica's chin with his index finger. Jessica, this time I caught a fish of this size. If I really get promoted, surely I won't treat you badly. How about I bring you into the general administration together? Jessica smiled more coquettishly. It doesn't matter where you go. The most important thing is to be with you, Mr. Smith. Smith became more open and said to Ulysses, Ulysses, thanks to you this time. What kind of remuneration do you want? Even if you speak, as long as I am within my authority, I will try my best to satisfy you. But Ulysses said blankly, you don't need to be courteous. I just followed the orders of our Ambani family. There was something wrong with the Tomahawk cruiser, Weamba. The NI family's losses are also great, so even if you don't pay us anything, we won't stand by. Smith seemed to be accustomed to Ulysses' indifference, and he only cursed a few words in his heart for his ignorance of this guy, but he still had a gentle smile on the surface. Then he stared at the Chinese man on the opposite side and said, in fact, to determine if he is the second in command of the First Army, the best way is to ask him. Ulysses sneered and said, although I have controlled the 8 channels of this guy's strange meridians, so that he can't run his true power, but even so, this guy is very stiff, and there is still in my devil soul eater. No word was squeezed out under grinding bone hand. I still don't even know his name. Smith looked at this 20-year-old Chinese man in amazement. He had seen Ulysses' devil soul eater and bone grinding hand. Devil soul eater was actually Ulysses' hypnotism. One of his tricks. Even a strong-willed person with extremely strict training under his devil soul eater would completely collapse, revealing all the secrets. Bone grinding hand is a trick Ulysses specially uses to torture the enemy's flesh. Once it is used, the recipient will have a heart-wrenching pain as if the bones are being ground. Smith shuddered when he thinks about it. And this man who was only in his 20s was able to be so tenacious under Ulysses' 2 sharp weapons to force a confession. Smith really had to admire. It's no wonder that China's First Army is able to deal with the world's major intelligence agencies and never fall under the wind. The will of its members is so tenacious, and it is much stronger than our CIA. Smith exclaimed. Ulysses had also used Devil Soul Eater and Bone Grinding Hand to deal with those captured alive members of the First Army. Needless to say, the master did not even frown his brows from beginning to end. People are also very hard-talking, and they can't bear to bite their tongues and commit suicide without confessing. This makes Smith and other CIA people admire and fear. The young man who was firmly suppressed by Ulysses had been staring at Smith since he got on the car. His eyes were very resentful and angry, as if he was about to burst into flames. Although Smith knew that he could not move under the suppression of Ulysses, he still couldn't help feeling a little chilly. Hey, don't stare at me like this to see if it will work. You are the ones who came to our United States to snare the net without your own resources. I can't blame me, Smith said to the man in front of him. The man moved his lips, but he didn't speak, but he still stared at Smith fiercely. I heard Ulysses say. I blocked his acupuncture points, so he couldn't speak. He seems to have something to say, or let him say a few words. Smith said. Ulysses thought for a while and nodded, reached out his hand to open the man's dumb acupuncture point, and then listened to the man saying to Smith, Wait, Yankee, I will tear you up in a short time. Let you die without a corpse. The tone was very plain, but the hatred in it was very strong and profound. Smith couldn't help but feel chills on the soles of his feet, but on the surface he still couldn't weaken his momentum, and sneered. Then I will open my eyes and see how you are going to kill me. But before that, I have a lot of our unique American etiquette that I need to show you, keep you dying and lingering. Then we will wait and see. The man on the other side stared at Smith, smiling very confidently. The man who was captured by Ulysses and escorted back to the CIA was naturally Zhou Hao. To infiltrate the Nimitz aircraft carrier to rescue the Great Master and others, it was impossible. So Zhou Hao came up with such a method, pretending to be captured, and then using Ulysses' identity in the CIA to enter Nimitz. Zhou Hao called his plan a Trojan horse. Hao Zhou would never have imagined that a very important CIA stronghold was hidden here in the Empire State Building in New York if he hadn't come in person, and whether from the door or from the inside of the office. This is a financial and trading company that is common in New York, except for employees. The pistols or light automatic machine guns that we occasionally expose are hidden in their waists. This is no different from those outside financial and trading companies. Previously, from Li Shuihan and Ulysses' mouths, Zhou Hao knew that this fourth branch of the CIA hidden in the Empire State Building did not belong to any CIA subordinate agency that the media had disclosed in the past, but a little-known special agency, specially responsible for the management of externally hired personnel. The so-called externally hired personnel are special personnel who are not part of the CIA establishment or even American citizens, but are hired by the CIA to provide long-term or short-term services to the CIA. This includes special groups such as hackers, killers, and smuggling groups. And Ulysses and Mohandas, who were ordered by the Ambani family to assist the CIA this time, as well as Feng Ma Kotaro and the chess and swords Cui Shiming, all belong to the CIA's external recruitment personnel. The fourth branch of the CIA is the special agency responsible for the management and reception of these externally recruited personnel. Many important actions of the CIA require the coordination and cooperation of the fourth branch. Therefore, as the head of the fourth branch, Smith in the CIA, it is a veritable power faction. In the entire CIA, only one director of the General Bureau and two deputy directors of the General Bureau can stabilize Smith at the level. But when he came here, Zhou Hao didn't see Feng Mo Kotaro and Mohandas, which also made Zhou Hao relieved, because Zhou Hao's face is still dressed up at this time. After all, he has recently defeated the Soros group. The new stock god, who has been in the limelight, was originally hated by the U.S. authorities because of the Hong Kong financial war. If discovered, the consequences would be much more serious, and with Ulysses, Smith and the others did not suspect that this was not Zhou Hao's true face. But if Wind Demon Kotaro, who had had friends of life with Zhou Hao several times, Zhou Hao would not have the confidence to hide his true face under his nose. Now that Wind Demon Kotaro is not here, it is just right for Zhou Hao. Under Ulysses' escort, Zhou Hao was taken to a special room in the 4th precinct. This room seemed to be not much like the interrogation rooms in the movie. One-way glass windows with bulletproof function so that people in another room next door can see the situation here. The other walls are covered with thick cushions to prevent the interrogated person from hitting the wall and committing suicide. The chair in the center of the room is also specially made. The armrests and legs of the chair have special metal buttons, which can lock the hands and feet of the prisoner and restrict his movement. Zhou Hao was locked in this chair. He also tried to test the firmness of the buttons. It was very good. Under the strength of his 2 successful powers, he didn't move at all, but he reached the limit, so Zhou Hao had no problem breaking away from it. Ulysses and Jessica both went to give verbal reports with Smith, so Zhou Hao was the only one in the room for the time being. He knew that someone was observing himself behind the glass on the opposite wall, but he didn't care much. Instead, quietly thinking about the next plan. The head and other intelligence personnel were imprisoned in the Nimitz, and under the continuous torture of the U.S. authorities, there were constant sacrifices. Although the head was important, the Americans did not get enough from him. The intelligence of the former will not hurt his life, but the pain suffered by the master is not small. Zhou Hao couldn't let this situation worsen. If there were no accidents, he would also be transferred to the Nimitz aircraft carrier. Then he would be able to see the master and implement his escape plan. Just now, I heard what Smith said by the head of the 4th Sub-Bureau. Under the whistleblower of the guy who was instigated, the U.S. authorities even knew that the First Army was responsible for the security work of the central leadership. The damage done by the guy to the country has reached a very serious level. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and then I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walking slowly in. He turned out to be a Chinese with a strong Beijing spirit. Seeing this man, Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes, and a strong killing intent rose in his heart. Although Zhou Hao didn't know this guy before or had contact with him, Zhou Hao knew who this person was. This person is named Su Junping, is the director of the Americas Department of the Military Intelligence Bureau of the General Staff of the Chinese military, holds the rank of colonel, and is a highly powerful figure in the Chinese intelligence system. Su Junping's true identity is a senior agent of the 2nd Department of the General Staff, that is, a subordinate of General Ji who was in charge of managing the 2nd Department of the General Staff, but was ultimately treasonous and collaborating with the enemy. Zhou Hao also knew about General Naji's collaborating with the enemy and treason in his previous life, and thus knew Su Junping. He also asked Li Shuihan for information on important intelligence personnel in the second department of the General Staff, including this person. Su Junping is a core member of the Chinese military's overseas intelligence work and holds a large number of secrets in China's overseas intelligence network. His defection directly led to the Chinese overseas intelligence system being cracked by the US, and it took a long time to recover. And Zhou Hao also knew that at this time the fact that General Ji collaborated with the enemy and treason had not yet been revealed, and it was only suspected by the Central Committee. As for Su Junping, he was still in charge of liaising with the US Embassy in Beijing, which means he was still a country-important person in the intelligence system. But it is precisely such an important person who will appear in this fourth branch of the CIA. It can be seen that Su Junping has been in collusion with the US authorities for a long time. It's a member of the First Army. As soon as Su Junping came in, he casually pulled a chair and sat opposite Zhou Hao, resting his hands on the back of the chair, looking at Zhou Hao with a very casual and comfortable expression. Your First Army is powerful, and your authority is greater than that of the second department of our General Staff. Once your information is involved, even our deputy minister has no right to inquire. The ordinary members below you are also more arrogant than our officers. It's all right now. Even your bosses have been arrested back. See how the arrogance you can go. Zhou Hao stared at this comfortable Su Junping and said coldly, since you are here, then the fact that General Ji collaborating with the enemy and treason will take it seriously. It's a pity that I can't contact the country. You appear here in the CIA, and the military can kill the surname Ji. Su Junping lit a cigarette, sprayed Zhou Hao's face, and smiled. You don't need to worry about this level. Our vice ministers are already moving to the United States. Don't you know, we the vice minister's wife and children have already obtained U.S. visas and become legal residents of the United States. It will not be long before our vice minister will also come. Zhou Hao looked at Su Junping up and down, and then said, it seems that you colluded with the Americans earlier than the one with the surname Ji. Even the one with the surname Ji was also the link between you and the Americans. Huh? You can see this? Su Junping looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. You really deserve the name of the second master of the First Army. You are the 7 kills. So I say you are one the army's arrogant. In my capacity, I have not been able to meet the 4 of you heads. Last time your head was arrested by the Americans, I was fortunate enough to see his true face. Why treason? Is the country not good enough for you? Zhou Hao asked, staring at him. You must know that the state has always treated these important personnel very generously and fully met all their material needs, especially Su Junping, who holds great power, and even senior officials at the provincial and ministerial level have to be polite and powerful. It's not too heavy, but they are willing to do the treason that has been scolded by all ages. Su Junping showed a funny smile on his face, as if Zhou Hao said something very ridiculous. He said, although the country is good for us, it is not without conditions. It restricts us from going abroad, restricts our investment, and even restricts us. Marriage. The United States is different here. As long as you have money, you can do everything. And the United States gives us much better benefits than the country. This road is worth it. Are you not afraid of being stinky for thousands of years? Zhou Hao asked back. Even if we are exposed, do you think the country will publicize our affairs? Su Junping sneered. They whitewash society into a peaceful world, so that ordinary people think that everyone in the government is loyal to the country and that the party is true. It's ridiculous to be able to set a national policy in one word. After a pause, he laughed and said, as for the officials I have handled, everyone is greedy for ink, astronomical figures. How many people are there? I am afraid that your First Army has also run many such officials, right? Ordinary people can't imagine how their usual taxes are used. They absolutely can't think of it. In addition, many countries in Europe and the United States are advocating the China threat theory, making the Chinese civilians think that China's military power poses a great threat to the United States. In fact, compared with the United States, China is like a 13-year-old boy and an adult. Let alone the Navy, China will not reach half the current level of the U.S. Navy even in another 20 years. So we came to the United States, very safe. Xi Jinping is engaged in espionage work, so he is very clear about the military strength of both China and the United States, and he also knows how big the gap between the two sides is. Although the gap between China and the United States in military power is not as exaggerated as he said, but to a certain extent it is also true. When Zhou Hao saw Xi Jinping using such a leisurely expression to say the reason for his treason, his anger became even greater, and he said, "It is because of the existence of people like you that the gap between China and the United States is so. It is huge. Although Jincheng is happy, it is better to return to your hometown. Although the paradise is good, it is not a place to stay for a long time." The ancients still knew the idea of the motherland. You have been nurtured by the country for so many years, but now you do not hesitate to save the country for your own wealth. It is a shame of the country and the nation to have people like you exist. Xi Jinping was not moved by Zhou Hao's words. He smiled so faintly. After smoking half a cigarette, he smiled at Zhou Hao. "As a compatriot, I would advise you. If you are interested, you say everything you know. In this case, you can own the glory and wealth that we have. Otherwise, you don't have to say the pain of flesh and blood. We will feed back the news to the Chinese side and tell them that you have rebelled. Based on the information we have now, as long as we release some wind, the Chinese side will definitely believe in your betrayal. At that time, not only will you no longer be loyal to your country, even your so-called motherland will not let you go." Zhou Hao squinted his eyes. "You guys are so insidious. Many people who rebelled against the motherland were probably forced to betray the motherland under Xi Jinping's current methods, because the country to which they were desperately loyal would eventually take their own lives. This kind of blow could not be tolerated by anyone. However, this method is not effective for everyone. At least it has no effect on Zhou Hao." Instead, Zhou Hao laughed and asked Xi Jinping, "You have used this method with many people. I don't ask other people. There are other members of the First Army under your method. Have you promised to betray the motherland?" "Ha ha! The beam-jumping clown is the beam-jumping clown. Do you think that you are greedy for prosperity and wealth at the expense of national interests and national justice? So other people will definitely be like you? Ha ha! No wonder you will treason and forget your ancestors, because you don't even know the greatness of this country. After all, you are just a pug with no conscience and morality." The smile on Xi Jinping's face finally disappeared, and his expression was very gloomy, because Zhou Hao had said it, and the big master and others were completely indifferent under his method. Xi Jinping still clearly remembered that when he helped the U.S. authorities to persuade the leader to subdue the boss, the eyes of the boss looked at him. It was clearly in the eyes of a pug, and even disdained to speak to him. "FCKU auntie." Xi Jinping opened his bow left and right, slapped Zhou Hao fiercely. Zhou Hao clenched his fists, and finally managed to control himself not to break the buttons, and then slapped the collaborator and traitorous villain to death. He swallowed the insult in his life, but he looked at Xi Jinping's gaze more sharply. At this moment, Zhou Hao finally felt the feelings of those righteous people in the face of the coercion and temptation of the enemy. There is always a spirit in their hearts that supports them to persevere and supports them to be loyal to the country. I live in a country, and I am honored when I die. Even though I die, I will live forever. Zhou Hao finally felt the meaning of this sentence and the spirit in it, and he strengthened his determination to rescue the master and others. "Since you are toasting and not drinking fine wine, then I will ignore you." Xi Jinping rubbed his sore palm and said coldly to Zhou Hao, "Tomorrow you will be transferred to another place, where unexpected torture and pain are waiting for you. After a few days, after you have tried those ecstasy things, I will come to see you again. I hope you will change your mind then." After that, Xi Jinping left the room straight away, and Zhou Hao hated them, the traitorous fellows, to his bones. He vowed to bring the guy named Ji to justice after returning to China, even if he was the founding hero. Zhou Hao's father saved his child from death as in the original history, and Zhou Hao would never have any tolerance for such a person. Not long after Xi Jinping left, Smith and Ulysses, the director of the 4th Precinct, came in. Ulysses took a syringe into Zhou Hao's hungry arm and injected the transparent, unknown liquid into Zhou Hao's body. At the same time, Ulysses said to Zhou Hao through sound transmission without Smith's awareness. Master, they decided to transfer you to the Nimitz tomorrow, and I and Li the young lady will go along. In addition, this is a super sleeping pill mixed with neurotoxins extracted by the CIA research. 1 milligram of the drug can make 10 adult gorillas coma for days and nights. After the injection, even the top masters will be in a coma for a long time. Ulysses knew that there was no poison that could pose a threat to Zhou Hao's body. In order to make Zhou Hao's disguise more credible, he deliberately told Zhou Hao of the medicinal properties and let him pretend to be poisoned. Sure enough, after the injection of this medicine, Zhou Hao's head flashed for a while, and there was no other sign. But Zhou Hao still shook his head deliberately. His eyes were also confused, and then looked at Smith angrily, gritted his teeth. Said, "What medicine did you give me?" Smith would never have thought that Ulysses had become someone else's slave, let alone Zhou Hao's inviolable physique. At this time, he saw Zhou Hao being injected with a super sleeping pill that even the master could not hold. I was completely relieved, standing in front of Zhou Hao with his backhand, smiled. "Don't worry. This is not a poison, just some special sleeping pills. It is specially used to calm you masters." Zhou Hao sneered. "Aren't you going to try to recruit me first?" Smith shook his head with a look of helplessness. "I have tried a lot of you people in the First Army, but so far, even if you toss those people to death, I have not succeeded in conquering one. Your status is so important, I don't need to hurt your body. Anyway, the result will be the same. After I hand you over tomorrow, my task will be completed. So why should I do that thankless thing? What? Very well, it is worthy of being a high-ranking person in the CIA. I think it through." Zhou Hao didn't know whether it was a mockery or really praised Smith. At this time, Ulysses next to him again reminded Zhou Hao with a sound transmission to his ears. "Master, the effect of the medicine is almost on." Hearing this, Zhou Hao deliberately stared at Smith for a long time, then slowly lowered his eyelids. His head tilted and fainted. He knows that the CIA has special equipment to detect his brain waves and heartbeat. So he uses his internal force to maintain his heartbeat and pulse in a deep sleep state, and enters the state of martial arts, so that the brain waves are stabilized, making the CIA people unable to discover your true situation. Smith said to Ulysses, "Ulysses, I will bother you to look at him tonight." "It's okay, it's just a duty." Ulysses said, "By the way, my brother Mohandas, are they all on the Nimitz?" Smith nodded. "Yes, not only your junior, but the 2 Japanese and Koreans are all on it. After all, the Nimitz is the leader of the First Army. The identity of this person is too important. The Chinese will definitely not give up on him easily, just like this guy." Smith looked at Zhou Hao, who was unconscious, and said, "Don't these people use the mafia to investigate their tracks? And their skills, it's so powerful. If you don't deploy enough manpower to guard the Nimitz, neither the director of the general administration nor the president will be at ease." Even, in order to guard against the Chinese sending submarines to attack, the Pentagon also arranged 4 cruisers to the Nimitz. These conversations naturally fell into Zhou Hao's ears without missing a word. After learning that the guards of the Nimitz were so strict, I was grateful that I did not take strong measures to rescue the master. Nimitz, a guard of this level. Even if China really sends a submarine, I am afraid that it will not be able to eat. Smith and Ulysses discussed more details about escorting Zhou Hao's transfer tomorrow, and then left one after another. Ulysses went to the next room and surveilled Zhou Hao through the one-way glass. There was no word for a night. Early the next morning, the people of the 4th Precinct found a metal box like a coffin, put the comatose Zhou Hao into it, then packed the coffin and put it in the container. It is transported towards the port. In addition to Zhou Hao's box, Ulysses, Smith, and Jessica were in the container, and there were more than 20 CIA personnel with live ammunition. Zhou Hao inside the box let go of his 6 senses, paying attention to the surrounding movement, and feeling the traffic and people outside the container. He knew that the container truck was walking on the streets of downtown New York. Ulysses and Smith in the container did not speak, because Smith knew the importance of this mission, and there was no room for error. Soon, Zhou Hao heard the sound of the horns of sea ships and the sound of wind and waves in the sea. He knew in his heart that he had been transported to the port and would soon arrive at the Nimitz. In this case, his own plan is half successful. The Nimitz is the largest nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the U.S. Navy, and it is also a floating airport and maritime city. The deck area on the ship is equivalent to 3 football fields, and the hull is up to 30 stories high. The nuclear fuel can be used continuously for 13 years. There are also radio stations, movie halls, post and telecommunications stations, department stores, etc. on the ship, making it a complete city. At the same time, the Nimitz is currently the world's largest displacement, most aircraft, and most modern aircraft carrier. It is also the second-generation nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the United States at the same level as the Nimitz. This year, after many years of service, the Nimitz finally returned to voyage to add nuclear materials for propulsion. At this time, it was parked in the harbor outside New York, waiting to return to the factory to add nuclear materials and perform other maintenance work. At this time, the CIA, as the major mafia desperately sought traces of the masters and others, was also worried about where they should be transferred. It just happened to encounter the Nimitz returning to the voyage, and the director of the General Administration had a flash of inspiration. He immediately took the case and decided to transfer the master and others to the Nimitz, the world's strongest maritime fortress. As a captive just captured by the CIA decided to transfer him to the Nimitz in view of his important status as the First Army and Second Master. Today, Zhou Hao was escorted by the 4th branch to this sea fortress. Zhou Hao, who was put in the box, could only feel that he had passed through several elevators and corridors. The escorting people stopped and opened the wooden box outside and the coffin inside. Although pretending to be unconscious, Zhou Hao was still able to secretly pay attention to the surrounding environment. This is a very spacious room. There is no window. There is only an automatic door made of steel. After the steel door is closed, the 4 walls are made of cold and smooth steel. In the center of the room is a chair also made of steel. There is a button. Zhou Hao was buttoned on it at this time. There is a table fixed on the ground not far in the front. Besides, there is nothing else in the room. Although he was on a boat, Zhou Hao felt very stable. The feeling of turbulence in the sea was not obvious, but Zhou Hao's sensitive hearing could faintly hear rhythmic engine sounds and machine operation outside. Sound. This is the Nimitz, the trump card of the U.S. Navy. Zhou Hao thought in his heart. In the room besides Zhou Hao, Smith and Ulysses are there, and there is a white man of medium build who is not amazing. He looks in his 40s. He wears a dark blue suit and a butterfly tie at the neckline, a bit like hosting a party. The MC of ceremonies was just a sallow face with a cigar in his mouth. Smith's attitude towards this man is very respectful, and everywhere he belongs to himself. So Zhou Hao guessed that this man should be the chief director of the CIA. Just listen to the man saying to Ulysses, "Give him an antidote. People who can't speak are useless to us." Ulysses nodded and went to Zhou Hao's side. He put a syringe into his arm again, and at the same time the sound was transmitted into the ear canal. "Master, this is the antidote to the super sleeping pill last night, but it also contains some other things. Toxin. I heard that the wind demon Kotaro made it, and it can slowly dissolve the innocence of the inner master, but you should not be afraid of your physique as the master. Also, that man is the chief director of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, George Tenet." George Tenet. Zhou Hao had heard of this character in his previous life. He spent a full 7 years in the position of director of the CIA. Even after George Bush replaced Bill Clinton as president of the United States, but he was still able to serve as the director of the CIA and became the first director in the history of the CIA to remain in office after the presidential change. This also shows the greatness of George Tenet. Moreover, Tenet has only been appointed as the director of the CIA since 1997, which means that he will stay in this important position of power for another 6 years to determine the decisions and actions of U.S. espionage work. After the injection of the drug, Zhou Hao finally slowly woke up after a minute and a half, and when he saw Smith and Ulysses, he also showed an angry expression, and then he saw George standing next to Smith. After Tenet, his expression became surprised, but he soon calmed down and said with a sneer, "I didn't expect to see the boss of the CIA so soon. You are George Tenet." Tenet reached out with a cigarette in his hand, and a wisp of smoke came out of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his sallow face. "China's First Army is really powerful. I am afraid that my personal information has long been in your files. Got it. Zhou Hao did not speak anymore, but deliberately looked around, and then asked, Where is this? Where did you take me? Tenet hugged his hand, looking at Zhou Hao in his spare time, and smiled. You might as well guess. There is a slight turbulence here. Is it at sea? Zhou Hao deliberately guessed. Papa. Tenet clapped his hands. As expected, he is an important member of the First Army. He is really smart. To tell you the truth, this is the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier of the Chinese Navy. A cruiser, 2 destroyers, a submarine, and a supply ship. Even if it's an official war, it's extremely difficult to get in here. So you're safe here, so safe that no one can find you. Not only you, your boss, and other important intelligence personnel are all locked here by us. Zhou Hao knew that this fleet with the Nimitz at its core was powerful, so he was not surprised. Just to confuse Tenet and others, he had to make a shocked expression on his face, and then said in resentment, If you want to slaughter, you have to kill Xianzhen. But if you want me to betray the motherland like Su Junping, that traitor, it is absolutely impossible. After that, Zhou Hao turned his face to one side and assumed a gesture of swearing not to speak. Tenet was not impatient, and smiled slightly. I know how hard-hearted you are in the First Army, so I am not in a hurry. Anyway, we have time. I believe you only need to see the international situation clearly. After how our country treats those who serve us preferentially, you will truly join our camp. Then, Tenet didn't really torture Zhou Hao to extract a confession. On the contrary, he sent a very rich meal to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's body is inviolable, and he is not afraid of others. But eat with relish. Now you believe it. Our country does not have any malice against you, and we will open the door of convenience for you at any time. Tenet said, biting his cigar. As long as you are willing to tell us everything you know, I promise you can become a billionaire right away, and the money woman is your choice. Zhou Hao didn't speak, but was eating quietly, and Tenet never thought that it would be so easy to convince Zhou Hao at the beginning, so he was not in a hurry. After explaining that Ulysses was optimistic about Zhou Hao, he took Smith with him. Left together. After the steel door was closed, Zhou Hao did not take the initiative to speak to Ulysses, because he knew that his every move in this room was monitored by the CIA. Sure enough, Ulysses said to Zhou Hao with a sound transmission, Master, there are 16 cameras hidden in this room, as well as 4 infrared detectors with different angles. Your every move falls under the eyes of the CIA. Zhou Hao chewed a piece of steak in his mouth and said at the same time, I know, depending on the situation, the masters, and I, are all imprisoned by them. If you want to see the masters right away, they shouldn't be able to achieve it. You said, do you know where they are imprisoned? Yes, Master, I know where they are imprisoned, but they are imprisoned in the secret rooms where you are imprisoned. The walls are made of 6-inch steel plates. The password for entering and exiting is changed every 3 hours. The Nimitz's captain or Alan Tenet authorized the secret, and these chambers are also filled with high explosives. If the password is incorrect 3 times, or if someone is forced to open it, it will automatically detonate it. People blow up. Zhou Hao said in his heart, These Americans are so careful. I heard Ulysses continue to say. Also, the master and several other masters of the inner family have been injected with the previously secret poison made by the wind demon Kotaro. Even if the inner strength has not been melted, I am afraid only the original 1 or 2 is left. This wind demon Little Taro's vicious means. Zhou Hao said angrily. Wind demon Kotaro and a master are old enemies. Now that the master is caught by mistake, he will definitely not let this opportunity pass. The poison to dissolve the inner family's true chi is obviously the wind demon Kotaro's against a master. He wants abolish the martial arts of the master. Master, there is one more thing, including me and my younger brother. The 4 masters of the Mahayana class will guard the master and others in you in shifts every 6 hours. Ulysses said, the first class guarding you is me. Someone else will be on duty in 6 hours. If it's my junior or Fengma Kotaro's turn, I'm afraid I will know your disguise. Zhou Hao's heart was stunned. If it was really this way, it would be bad. He asked Ulysses, Don't you know who the next person is? Ulysses shook his head. We didn't know this beforehand, because those Americans didn't completely trust us either. Even Ulysses doesn't know who will take over Zhou Hao next. That's terrible. If it's Fengma Kotaro or Mohandas who have fought against Zhou Hao and are familiar with Zhou Hao's breath, the master of will definitely recognize Zhou Hao's disguise immediately, and Zhou Hao will have to take action immediately. The time for the central government to go to the U.S. military base to rescue Dr. Li Wenhe is 7 hours later. Zhou Hao said, "We must take action within the agreed time. Otherwise, the rescue operations on both sides are inconsistent. I'll be stunned. If this opportunity is missed, it will be very difficult to come back in the future. And we also need time to figure out where the masters are locked in this Nimitz." Ulysses also said, "Now I need to stay in this room. Guard you. Master, you can't leave the room. Otherwise, we can make our actions faster." Zhou Hao looked silent, hoping that Li Shuihan could complete the scheduled task as soon as possible so that he could be ready before the appointed time. At the same time, Zhou Hao said to Ulysses, "If you know where the people monitoring this room are, you will go to those people right after you change shifts. If the person who will take over is really Wind Demon Kotaro or Mohandas, you must immediately control those who are monitoring here, and not let the situation here be known from outside." Ulysses nodded immediately. "I see, Master." At the same time, Smith, the director of the 4th Precinct, was in the command room of the Nimitz with the chief director George Tenet, and General Swift, the captain of the Nimitz, was present. In addition, Jessica is also with Smith. In front of the Director General, Smith appeared to be very cautious, occasionally joking and deliberately to please Tenet and Swift, not at all the arrogance in front of his subordinates. "Mr. Smith, last time it was thanks to your assistance from the 4th Precinct to capture the leader of the 1st Army." Swift, in his 40s, bit a pipe and smiled at Smith. Said, "I have never had a chance to meet you, but today I finally got what I wanted, haha." "General Swift, don't say that," Smith hurriedly said with a smile. "All our actions are only in accordance with the orders issued by the General Administration. It is our Director Tenet who is in charge of the overall situation. Even ours. The 4 special employed personnel only respect our Director Tenet, and they are very rebellious to me. It shows how prestigious our Director Tenet is." Swift turned his eyes to Tenet next to him and smiled. "George, you are a good man. No wonder you will let him be in charge of the vital department of the 4th Precinct." Tenet's face was very sallow, and it looked like a wax figure from a distance, and his smile was very gloomy. He only heard him say, "What do you want? Isn't it because I want to dig my left and right hands to your military intelligence department? Cite it." Then he said to Smith, "Smith, you did a good job this time, and the corresponding bonus will be transferred to your account immediately. There is also a debriefing assessment at the end of the year. I will add a personal opinion to your assessment." Smith was overjoyed when he heard this. Major leaders of the CIA, like them, will receive a very generous bonus if the task is completed well, ranging from tens of millions to as many as 10 million, which is not unpleasant. But the reason for Smith's surprise is not on these bonuses, because people with high authority like them have a lot of gray income in addition to the salary bonus allocated by the government, and the government acquiesces in these incomes, as long as it is enough not to commit treason. What excites Smith the most is the personal opinions that Tenet will add to his assessment. This plays a very important role in the promotion of everyone in the CIA. With Tenet's personal opinions, Smith can be more advanced. Floor up. At this time, Tenet turned his gaze to Jessica, who was beside Smith, and smiled. "This is the Miss Jessica Smith you mentioned." Jessica hurriedly smiled at Tenny's head. "Mr. Chief, it's an honor to meet you." Smith next to Tenet also said to Tenet, "Director Tenet, this time I was able to capture the important member of the 1st Army who came to rescue the Chinese spy. Jessica has a lot of credit and was injured." Tenet looked at Jessica up and down, and then revealed his grimly looking smile. "Since even Smith praises you so much, it seems that your ability is really good. Haha, you have done a lot this time. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Is it a bonus or a promotion?" "Everything Jessica does is for the country. It is a matter of its own, and I dare not ask for any rewards." Jessica said without arrogance, "I only hope to stay with Director Smith and continue to contribute to the country. Strength is satisfied." Jessica's words made Smith smile. Tenet's smile eased a lot, and Swift also smiled. "This lady has the spirit of our soldiers. Hey, I don't think you have so many outstanding people under George. People, I look jealous. Tenet said to Jessica. Although you don't ask for rewards, our rule is that rewards are rewarded and penalties are imposed. Since you want to stay with Smith and do things, I won't force it, but the bonus is still it will be sent to you, just $500,000, and I will grant it specially. Thank you, Chief. Jessica smiled openly. Next, Tenet was about to discuss with Swift about how to prevent China. These things even Smith, who is the director of the 4th Precinct, could not know about. So Smith's very interesting excuses were involved. So he took Jessica, left the command room. Out of the command room, Jessica did not take any intimate actions towards Smith, but occasionally scratched the back of Smith's hand and scratched Smith's heart, wishing to hold this slender black beauty, and kissed Fangza in his arms. He smiled and said, Jessica, Director Tenet appreciates you very much. If you have this opportunity, would you like to work in the general administration? The opportunities there are much better than ours. I said just now, I just hope to continue to work with Director Smith. Jessica smiled at Smith. This is Jessica's truth. Smith had only tested her, but now he is very happy to hear this. Then I heard Jessica said, Director, I have never been to this Nimitz before. Would you like to show me a tour? Of course it's okay. I've always been responsive to someone as capable as Jessica. Smith looked around and saw that there were no others around. So he reached out and picked Jessica's chin, acting very ambiguously. Jessica glanced at him with a scornful look, which made Smith feel like a cat. Then, Smith took Jessica on a tour of the Nimitz. The Nimitz is the backbone of the United States at sea. Even if it is open to the public, it will only open a part of the area, and other places are strictly prohibited. However, the 4th Precinct is affiliated to the CIA and has a close relationship with the military, and Tenet and Captain Swift of the Nimitz are close friends, so the sergeants on the ship are very polite to Smith. Wait, without restricting their actions. So Jessica was accompanied by Smith, a temporary tour guide, on and off the Nimitz. No wonder those Chinese are so afraid of our Navy. After visiting the Nimitz, Jessica smiled at Smith. We still have 10 aircraft carriers of this kind of Nimitz in the United States, enough to dominate the world's oceans. Of course, otherwise Director Tenet wouldn't imprison those members of the First Army here. Smith said. Jessica suddenly said, By the way, Chief Smith, I often hear you mention how powerful the leader of the First Army is, but I haven't seen him yet. Can you take me to see him? I saw Smith showing a hesitant look. This, Jessica, the head of the First Army, is extremely dangerous. When we arrested him last time, many of our 4th games died. That's how you were dispatched. And Director Tenet monitors the boss very closely and does not allow others to approach him casually. Jessica put her hands on Smith's chest. Her face was very charming. But Director Smith, you are the person in charge of the 4th branch. Can't you even get close? That big boss is in our 4th. I was captured alive under the coordination of the Sub-Bureau. You are right, but... No, they just want to see the big boss. Jessica said coquettishly. I want to see him. Is there any of our Director Smith who can do so well? Director Smith, people want to see him. Feeling Jessica's soft body and seeing her charming and attractive posture, Smith swallowed fiercely and finally said, Okay, but only this time. Otherwise let Chief Tenet if he knew it, he would be unhappy. What Jessica did not expect was that the imprisonment of the First Army leader is not the same place as other Chinese intelligence personnel. The leader is imprisoned next to a missile ballistic room on the left hull of the Nimitz, a secret room. The area is also 3 or 4 times larger than the others. This secret room was brightly lit, and the light was so strong that it was a little dazzling. And in the center of the large secret room was a big, shaped steel frame, on which a naked man was locked. I saw that the man was of medium build. His muscles were not ostentatious, but he was also sharp and refined everywhere. With his head hanging down, his upper body was covered with a series of old and new scars, including burns, whiplashes, bruises, etc., obviously suffering severe torture. Moreover, he only has half of his right arm, and the elbow is empty, but the wound is healed a long time ago without leaving any scars. It is obviously an old wound of some years. In addition to the man locked on the steel frame in the secret room, there is also a tall man wearing a black Japanese kimono and a copper and gold goblin mask on his face. Standing in front of the steel frame, he is the Japanese wind demon. Kotaro Fengma, the patriarch of a family. Seeing Smith bringing Jessica in, Kotaro Kitaro turned around, and the eyes behind the mask swept over the two of them, causing Smith and Jessica to chill involuntarily, as if being stared at by a poisonous snake-like. Mr. Wind Demon. Smith said hello with a smile on his face. Among the 4 supermasters specially hired by the CIA, the last thing Smith is unwilling to deal with is this Fengma Kotaro, who has never shown himself in his true colors. He always feels that there is always a stray wind around him, and when others approach it, it is like falling into ice. Cave-like, what are you doing here? Fengma Kotaro's voice was originally hoarse, and coupled with the barrier of the evil ghost mask, his voice really sounded like an evil ghost, which made people shudder. Of course, Smith wouldn't say that he came here to satisfy Jessica's curiosity. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. I haven't seen him since I captured this guy last time. I took advantage of the arrival of the Nimitz. Here, so just come and take a look. How about it, Mr. Wind Demon? Is this guy willing to give in?" "It's still far away." Fengma Kotaro sneered, pinching the man's chin on the steel frame with his hand and raising his head. This man is not amazing in appearance, but his eyebrows are sharp like swords. Although his body is weak, his eyes are piercing, and he is not at all depressed. He is the leader of the First Army, Zhong Jiren. Although he can't move, the eyes of the master are as sharp as a sharp sword, which is different from the eerie and horror of the Wind Demon Kotaro. This is a kind of awe-inspiring spirit that can shock Xiao Xiao, and Smith, who directly faces the gaze of the master, can't bear it. Being caught by his aura, he took a step back subconsciously. Fengma Kotaro was very disdainful of Smith's timidity, but he still said, "Don't be afraid. This guy was poisoned by me, and neither kung fu nor true chi can make a difference. It's worse than ordinary people. If it weren't for your CIA's desire to take him from him to get information, this person was tortured to death by me. But now he has only half his life left. Believe me, you guys want to pry open this guy's mouth. It is much more difficult than capturing him alive. It is better to let me kill him 100. Smith laughed and said, "It's not my turn to decide. You should ask our director Tenet." Fengma Kotaro was non-committal, turned back to look at the master, but said to Smith, "I heard that Ulysses, the Indian, has captured an important person from the First Army alive. The martial arts is very powerful. I will check it out later. Except for this guy in the E-Army, there should be no one who can make people of our level jealous." "Then we won't disturb you, Mr. Wind Demon." Smith was reluctant to contact Wind Demon Kotaro. Fengma Kotaro did not speak, and Smith left with Jessica. After going outside, Jessica patted her chest and said with a sigh of relief, "Mr. Smith, the one wearing the mask just now is the Wind Demon Kotaro that Mr. Ulysses often mentioned? How terrible. The Japanese is a devil, different from our normal people." Smith shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I think he always wears that evil mask. Maybe his true face is even more terrifying than that mask." Jessica asked again, "The one who is locked on the steel frame is the leader of the First Army? It seems that he was tortured very badly." "It's not because of the Wind Demon Kotaro," Smith said as he walked. "I heard that the Wind Demon Kotaro has been enemies for a long time with the master. The Wind Demon Kotaro has suffered a lot from his hands, and now it falls into the hands of the Wind Demon Kotaro. He really suffers. The right hand of the master is crippled? Did it also belong to the Wind Demon Kotaro?" Smith shook his head. "No, we were very surprised when we arrested him, because this master used his right hand to make the sword, but under the siege of Fengma Kotaro and the others, he was unable to support it alone, and his right hand was actually given a living by Cui Shiming's sword. After being broken, we discovered that the part below his right elbow is actually a prosthetic, but no country in the world can make such a flexible prosthesis like a real hand. And we have studied afterwards that his prosthetic is only a titanium alloy. The dead object made, although some more sophisticated electronic instruments, is not enough to operate the prosthesis as flexibly as a real hand." Afterwards, Feng Mo Shoutaro and Cui Shiming explained to us that the master uses the magical energy called true chi to manipulate the prosthetic limbs, and the prosthetic limbs can be used to such a degree that they are fake. The master's qigong is indeed very powerful. After a pause, Smith laughed and said, "Jessica, let's not talk about this. You have seen the master, and you have just walked all over the Nimitz. You should be tired too. Or, let's go back to our room now, and I will give you a massage. Seeing the ambiguous look on Smith's face, Jessica chuckled and deliberately said, Mr. Smith, have you also learned massage? Of course, my massage technique is very good. Keep you ecstatic. Smith also raised his hands and made a kneading movement. The gestures and movements were very wicked and lewd. Jessica's face was also full of flattery and smiled. Then I will taste it. After that, the two of them walked towards the cabin. Seeing that there was no one around, Smith put his hand on Jessica's slender waist like a willow branch. Jessica did not refuse, so he let him hug himself. On Zhou side, there was no sound in the secret room he was in. Ulysses also sat quietly not far away, watching him silently, monitoring this first army very diligently. People. However, this is actually only a superficial phenomenon that can be seen by people monitoring the room outside. In fact, for these few hours, Zhou has been communicating secretly with Ulysses's profound martial arts through sound transmission. About to rescue the Big Master and others, Zhou knew that he was very likely to fight the other three top masters besides Ulysses, and among those three, Fuma Kotaro and Mohandas had both fought against Zhou. So Zhou is very clear about their strength. The only person who hasn't been in contact with is Chui Shiming, a Korean who is both chess and sword. In order to understand Chui Shiming's strength to the utmost extent, Zhou asked Ulysses to tell himself in detail about their siege and capture the master at the time, in order to speculate on Chui Shiming's true cultivation. What? You said that the right hand of the master is actually crippled. When Ulysses said that the master was finally defeated under the siege of the four masters and was eventually broken by Chui Shiming's right hand with a sword, and was discovered, Zhou was very surprised when the right hand was actually a prosthetic limb. Zhou's contact with the Great Master is not too small. Even when they first met, the Great Master had a round-to-stop discussion with Zhou in order to test Zhou's strength, but Zhou never discovered the Master's right hand is actually a prosthetic. Ulysses replied, We later speculated based on the age of his wound that his right hand was not born with a disability, but was disabled 15 to 20 years ago. The exterior of his prosthesis is made of silicone. Artificial skin looks no different from natural skin, but the skeleton is made of titanium alloy, which is very hard. Yes, but the master's sword is a right-handed sword. If his right hand is a prosthetic, then Zhou couldn't accept it, because he had seen the master's Xuanmei sword in the snow, which was simply a swordsman. Extremely, if I let myself do it, I am afraid it will not do it, let alone use prosthetic limbs. Then I heard Ulysses say. Later, Fuma Kotaro and Chui Shiming made an analysis. The master should use Jinqi to control the prosthetic limb, just like we usually infuse Jinqi into the weapon to make the weapon sharper. But, being able to use dead objects like real hands, the master's use of true energy is really incredible. Even Chui Shiming admires that the master is really a rare genius in a century. Not only Chui Shiming, but Zhou now admires the master with a complete and healthy body against Ulysses. These four supermasters are already extremely rare masters, and the master still responds with a disabled body. The siege of the four great masters ended up injuring two of them before being subdued. This toughness, this cultivation base, even Zhou, who was a master of the same level, suddenly gave birth to a feeling of standing up high. Master, time is coming. Ulysses said to Zhou, the next person who comes to shift should be coming soon. Hearing this, Zhou immediately heightened his vigilance. Ulysses' seemingly calm surface was also secretly guarded, ready to follow Zhou's command to rush to the monitoring room as soon as he took over, and before Zhou's disguise was seen through. The people in the monitoring room took control. However, when Zhou used his instinct to sense, he didn't feel any danger. So he guessed that it was not Kotaro Fuma or Mohandas who came to pick up Ulysses' class, but the Korean Chui Shiming. Sure enough, the door of the secret room opened automatically, and Zhou saw a man about 50 years old. This man is not tall, has a face with Chinese characters, and his facial features are not amazing. He wears a pair of thick, black-rimmed glasses. Behind the glasses are a pair of very simple eyes, and this man is wearing a long blue gown. At first glance, this person looks like an intellectual from the Republic of China period. Seeing this person, Zhou frowned, Because if this person is Chui Shiming, who is the double sword of chess, then how could he dress like this? Not at all like a Korean, but like a traditional Chinese literati, very vigorous. Ulysses' voice came to his ears at this moment. Master, this is Chui Shiming. Chui Shiming moved forward slowly, also looking at Zhou Hao, but his eyes were not sharp at all. He was still the kind of harmless honesty of humans and animals. Without knowing the inside story, no one could imagine that this seemingly honest man would be a top-notch man. The martial arts master. Mr. Ulysses, I'm here for your class. Chui Shiming spoke very fluent Chinese. Ulysses nodded slightly, got up, and left the secret room without saying a word. After the door of the secret room was closed, only Zhou Hao and Chui Shiming were left here. I saw Chui Shiming hug Zhou Hao and said with a smile, "Hello, next Chui Shiming. Please advise." Zhou Hao looked at him for a while, then sneered, "I heard that you are Korean." Chui Shiming smiled. "Your Excellency, seeing my dress and speaking Chinese, suspect that I am Chinese? I am an authentic Korean. It's just that I always respect and admire the Central Plains culture. Culture is inherited and developed from your Central Plains. Oh, haven't you always advertised that your culture was developed by yourself? Even our Confucianism and Taoism were learned from your side." Zhou Hao sneered. "Ha ha ha ha. It's just nonsense of self-esteem and low self-esteem of later generations. Chui Shiming really has the character of a literati in the Republic of China, open-minded and straightforward. They only did these stupid things because of their cowardice about their own culture, because the culture of our nation is too much influenced by your Central Plains. They are afraid that they will be assimilated by the Central Plains culture, so they just made these naive actions in order to go out independently." After a pause, Chui Shiming said again, "Your Excellency is a Chinese master. You probably won't be as knowledgeable as our ignorant descendants, right? Haha. I would like to apologize to you for what they did. Please, how about forgiveness?" Zhou Hao shrugged. "This is a matter between nations. I am not qualified to make decisions on behalf of my nation. Besides, if you want to gain the understanding and approval of others, you have to rely on your own national integrity. Don't do anything naive and ignorant. In addition, don't degenerate into someone else's running dog, lest future generations and grandfathers cannot hold their heads up." "You mean I work for the CIA?" Chui Shiming naturally understood that Zhou Hao was mocking himself and even South Korea for being an American running dog. Zhou Hao didn't say anything, either. But Chui Shiming sighed. "Your Excellency, you must have known that the Korean peninsula has split into two different countries since World War II. North Korea has Russians and China as backing, and is so hostile to us. We have no backing behind us. And Japan is a feud. If there is a real war, how can we fight back? We have to rely on the Americans. As for me, for the sake of national interest and national justice, what are my personal gains and losses? Just as Yulin Zexu said, Gully country lives and dies. Can it avoid misfortune and good fortune? I am just for my own country." Hearing Chui Shiming's words, Zhou Hao couldn't blame him. After all, he were just for their respective motherland. Zhou Hao suddenly felt that this Chui Shiming was somewhat similar to the master, and both were willing to sacrifice for the country. After that, the two of them were silent. Zhou Hao was also thinking about the time in his heart, because the time to act in concert with the Central Committee was approaching. At this time, a navy came in with tea. Chui Shiming liked to drink tea, so the CIA specially collected a lot of precious Chinese tea for him to taste. No, the navy sent him tea, as well as a set of quaint purple sand tea sets. Chui Shiming meticulously set up the tea set in front of Zhou Hao, and skillfully washes the tea to make tea. Although Zhou Hao is not a person in this way, he can see that Chui Shiming has a lot of experience in one of the ways of tea, and he has the essence of ancient tea. He finally poured 2 cups of fragrant tea and made a gesture of please to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said, "You and I are now in a hostile relationship. I won't drink this tea. If there is a chance in the future, let's meet friends with tea." Chui Shiming shook his head. "Your Excellency, you are a bit optimistic. To be honest, when you are caught here, I don't think you still have a chance to leave, and you don't expect your country to rescue you. Even though you are also trying to rescue you. That peerless talent came. But don't forget, with your skill, won't you be captured alive too?" He picked up one of the cups of tea and raised it to Zhou Hao. "Although your Excellency is not willing to make me a friend, I admire your excellency's courage to go deep into Longton Tiger's lair for the sake of national interests. I always like tea or wine. This cup of tea, even if I respect you, let's have a glass. He raised his head and drank it. Seeing him drinking his tea, Zhou Hao laughed. Mr. Cui, I think I will definitely be able to leave this predicament. This is not optimism, but a kind of confidence. The time is coming. Time. Seeing the confident smile on Zhou Hao's face, an ominous omen surged in Cui Shiming's heart. Just at this moment, the door of the secret room opened again, and a man wearing a black kimono and a copper-gold devil mask came in. It was Wind Demon Kotaro. Oh, is it Mr. Wind Demon? Cui Shiming nodded to Wind Demon Kotaro. Fuma Kotaro walked straight in and said, I heard that Ulysses caught a guy who came to rescue Zhong Jiren, and said that this man has extremely high martial arts. Even Ulysses almost suffered a loss. It is rare to have such a master. I'll come to see it. When he came to Cui Shiming, saw his tea set and smelled the fragrant tea fragrance, Fuma Kotaro laughed and said, Mr. Cui is tasting tea again. Is it here to meet friends with tea? Mr. Cui, you don't know how do you want to make friends with this enemy. Although we and him are enemies in the camp, in the martial arts, we are fellows. Why should Cui treat him with tea? Cui Shiming smiled brightly. Fuma Kotaro was non-committal, but turned his eyes to Zhou Hao. At this time, Zhou Hao disguised himself, but his figure remained unchanged, and the temperament on his body could not be changed. Therefore, when Fuma Kotaro saw Zhou Hao, a sense of familiarity arose in his heart, and he stared at Zhou even more. Hao looked at him, and the more he looked, the more Fuma Kotaro felt familiar with Zhou Hao, especially those eyes, which always gave Fuma Kotaro a sense of déjà vu. Are you a member of the First Army? Did I meet you? Fuma Xiaotalang squinted at Zhou Hao and said. Zhou Hao sneered. Sure enough, my disguise doesn't seem to have any effect in front of you, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the appointed time has come. Cui Shiming's face changed at this time, and a strange flush appeared on his cheeks. Just listen to him muffledly. Oh, I seem to be poisoned. He immediately looked at the fragrant tea in front of him, and the redness on his face became even stronger. It's these teas. It's so poisonous, I didn't even notice it. Fuma Kotaro was also very shocked, because their insight into toxins and resistance to toxins are much stronger than ordinary people. Unless they are forcibly poisoned after being captured by a mistake like the master, others are it's hard to trick them through poison. And with Cui Shiming's skill, he didn't even notice the poison, showing the power of the poison. Fuma Kotaro immediately suspected Zhou Hao. Could it be this guy? It should not be, Cui Shiming said while running the infuriating energy in his body to resist the poison. I have been watching him just now, and he has no chance to poison me. But Zhou Hao smiled and said, Mr. Cui, you are wrong. This poison is indeed my poison. And not only you, but the entire Nimitz people are all poisoned. What? Cui Shiming and Wind Demon Kotaro exclaimed in surprise, not knowing how Zhou Hao poisoned them, or even the people on the entire Nimitz, when the whole body was restrained. Zhou Hao didn't explain to them. As soon as his two hands pressed hard, he broke the two steel buckles on the steel chair that held his hands. Zhou Hao's skill was not even restricted, which shocked both Fuma Xiaotaro and Cui Shiming. They attacked Zhou Hao almost at the same time. Cui Shiming even turned the toxins in his body into his palm to attack Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't retain the strength of these two great masters' menacing and powerful palms, and immediately used 10 successful strengths. Both palms went out, and the blow of Fuma Kotaro and Cui Shiming was taken. Boom! Under this huge force, Zhou Hao and the steel chair under him flew out of the ground. Fuma Kotaro and Cui Shiming also retreated 3 steps in a row, and the thick alloy walls around were also excited by the three. The chi crashed into a depression, and the whole secret room shook. With the palm strength of these two masters, even if Zhou Hao was also a top-level master, he couldn't help the blood surging in his body. A mouthful of blood was about to burst out, but he was suppressed by the force. The Wind Demon Kotaro over there mastered a right fist, and it is still numb and painful. It can be seen that he was uncomfortable in the fight just now, and from the tentative fight just now, the one on the other side made him familiar. People, their strength is much higher than previously expected. Mr. Cui, are you okay? Fuma Kotaro stared at Zhou Hao, nervously guarded, and asked Chui Shiming beside him. The redness on Chui Shiming's face is already lighter than before, and he said, "This poison can't hurt my life for the time being. But this medicine seems to be similar to what you did to the leader of the First Army, and it is suppressing the true energy in my body. I will feel pain in my dantian when I mention the true qi. It may take a long time to completely force this toxin out." I saw Feng Mo Kotaro took out a capsule and handed it to Chui Shiming. "Take this detoxification pill first. Although it can't eliminate the toxicity immediately, it can temporarily suppress the onset of toxicity." Chui Shiming didn't hesitate, so he took it and swallowed it into his stomach. He knew that Feng Mo Taro was poisoning everyone, and he was naturally immersed in detoxification. Then I heard Feng Kotaro say, "This poison is not actually in the tea you just now. I am afraid that guy used the air to release it, because I have also been poisoned. Are you poisoned too?" Chui Shiming was even more surprised. "Fortunately, I have a lot of experience in using poison, and my body's antitoxicity is much better than yours, so the effect of that poison on me is not as obvious as you," Feng Kotaro said. "But the most important thing in front of this guy is his skill is not worse than any of us. I am afraid it is still worse. Also, isn't he banned by Ulysses from his whole skill?" Chui Shiming reacted immediately. "Ulysses has a problem," Feng Kotaro said in a deep voice. "Mr. Chui, go and check the situation outside. If something really happens, you will immediately notify the outside to request support." He thought to himself that if Zhou Hao spread the toxins through the air, then the personnel on the Nimitz might have been all poisoned, as Zhou Hao said. In addition, Ulysses had a problem and is now outside, so I am afraid something has happened outside. Then here, I will deal with this guy. Feng Mo Kotaro's eyes behind the mask tightly locked Zhou Hao. "Then please come to you, Mr. Feng Mo." Chui Shiming nodded and turned around to look outside. Chui Shiming is a super master, and his light work is naturally outstanding. The speed is not undesirable, but Zhou Hao is faster than him. Almost at the same time Chui Shiming turned around, Zhou Hao appeared behind him, punching him in the back. "Wanna go? When I am transparent." Seeing that Zhou Hao attacked Chui Shiming in front of him, Feng Mo Shoutaro was furious and immediately launched an offensive against Zhou Hao, who attacked Chui Shiming, using his palm as a knife to straighten Zhou Hao's ribs. "Cut it over." At the same time, Chui Shiming also felt Zhou Hao's strong and fierce punch from behind, and immediately turned around to attack and defend. But seeing Zhou Hao's fist attacking Chui Shiming suddenly opened into claws, he pressed Chui Shiming's wrist and followed the direction of his attack, pushing the boat along the water towards the formidable Wind Demon Kotaro. Chui Shiming and Wind Demon Kotaro were all shocked, knowing that Zhou Hao's trick to drive out the wolf and chase the tiger, but could not take it back, can only try to minimize his energy and prevent Zhou Hao from taking the opportunity to attack. The hands of the two violently slammed into each other under Zhou Hao's strength, and their powerful innocence also entangled together, swaying the air around the two of them. However, the two of them also used each other's strength to push themselves away very tacitly, so as to stay away from Zhou Hao and avoid being attacked by Zhou Hao. Of course, Zhou Hao didn't relax, and almost followed Chui Shiming as the two retreated to both sides. Because compared to Feng Kotaro, Chui Shiming is more affected by toxins, and his strength is even worse. Roar! Seeing Zhou Hao bullying him, Chui Shiming heard a tiger roar. At the same time, he saw a ferocious white tiger appeared behind Zhou Hao, biting at him with a fierce tiger attacking the rabbit. Zhou Hao put his palms on his waist and whispered, "White Tiger 5 King's Sword." Following his words, both palms pierced and took Chui Shiming's chest. Zhou Hao's palms came out together, just like two sharp swords out of the sheath. The sharp blades made Chui Shiming's heart chill, and he saw that the white tiger behind Zhou Hao also turned into a simple and unpretentious. The clumsy giant sword pierced directly at him. Dozhuan Xingyi. The enemy's offensive is so vast that Chui Shiming didn't dare to be careless, so that the force of birth calm, the true energy circulated above the of the right hand, and the energy was condensed into a sword, facing Zhou Hao's White Tiger 5 King's Sword up. Judging from the strength of strength alone, Chui Shiming's move is not as powerful as Zhou Hao, and its power is not as sharp as Zhou Hao, but it is worse than a smart character. An ancient Longquan sword appeared to be condensed in his right hand, and the tip of the sword turned round with Zhou Hao's energy. Zhou Hao only felt that the energy he sent was driven by a strange force, and he couldn't help it. He moved to the side and blasted on the ground next to Cui Shiming, and suddenly hit a huge hole, and the ground around the hole was also cut into cracks by the violent sword energy. Although Zhou Hao's offensive was transferred with the 4000,000 gene, Cui Shiming was not very comfortable. In addition, the violent movement of true energy caused the body to become more toxic. However, he was even more alarmed by Zhou Hao's strength. Originally, he was quite shocked at Zhou Hao's ability to lose Ulysses at a young age. Wind Demon Kotaro also said just now that Zhou Hao's strength is not comparable. Either of them is worse. But now it seems that Zhou Hao's martial arts cultivation base is much higher than in his own phenomenon. It was amazing enough to have seen the incredible martial arts of the master. Now that Zhou Hao, a young man in his early 20s, has such skills, Cui Shiming can't help but say, Central Plains is indeed an ancient country that has been passed down for thousands of years. Really talented people come out in large numbers. Zhou Hao didn't have as much thought as Cui Shiming, and if a blow was not achieved, he would immediately launch a second wave of offensive. But Wind Demon Kotaro did not give Zhou Hao the opportunity to continue chasing Cui Shiming. After Zhou Hao's first attack was blocked by Cui Shiming, his figure flew, appeared behind Zhou Hao like a ghost, and gave him a silent palm, planning to attack Zhou Hao's back position. What? However, Zhou Hao turned around without even looking at it. His palm was very strong. Seeing that the sneak attack was unsuccessful, Fengma Kotaro simply let go of his hands and feet, and the true power in his palms became more solid, already using 10 successful powers. Snapped. The two slapped each other again, and Fengma Kotaro was pushed 2 steps away by this force, while Zhou Hao stepped back with his right foot and only stepped back. Seen from the details, Fengma Kotaro is already half inferior to Zhou Hao in terms of internal strength. Moreover, after taking 2 steps back, Fengma Kotaro roared, "Despicable boy, you practiced poison palm." "Yes," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "This is the sacred palm that I specially concocted. Since you can be a poison to us, why can't I use poison to deal with you? Speaking of despicableness, I am big not as good as you, Fengma Kotaro." Fengma Kotaro was angry in his heart, but did not speak anymore, because Zhou Hao just used his palm to seep into his body with a very powerful poison. With his antitoxin physique, he could not stop the poison from spreading from his palm. Looking at the right hand facing Zhou Hao, half of his arm was already black and numb, and it continued to spread above the elbow. Fengma Kotaro snorted, and immediately stretched out the index finger of his left hand, cut a hole in his right wrist with sharp finger air, and then forced the poisonous blood out with his true energy. However, even if Fengma Kotaro has deep internal strength and antitoxic physique, in the end, he can only isolate the poison in the palm of his hand, but it is difficult to remove the poison. In fact, Zhou Hao's temporary poison palm kung fu was created based on the poison technique recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao, combined with the inner gong mental method of Yangqi Lu. Zhou Hao itself is invulnerable to poison, so using this poison palm kung fu is the most convenient. Before he came to the United States, he knew that this trip would be extremely dangerous, and his martial arts might not be enough to deal with all situations, so he used his advantage of being invincible to practice poison palm, which was specially used to deal with masters such as Wind Demon Kotaro and Cui Shiming. Of it, Fun Demon Kotaro, you are using poison to destroy the master's skills, and your intentions are not vicious. Today I will also use this sacred palm to give the master a sigh. Zhou Hao said coldly, and his palms were also haunting, with a dark and terrifying infuriance. At this time, there were intermittent gunshots and shouts from outside the secret room. Cui Shiming and Fengma Kotaro changed their faces when they heard it, and something happened outside. Cui Shiming buckled his waist and pulled out a soft silver sword, which made a sonorous sound under the infusion of true energy. He faced Zhou Hao with his sword on his chest and said with a decisive expression, "Mr. Wind Demon, the situation outside is critical. We can't delay too much time here. Let's join hands to subdue this person. It's just what I want." Fengma Kotaro lowered his poisoned right hand, and with his left hand drew a Japanese sword from his waist. It was his saber dash Miofa Muramasa. Facing the combination of these two great masters, Zhou Haoi was not afraid, let out a sneer, and his figure disappeared in place with a scream, and then flashed to the side of Wind Demon Kotaro, lifting the Sacred Heart Demon's palm towards him. Pat at the door. Feng Demon Kotaro's light skill and speed are not weaker than Zhou Hao's. His figure leaned back and flashed Zhou Hao's palm, but the mask on his face was still blackened by Zhou Hao's windy palm. Smelling a faint scent, he knew that it was highly toxic, so he quickly held his breath, and at the same time flipped his left hand, the Miofa Tsuanjing, in his hand, also stabbed Zhou Hao into the abdomen. When Zhou Hao stretched out his hand on his chest and bounced Fengma Kotaro's Miofa Village Masa, but it was Fengma Kotaro's sound that hit the west. Miofa Village Masao was bounced away, and Fengma Kotaro's poisoned right the palm was already printed on Zhou Hao's chest. I'll give you back these poisonous poisons. Fengma Kotaro sneered darkly, and the strong power and violent poison in his palm were poured into Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is not afraid of all kinds of poison, not to mention that he was trained by himself. However, Feng Imo Kotaro's palm strength should not be underestimated. Although Zhou Hao had body protection, he was pushed away by him for more than a meter. At this time, Chui Shiming had also come behind him. Mr. Wind Demon, please get out. Chui Shiming reminded Wind Demon Kotaro. Fengma Kotaro knew that Chui Shiming was about to make a big move, so he quickly stepped back. And Zhou Hao also felt that the wind was suddenly strong behind him. But there was no wind in the secret room on the ground. It was obviously sword energy. Zhou Hao quickly turned around in the air, because exposing his back to the enemy is very dangerous. But when he turned around, he directly felt Chui Shiming's sword power. He only felt as if he had fallen into a vast and boundless universe, surrounded by the constantly moving stars around. And these stars were also in their own systems like black and white chess pieces on a chessboard, like a huge, unmatched piece. The net imprisoned Zhou Hao, unable to break free. Zhou Hao understands that this weird universe is actually Chui Shiming's transformation into form. This Korean, who is excellent in chess and sword, has a transformation into form similar to that of the master, not Zhou Hao's white tiger and demon ape. Is not the evil spirit Shura of Fengma Kotaro, but a kind of artistic conception, like the winter plum in the snow that transforms meaning into form by the master. Spotted. At the moment, sharp sword auras appeared in this cosmic space, sweeping toward Zhou Hao in the center like a huge wave, and the cosmic space was shrinking rapidly, as if it was about to trap Zhou Hao to death. Shichikachichi. Jianfeng cut through cracks in Zhou Hao's clothes, and even cut blood marks on Zhou Hao's skin. Then, Zhou Hao felt that the stars around him were oppressing him, and its huge force field seemed to tear Zhou Hao into pieces. It's no wonder that the master's prosthetic limbs will be shattered by this guy. It is amazing. Zhou Hao already felt that Chui Shiming's swordsmanship was not under the master's. However, this doesn't mean that Zhou Hao will be able to catch it. The Jinqi in his body circulates rapidly, and the Jinqi outside his body immediately blows away the sword qi in his body. De Qian Fa Hua Wulian. Zhou Hao yelled, and a blood-red bright lotus appeared outside his body, and then slowly bloomed, blocking the shrinking cosmic space around it. And at the same time, the lotus immediately became atomized and transformed after blooming. With 1,000 swords light, Chui Shiming's sword power like a giant wave was a little bit melted. In the end, Chui Shiming's starring pattern that was used to suppress Zhou Hao was completely resolved, and Zhou Hao, who was in it, also had a black sword in his hands. It was the black sword made of meteorite metal. Cloud. Zhou Hao resolved his stars and dots, which shocked Chui Shiming, because when he used this trick to contain the big boss, even if the big boss finally solved it, it took a lot of time, never as fast as Zhou Hao. And the one who was more shocked than Chui Shiming was Wind Demon Kotaro, because Zhou Hao's great 1000 Fa Hua Wulian trick that was just used to dissolve the stars and dots was clearly his own trick. You. How do you know the trick of great 1000 magic Hua Wulian? Fengma Kotaro's Miofa Village Masu faced Zhou Hao. Although Zhou Hao's great 1000 Fa Hua Wulian trick was only similar in appearance, but under the urging of Zhou Hao's strong internal force, its power was almost the same as Feng Imo Kotaro's genuine. Especially the Deqian Fa Hua Wu Lian trick is rarely used even by Feng and Mo Xiaotaro. The only people who have seen this trick are the master and Zhou Hao. Difficult, are you Zhou Hao? Feng Ma Kotaro thought of the other person besides the master, Zhou Hao, who he most fears. Also, except for Zhou Hao, Feng Mo Kotaro has never seen other masters like Zhou Hao who possess such superb strength at a young age, and even the superb talent of the master is a bit inferior. Fun demon little Taro, it's been so long before you recognize me. Zhou Hao sneered. The black cloud in his hand made a sneer sound, which was exactly the sound of breaking through the air from his infuriating innocence. Chui shimming over there heard that this young and strong mysterious master was actually Feng Demon Kotaro's old knowledge, and was quite surprised, and asked, Mr. Feng Demon, do you know this person? Feng Ma Kotaro's hoarse voice came from behind the mask. Yes, I know him. I said that among the many masters in China, the person I fear most is, besides Zhong Jiren and Li Tsongyun, there is also one recent couple. The guy who only appeared in the year is this person, Zhou Hao? He was also the culprit who caused the U.S. government to bankrupt the Soros Group's plan not long ago. It turns out that the person you are talking about is him. Chui Shiming was not so interested in Zhou Hao's achievements in the economic field, but he had heard from Feng Ma Kotaro before that he was almost the same as the master and Li Tsongyun. He was very interested, but he didn't expect to see it now. After listening to the wind demon Kotaro staring at Zhou Hao, he coldly said, The last time I left, it has been more than half a year. I have not fully recovered from the injury I suffered in the fight against you. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Hao stood proudly. Since you miss me so much, we will see you again today, but I won't be run away by you like last time. Who will win and who will lose is still undecided. Feng Ma Kotaro sneered. And there is no Li Tsongyun to rescue you this time. But we still have Mr. Chui to help out. As soon as the words fell, a copper-gold Shura evil spirit appeared behind Feng and Mo Kotaro. Moving with the wind, he had already launched an attack on Zhou Hao. I saw Feng Ma Kotaro floating off the ground, flying towards Zhou Hao as if flying, and the blade of the Miofa Muramesa in his hand disappeared like a mist, leaving only the handle of the knife held by Feng Ma Kotaro. Zhou Hao knew that this was a sign of Wind Demon Kotaro's big move. He did not hesitate at the moment, and turned into that ferocious white tiger, and flew over to Wind Demon Kotaro. The black cloud, in his hand, pointed directly at Feng Demon Kotaro's chest. Thousands of Fa Hua Wulian. White Tiger 5 Emperor Sword. The Great Brahma Magic Pestle. The last loud shout shocked the three people in the secret room, because this big Brahma Devil Pestle did not belong to their moves. It was clearly the fourth person to display it, or secretly attacked. Zhou Hao is very familiar with this great Brahma Devil Pestle, because it was the move of Mohandas who had fought against him in the first place. Sure enough, when Zhou Hao and Feng Ma Kotaro's forces collided with each other, an inferior but equally important force emerged from the ceiling of the secret room and was directly involved in the battle between Zhou Hao and Feng Ma Kotaro. And this force is aimed at Zhou Hao. Boom! The three entangled huge forces suddenly exploded, and this small secret room could not be supported. The 6-inch thick steel wall also collapsed outwards, and even the corridor outside was affected by the sword energy and true energy. Scratched many scars. Chui Shiming, who was waiting for an opportunity outside the battle, also suffered pain in his face by the gale, but he didn't notice anything. He stared at the smoke and dust with his eyes, trying to see the interaction of the three masters. Who will win under the hit? When the smoke dissipated, Chui Shiming saw three figures standing upright in a triangle shape. Naturally, they were Zhou Hao, Feng Ma Kotaro, and Mohandas that suddenly appeared. All three of them stood there quietly, all expressionless. Laugh. Suddenly, there was a long crack in the clothes on the chest of Feng Ma Kotaro and Mohandas, and a long and narrow sword wound from the left shoulder to the right waist appeared on their upper body. The scarlet blood suddenly appeared. Splashed out. Chui Shiming was shocked. He had seen the superb strengths of Wind Demon Kotaro and Mohandas, but both of them were hit by Zhou Hao at the same time. I went to see Zhou Hao again, but when he saw Zhou Hao pounce, he spit out a mouthful of blood. It turned out to be all losers. In the vortex formed by the three huge forces, Although Zhou Hao severely inflicted the wind demon Kotaro and Mohandas who later attacked, he was absolutely uncomfortable. He was already hit by the power of the vortex. Fengma Kotaro sealed the big hole on his upper body with his left hand to stop the blood, but he was shocked. After the last battle with Zhou Hao in Indonesia, although Fengma Kotaro suffered a great deal of damage, his martial arts also made breakthroughs, and his skill was a little stronger than before. But under this circumstance, coupled with Mohandas's teamwork, they couldn't even defeat Zhou Hao in one fell swoop. On the contrary, they were injured. He looked at the Miofa village zheng in his hand, and there was a deep crack on the silver knife that was originally silver, as if the Miofa village zheng would break with force. Also, just now, he clearly had a Jinchi body, but under the sharpness of Zhou Hao's black sword, he couldn't resist it at all, and he broke through the body Jinchi and directly hurt his body. What sword is yours? Mohandas took the lead and asked Zhou Hao, because he was also shocked by the penetrating power of Black Cloud. If he hadn't found the unusual sharpness of Black Cloud just now, even if he dodged, he would almost be cut off by Zhou Hao. Wind Demon Kotaro stared at Zhou Hao and slowly said, "Could it be that this is the Black Cloud sword, the treasure of the town's no life?" He is a great master of the Japanese martial arts world. The so-called three famous martial arts gates in Japan, such as Shengyi Wuxingmen and Jingu Yufengliu, are not worth mentioning in the eyes of Fumo Kotaro. But Fumo Kotaro knows Zhengyi Wuxingmen has a treasure of the town, the Black Cloud sword, which has been handed down from generation to generation. It is also known that its sharpness is unmatched in cutting iron like mud. According to legend, this Black Cloud sword can easily break through the guards of the inner masters. Infuriating Qi is an extremely advantageous murder weapon. Fengma Kotaro originally coveted the treasure of the Black Cloud sword, but Zhengyi Wuxingmen is different from other martial arts masters. The whole is a killer group, and the Black Cloud sword is always carried by the master Wuxinbaidao. Wuxinbai's sword has traveled all over the world for many years, and even the Wind Demon Kotaro did not know his whereabouts, so he has never been able to the treasure of the Black Cloud sword. At this moment, he recognized the Black Cloud sword, but he didn't know why it fell into Zhou Hao's hands. During these few breaths, Zhou Hao had already temporarily suppressed his internal injuries, and he was not interested in explaining the origin of the Black Cloud sword to the Wind Demon Kotaro. But after hearing Cui Shiming's voice came from behind, "It turns out that Your Excellency is also a swordsman, so I have to learn from Your Excellency even more." Following these words, Zhou Hao noticed that the biting sword aura was bullying him again. Not only was Cui Shiming attacked suddenly, but the Wind Demon Kotaro and Mohandas also suppressed their injuries and unanimously bullied Zhou Hao, intending to join forces with Cui Shiming to subdue Zhou as before. Zhou Hao knew how dangerous it was to be besieged by the three great masters in this small space, so he swung his Black Cloud sword abruptly, and the wall blocking the way in front was immediately cut open by his sword energy. Zhou Hao didn't delay, just dodge, go outside. Want to escape? Chase. Mohandas also recognized Zhou Hao. The shame of being defeated by Zhou Hao last time in China is still in my mouth. How can I let Zhou Hao go? So I just follow Zhou Hao without thinking about it. Caught up. Fengma Kotaro and Cui Shiming glanced at each other and followed without hesitation. When they went outside, they also saw the situation of the Nimitz. The crew on the ship fainted to the ground. Although they were still breathing, they would never wake up in a short time. Therefore, among the huge sea monsters, only Zhou Hao and the others were chasing them. Zhou Hao had already memorized the organization chart of the Nimitz beforehand, so it was not like coming here for the first time. He quickly walked through the winding corridor to a hall the size of a basketball court. There are several iron doors on the east side of the hall. There is a tall man in front of one of the iron doors. He is typing this code on the code lock beside the iron door. This tall man is Ulysses. Ulysses. Master, the master is in this secret room. Ulysses looked back at Zhou Hao, then continued to enter the code into the code lock. Fengma Kotaro and others who followed Zhou Hao also rushed there. When Ulysses saw Ulysses opening the secret room that closed the master, Mohandas was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Brother, what are you doing?" Ulysses didn't answer and didn't even turn his head. Fengma Kotaro said to Mohandas, Your brother has betrayed us. He has joined the enemy camp. Impossible. Mohandas could hardly accept this fact. Senior brother will never betray us. Our teachers are all for the Ambani family. Senior brothers will never betray the teachers and will never betray us. The Ambani family, Chui Shiming said coldly. But the facts are before us. When they were arguing, Ulysses had already opened the door of the secret room. Zhou Hao immediately drew up and said, Ulysses, you are here to block them. I will go in and save the master. Yes, master. Ulysses did not hesitate. After Zhou Hao flashed into the secret room, he immediately closed the iron door and stood in front of the door, coldly looking at the three Fuma Kotaro and holding them in his hands. Out of his half-moon-shaped golden wheel. Seeing Ulysses's posture, Mohandas still couldn't believe it. Brother, you really want to betray Sherman and the Ambani family? What? Ulysses did not answer Mohandas, and Fuma Kotaro also drew another short knife from his waist and said, Mohandas, now your brother betrayed first. We will never be merciful when we wait. You had better not want it. Otherwise we will kill you too. Mohandas knew that Wind Demon Kotaro could do it, so he shouted to Ulysses with the last glimmer of hope. Brother, please get out of the way and go in with us to deal with Zhou Hao and the others. This can also redeem the merit. Ulysses held the golden wheel across his chest and said coldly, I won't let you in and hinder the master. In that case, brother, don't blame me. I won't let you humiliate Sherman and the Ambani family. Since he couldn't persuade him, Mohandas became cold-hearted and began to treat Ulysses murderous. Chui Shiming didn't say a word with Wind Demon Kotaro and flew up towards Ulysses from left to right. Putian Holy Wheel. Ulysses yelled, and the half-moon golden wheel in his hand also flew out to the two Wind Demon Kotaro. On Zhou Hao's side, after entering the secret room, he saw the master who was locked on the steel frame in the center. Master! Zhou Hao rushed over immediately. When the Dadong heard Zhou Hao's voice, his whole body was shocked, and then raised his head and saw Zhou Hao rushing. But Zhou Hao still dressed up at this time without revealing his true colors, making the Dadong not sure for a while. You are? Master, I am Zhou Hao. We are here to save you. Zhou Hao came to the front of the master and saw the half-missing right arm of the master, as well as his shocking scars. The master has faced the enemy's torture independently for so long, but he has always insisted. Seeing the haggard face and the scars all over his body, a sense of admiration came from Zhou Hao's heart. He said, The master, you have suffered. Why are you here? Why are you here? But the master murmured to himself with his head down weakly. Huh? Master, what are you talking about? The master suddenly raised his head, staring at Zhou Hao angrily. Why are you here? Do you know how dangerous it is? Why are you here? Stunned by the sudden anger of the master, Zhou Hao said, Master, what do you say? You are willing to sacrifice so for the country. Of course we can't just watch you fall into the enemy's hands and be indifferent. You are here, what will your mother do? The boss was so angry that his face was flushed and blue veins were exposed, and he was still a little sordid. What about your family? If you have any shortcomings, have you ever thought of you? Family. Zhou Hao's expression was also gloomy when he heard this, but he still smiled at the master. Don't worry, I've explained it before I came here. In case I really can't go back, my mother's lives there won't be any problems. Not to mention Godfather, he will help take care of them. Seeing the smile on Zhou Hao's face, the master was taken aback, and then he fell into depression, muttering to himself, I knew this. I knew it. I used the sword faster and ended. I don't want my own life to fall into the hands of the adversary, and it also hurts others. Hearing that the master has an ambition to die, Zhou Hao was shocked and quickly said, The master, you must not think so. Not only me, the country will not sit idly by you, and Dr. Li Wenhe and the others. Dr. Li Wenhe was arrested. We are imprisoned at the U.S. military base in South Korea, and we have already agreed with the Central side. At this meeting, the Central side will also take action against the U.S. military base in South Korea. Dr. Li Wenhe must be rescued. While talking, Zhou Hao cut off the steel locks that held the master, and the master fell softly from the steel frame. Zhou Hao quickly supported him and remembered that the master was poisoned by the Wind Demon Kotaro. Are sealed. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Hao opened his wrist with black cloud and leaned to the mouth of the master. The great master looked at him in a daze and heard Zhou Hao say, "The great master, my blood can detoxify all kinds of toxins. Drink it quickly. Your blood." The master looked at Zhou Hao questioningly. "You still become a Tang monk?" Boom! With a loud noise, the iron gate over there dented inward, as if it had been hit by a pile driver. Upon seeing this, Zhou Hao hurriedly put his wrist on the mouth of the master and said at the same time, "It's too late to explain the master. Let's drink." The headmaster also knew that the situation was critical, so he took a few sips, only to feel that Zhou Hao's blood was not as salty as ordinary people, but had a sweet and bitter taste, and it turned into a bitter taste when it entered the throat. The heat spread directly in the body, and then the master felt that his meridians, which had been blocked by the poisoning, were slowly dredging under this heat, and his dantian also gradually rose to the original qi. He stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes, thinking that Zhou Hao has really changed Tang Sung. Feeling Zhou Hao's blood gurgling out of the wound and flowing into his mouth, there was no need to breathe it. The master knew that this was Zhou Hao's internal force to force his blood out. Although Zhou Hao had a strong internal force, he had a lot of the blood losses still wrong, so the master quickly pushed Zhou Hao's hand away after seeing his health improved. "Enough, Zhou Hao. These are enough to detoxify, and more you are in danger." Zhou Hao didn't force it, and when he stopped running his internal force, the wound on his wrist healed immediately and quickly turned into a shallow bloodstain. The master was even more surprised to see this. Although the physique of the inner masters was much stronger than that of ordinary people, it was impossible for them to possess such a strong resilience. He just wanted to ask Zhou Hao. When he heard a boom, the iron door of the secret room flew up, and a figure fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, 3 figures flew in from the door. The one who fell to the ground with the doorman was surprisingly Ulysses, and saw that his upper body had been broken into pieces of cloth, and his body was covered with sword wounds. Although not fatal, it was also very embarrassed, and his half-moon golden wheel was also cut off the sharp ends of the 2 ends, which looked scarred. Puff, spit out blood. Ulysses apologized to Zhou Hao. "Sorry, master. I have tried my best." Zhou Hao waved his hand and did not blame Ulysses. After all, even though Ulysses was also a top player, none of the 3 of them was worse than Ulysses, leaving Ulysses to stand alone outside the door. People are really tough. The master heard that Ulysses actually called Zhou Hao the master and was still delaying the 3 masters of Chui shimming outside the door. He was equally shocked. I don't know what Zhou Hao did to make Ulysses loyal. The top masters of the Ambani family bowed their heads to slavery. When Feng Mao Xiaodaro and Chui Shiming saw the big master being released by Zhou Hao, they all looked cold. Mohandas said coldly, "It just so happens that I will do my best." Zhou Hao held the black cloud sword tightly and asked the master next to him, "Master, how much internal force can you use?" Facing such a predicament, the master did not fear at all. His temperament changed suddenly. He changed from the exhaustion and depression before, and his piercing eyes burst into fierce aura. He said loudly, "You help me detoxify. His internal strength is no longer restricted. Although it has not been fully restored, 70% to 80% of it will be fine." Although the master said so, Zhou Hao is not optimistic, because the master has been restrained by the poisonous poison under the wind demon Kotaro for a long time. Now, although he has Zhou Hao's blood to detoxify, it is impossible to recover in a short time, so his strength can't be restored to 70% or 80% all at once. The reason why the master said this is probably to make the 3 of Fengma Kotaro and Chui Shiming scruples. "Zhou Hao, you don't need to worry." When the master realized Zhou Hao's worries, he laughed. "Now with Ulysses, we have 3 masters here, although both Ulysses and I were injured. It affects the strength, but they are not in their peak state. I think the wind demon Kotaro and Mohandas have suffered serious injuries, and Chui Shiming has some problems. Taken together, our overall strength is almost the same." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly, but he had to admit that the master made sense. "Then go." Zhou Haolong laughed, and without a word of nonsense, he went straight forward. Chui Shiming, who was on the opposite side, greeted him immediately, and at the same time shouted with the devil Kotaro and Mohandas, "This Zhou Hao will be handed to me to deal with." You go and deal with Zhong Jiren and Ulysses." As soon as the words fell, Cui Shiming and Zhou Hao met in the air. His sharp sword also fought with Zhou Hao's black cloud sword, making a clear sound. The energy aroused by the two fighting against each other swept in all directions like a storm, scratching the faces of the master and the others, and they did not delay, and directly chose their opponent. Of course, the master chose his old friend Fengma Kotaro, while Ulysses rushed directly to his junior brother Mohandas. They are enemies who have been enemies for many years, and they are brothers who have been together for many years, so they know each other's martial arts and strengths well. "Brother, what happened to you? Why betray us?" The golden pestle in Mohandas's hand hit the golden wheel of Ulysses heavily. He still didn't understand why Ulysses had to betray the Sherman and the Ambani family, because it represented their lives and honor, unlike those officials or spies who can instigate rebellion through coercion and profit. Ulysses did not speak, and he was merciless in his hands. He was originally stronger than Mohandas. Although he is injured now, Mohandas was severely injured by Zhou Hao before, and he can't perform as well. Heyday's strength, so for a while, Ulysses was firmly suppressed. "Brother, since you are so stubborn, don't blame my ruthless men." The Brahma Town Buddha seal. Mohandas roared, and a huge Buddha seal appeared behind him, surging, coming towards Ulysses. The sun and the moon are in the same glory. Ulysses did not show weakness, and immediately turned into a golden Buddha and an Asura evil spirit behind him, and fought against Mohandas. In the case of both being injured, the two of them were about the same strength. At this time, they used their own unique tricks. The huge internal strength and the vigor were inextricably intertwined, and they were inextricably linked for a while. The situation of the master here is not optimistic. Even if the poison of the sacred palm of Zhou Hao was poisoned by the poison of the sacred palm, the right hand is inconvenient, which happens to be similar to the disabled right hand of the master. Moreover, Feng Demon Kotaro was injured by Zhou Hao before, and his current strength is only 60 to 70% of his heyday. However, after being locked up here, the master has been tortured by Fengma Kotaro and others for a long time. His body is extremely weak. Although Zhou Hao's blood detoxifies, it is difficult to recover in a short time. The strength that can barely exert is only the previous four. Into about. When one trades and the other grows, the leader is suppressed by Fengma Kotaro, and after a while, Fengma Kotaro's Kodachi cut 2 deep scars on his chest. Snow sealed thousands of miles. Although the strength of the master is only 40% of the past, he was able to support thousands of rounds under the siege of the 4 great masters alone at the beginning, and finally injured 2 of them and was captured. The strength of his skill can be seen. The only enemy he faced was Wind Demon Kotaro, and the situation was always better than the 4 masters fighting alone at that time. As soon as the master made this move, the surroundings of Wind Demon Kotaro immediately turned into a world of ice and snow, and even his movements became slow as if they were frozen. The master's left hand made as a sword, and he stabbed at Fengma Kotaro. Fengma Kotaro also saw the plum blossoms entwined with the sword of the master. It was the master who injured Cui Shiming at that time. One of the tricks dash bitter cold fragrance. Fengma Kotaro immediately placed the Kodachi in his hands across his chest, and the blade of the Kodachi disappeared into atomization, leaving only the hilt. Fengma Kotaro simultaneously shouted, "De Qianfa Hua Wulian." Immediately, a bright and eye-catching lotus blossomed behind him, and the ice and snow also appeared red. Laugh! The sword aura of the master collided with the sword aura of the Wind Demon Kotaro, and immediately the blood lotus and snow plums flew up all over the sky, and the fine needle-like innocence was also scattered like a shooting star, struck the master and the Wind Demon Kotaro. There were bloodstains. A blood spilled from the corner of the big master's mouth, and Fengma Kotaro also took 3 or 4 steps back. There was also a big gap in the knife of the Kodachi in his hand, and the entire knife was also scrapped. The two gathered their strength and wanted to regroup their offensive, but they were shaken by a sudden gale. The two of them looked together and saw that Zhou Hao and Cui Shiming were fighting fiercely. They saw stars of various sizes rotating around Cui Shiming, like a small universe of its own, and they shrouded Zhou Hao from time to time. However, in the eyes of insiders such as the Master and the Wind Demon Kotaro, Chui Shiming was clearly at a disadvantage. The 4 demon ape locks. As Zhou Hao yelled, everyone saw 4 giant apes holding chains around Chui Shiming. Judging from the momentum alone, the Master and the others concluded that after this move, Chui Shiming would definitely lose to Zhou Hao. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden violent vibration on the steel floor of the secret room, and several raised cracks appeared on the ground in the center of the secret room, as if there was something to drill out of there. This sudden movement made Zhou Hao a strong warning sign in his heart, letting him know that there is danger approaching him. But now he and Chui Shiming have each resorted to big moves. The most feared is distraction, so Zhou Hao quickly put aside all distracting thoughts and dealt with this chess and sword Chui Shiming with all his heart. Absolutely, Zhou Hao shouted angrily, and the 4 giant apes condensed by him, transformed into shape, immediately threw out the iron chains in his hands and lay across the small universe beside Chui Shiming. At the moment, Chui Shiming felt that his body could not move. What's the matter? He obviously didn't hit my acupuncture points. Chui Shiming was shocked, but he couldn't even shout out. Absolutely. As Zhou Hao shouted, Chui Shiming felt that the true energy in his body couldn't work. Absolutely God. The 4 great apes formed a square with iron chains in their hands, sealing the small universe beside Chui Shiming tightly. And Chui Shiming also felt that the artistic conception of the universe that was transformed by his own spiritual power was slowly compressed under the blockade of these iron chains, and his spiritual power seemed to be sealed. No, I will really lose if this continues, Chui Shiming shouted in his heart. Chong! Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw that the silver sword in Chui Shiming's hand made a sharp sound, and then the 4 giant apes he had transformed into were pushed back again and again by a force. And Chui Shiming also roared at this time. Chess and swords are one. The battle turns to the stars. I saw that the universe on Chui Shiming's head was violently expanding, and the 4 iron chains could not help this expanding force, and cracks appeared on them. Boom! The iron chain eventually broke, and dense sword chi bursts out of Chui Shiming's universe, which exploded in all directions like the Big Bang. In the end, these scattered sword chi condensed together and turned into one. The ferocious sword dragon leaped towards Zhou Hao with its teeth and claws. Chui Shiming also swept towards Zhou Hao with his sword. The tip of the sword pierced through the air, forming a strong sword wind. Zhou Hao didn't expect this Chui Shiming to break through his 4 locks of magic ape. His skill is really terrifying. But Zhou Hao was not afraid. The 4 giant apes threw out the chains again to lock the sword dragon. Although Chui Shiming had just broken through Zhou Hao's 4 demon locks of magic ape, Zhou Hao set up an offensive again. His actions were as inevitable as his true energy, and the sword dragon also stopped for an instant. It's just that this moment of empty space is enough. Zhou Hao's black cloud waved into a flower and finally condensed into a black arrow, rushing to Chui Shiming's chest. White Tiger 5 Emperor Sword. Zhou Hao once again used this most powerful move. The sword tip of Black Cloud had also pierced Chui Shiming's clothes and touched his chest. But seeing Chui Shiming clenching his teeth, the true energy in his body was circling frantically. He no longer paid attention to the pain of the heart at the pubic area, forcibly raised his sword and hit Zhou Hao's Black Cloud. The Black Cloud that originally pierced Chui Shiming's chest was hit by Chui Shiming's silver sword. He turned his direction and scribbled upwards, but it also made a deep blood mark on Chui Shiming's chest from the bottom up, bursting with blood. Fog. Zhou Hao saw that the blow that he could have killed Chui Shiming had come to the end, but Chui Shiming could only be seriously injured under Chui Shiming's desperate self-protection. But he was also discouraged and not irritable. Dantian Place. Chui Shiming could see Zhou Hao's left palm lingering in the dark, innocent energy, and he knew that it contained huge poison. This was clearly Zhou Hao's sacred palm. Under Zhou Haohong's unparalleled and poisonous palm, Chui Shiming seemed to hear a patter sound, and his Qihai Dantian was broken by Zhou Hao's palm. Puff! Chui Shiming opened his mouth and spit out a rain of blood, flew out lightly, and fell heavily to the ground over there. Mr. Chui, Fengma Xiaodaro saw Chui Shiming's fiasco in Zhou Hao's hands and couldn't help screaming. Especially Fengma Kotaro saw Zhou Hao's Sacred Heart Demon Palm hit Chui Shiming's dantian heavily. Chui Shiming's Sea of Qi has probably been broken by Zhou Hao, and his inner strength will also be exhausted. He will not be able to practice anymore in his life inner family Qigong. Zhou Hao, be careful. The master, who was also concerned about the situation, there saw a black shadow flying towards Zhou Hao at an extremely fast speed, and in a blink of an eye he came to Zhou Hao's back and hurriedly issued a warning. Although defeating the master, Chui Shiming also abolished his internal strength. Zhou Hao was not well. He was injured in the first place, and just overcooked his internal strength, which made him show signs of weakness. Even if there is no reminder from the master, Zhou Hao can detect that someone is approaching him, and that Superman's intuition has also sensed danger. However, Zhou Hao just turned around in the air. Before he could see the enemy's face clearly, he heard a crash. His chest seemed to be hit by a pile driver, and after a violent shock, he followed Chui Shiming. Flew out at the same distance. Boom! When he hit the thick steel wall, Zhou Hao immediately dented the wall. Cough! Zhou Hao, who was hit so hard, coughed up blood immediately. It was also fortunate that Zhou Hao's true energy instinctively protected his body, which was considered to have blocked half of the strength of the blow. Otherwise, Zhou Hao's injury would definitely be deeper. At this time, Zhou Hao finally saw who attacked him. I saw that it was a person more than 2 meters tall, with purple skin and exaggerated muscles, and only a pair of black shorts covered his body. Looking at this person's face again, his expressionless face looked like a dead person. The most weird thing is his eyes. The faint blue pupils are so big that they cover the entire eyeball. The white part of the eye is completely invisible, and it looks like a ghost. What surprised Zhou Hao and others the most was that there was not only one such guy. In addition to attacking Zhou Hao's end, 3 others jumped out of the broken ground in the center of the secret room, although their facial features were slightly different. But the body shape and dress are very similar, and there is a fist-sized bottle on the back of the neck without exception. These 4 monsters gave Zhou Hao a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere. At this time, the master spoke with a very solemn tone. Be careful. This is a biochemical warrior developed secretly by the U.S. military. And unlike the ones we captured last time, the power is obviously much stronger. Zhou Hao suddenly sank, because the biochemical warriors captured in Hong Kong before were more than 3 meters tall and looked like giant bears. They were much larger than the 4 that appeared in front of them. However, it is far inferior to the 4-headed upgraded version of the biochemical warriors, which can be seen from the blow Zhou Hao received just now. Zhou Hao secretly screamed, because in terms of strength alone, the blow just now is no less inferior to the top master. In other words, the 4 biochemical warriors in front of him, even if there is no spiritual cultivation of transformation into form 4, but in terms of strength, it is like an extreme master in a fake replacement. Oh, the master, do you hear? At this time, Li Shuihan's voice came from the radio in the secret room. The master looked at Zhou Hao in astonishment. Is the water cold here too? Zhou Hao smiled. She was the one who asked me to rescue you. You are really idiots. The master scolded angrily, and Li Shuihan continued. How? You must rescue the master as soon as possible. I have already controlled the communication room of the Nimitz. Other ships and the U.S. will not find the Nimitz temporarily. However, it won't last long. The U.S. will find the anomaly after 20 minutes at most, and several other warships will be sent up. Fengma Kotaro and Mohandas were shocked when they heard that Zhou Hao and their accomplices were on the Nimitz. They also knew that as long as they persisted for another 20 minutes, the support of the U.S. military would come. Arrived, Zhou Hao and the master secretly complained, and finally solved Chui Shiming. Although there were 2 masters, Fengma Kotaro and Mohandas, the situation was not desperate, but 4 forces appeared at this time enough to contend with the extreme. For the expert, biochemical warrior, the situation took a turn for the worse. The master said, It should be Zhou Hao that you forcibly unlocked me and activated the system on the Nimitz, thus automatically releasing the 4 monsters. Master, do these 4 monsters have any weaknesses? Zhou Hao asked, jumping out of the hole in the wall. The master shook his head. the biochemical warriors captured from you before did research and experiments. We know that these biochemical warriors are stimulated by chemical drugs to change their physique. They have thick skins and cruel temperaments, and they are invulnerable and powerful. Infinite, unless the effects of the chemical drugs have passed, they will not recover, and these four heads are clearly improved and upgraded by the US military, and the efficacy may be much longer than the original biochemical warriors. So you can only hit them head-on to get to the ground? Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. The master nodded solemnly. I'm afraid this can only be done, and within 20 minutes. However, before the master had finished speaking, Zhou Hao had already rushed forward with swords. The four biochemical warriors obviously knew to analyze the battlefield and immediately separated two people to deal with Zhou Hao, and the other two went to help separately. Fuma Kotaro and Mohandas joined forces to deal with the master and Ulysses. The power of these biochemical warriors is really great. Their fists are like a piledriver. Even if they are blown by the fist wind, they will sting. Because nearly half of the true power was consumed before, Zhou Hao now faces these two, a powerful and invulnerable biochemical warrior, seemed very strenuous. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The sword energy erupted from the black cloud. Sword drew blood marks on the muscles of these two biochemical warriors, but it did not pose any threat to them. Zhou Hao was also surprised by the physical strength of these two biochemical warriors. The black cloud sword, which cuts iron like mud and specializes in breaking the true chi of the inner family, has not much effect on them. Moreover, I don't know if the body of this biochemical warrior has been tempered by any medicine used by the US military. The top masters such as Fuma Kotaro and Chui Shiming are afraid of the very sacred palm, which has no effect on them. On the contrary, the poison has aroused their fierceness and made their attacks more surging. Boom! The fist of one of the biochemical warriors hit the place where Zhou Hao was standing, blasting a hole in the steel ground there. Zhou Hao took a few steps back, but the other biochemical warrior did not know when he appeared to his right, and he kicked him without much greeting. Zhou Hao also raised his foot to greet him, and took advantage of his strength to jump up, turning over and landing more than 10 meters away in the air. After several trials, Zhou Hao finally understood that this enhanced biochemical warrior is much stronger than those captured by him before in terms of strength and speed. He has to deal with them. The Black Cloud Sword and the Sacred Heart. Devil's Palm has no effect. Only the collision of force and force can be effective. Boom! Under the control of Fuma Kotaro and an enhanced bio-warrior, the master over there was caught off guard by the bio-warrior and hit the front door, and the whole person flew out. Master! Zhou Hao flew, and immediately shook off the two biochemical warriors who flanked him and rushed to the master. The biochemical warrior who hit the master saw that the master was still breathing after falling to the ground, and immediately rushed in a few strides, raised his right foot, and kicked the master like a football player. Get out of here! Zhou Hao, who rushed over, hit the biochemical warrior's face with a fist, causing the biochemical warrior's huge body to spin twice in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Haoyo didn't stop and somersault, bending his knees into the stomach of the biochemical warrior who fell on the ground. Boom! The steel floor under the bio-warrior was deeply sunken. Zhou Hao jumped up to the big master's house and helped him. Seeing the blood on his face and the blood stains on the corners of his mouth, he quickly asked, "The big master, are you okay?" The big master shook his head slightly, and a little blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, I'm fine, but these biochemical warriors are so fierce, like beasts, and invulnerable, and their minds seem to be blinded by something, like robots, not at all. Affected by our spiritual power, translating meaning into form cannot deal with them. Call." As soon as Zhou Hao wanted to speak, there was a whistling sound from the left, but it was one of the biochemical warriors who had pinched him just now and punched two casserole-like fists at him. "Master, be careful." Zhou Hao hugged the master and rolled to the side, only to see another biochemical warrior just raising his foot to step on him. Zhou Hao quickly pushed the master away, and the biochemical warrior's feet were heavy. It fell on Zhou Hao's chest. Puff! With such a heavy blow, coupled with the wasting of true power and internal injuries, Zhou Hao couldn't stand it either, so he spit out a burst of blood. The biochemical warrior showed no mercy and raised his foot to step on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao raised his fist and hit the bottom of the biochemical warrior's feet, knocking the biochemical warrior away. But another biochemical warrior came again, hooping Zhou Hao's neck with one hand and lifting Zhou Hao up. The biochemical warrior's hands were huge, spread out like a fan, and they were tightened as if they were welded. They tightly bound Zhou Hao's neck, making it difficult for Zhou Hao to breathe. Seeing the savage gaze of the biochemical warrior's blue eyes, Zhou Hao was shocked and thrust his sword into his chest. Under the infusion of Zhou Hao's true energy, the black cloud sword finally pierced the tough skin of the biochemical warrior and directly penetrated the biochemical warrior's body, and the black sword tip also came out from behind him. However, what shocked Zhou Hao was that the biochemical warrior was penetrated through his body, but he still didn't notice anything. He didn't even change his expression, and the hands that held Zhou Hao's neck became harder. Even Zhou Hao saw only a few traces of dark purple blood flowing out of his wound, just like a trivial skin trauma. "What the is this monster?" Zhou Hao exclaimed in his heart. After that, he transported less than half of the remaining internal force and blasted his fists on the biochemical warrior's neck. Even though the body of the biochemical warrior was very strong, he released his hand and took a few steps back under Zhou Hao's strenuous blow. But before Zhou Hao, who fell back to the ground, could recover his anger, the warning sign renewed in his heart. At the same time, he saw Fuma Kotaro's copper-gold evil ghost mask appeared in front of him, and there was also a burst of air behind him. "Give me to die, Zhou Hao." The vicious voice of Wind Demon Kotaro came from behind the copper-gold evil spirit mask. At the same time, Mohandas's bitter voice came from behind him. "Dare to let my senior brother betray the master. Let me die." Zhou Hao was shocked. Just about to dodge to avoid him, he suddenly felt his left foot tighten. It turned out that it was the biochemical warrior who had been knocked to the ground just now. At this time, he was tightly grasping Zhou Hao's left foot and let Zhou Hao escape. No. Boom. Fuma Kotaro's right palm hit Zhou Hao's chest heavily, and Mohanda's fist was hitting Zhou Hao's back. Both of them exerted their full strength. Under this combined attack, even the air was suddenly evacuated, and there were spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. Zhou Hao, the big master who was still entangled by a bio-warrior over there, saw that Zhou Hao was attacked by the two Wind Demon Kotaro, and shouted hoarsely, but because of the severe loss of strength, he could not get rid of the bio-warrior. He couldn't save Zhou Hao in pursuit. Ulysses over there was similar, already scarred, and was being suppressed by another biochemical warrior. Zhou Hao, under the combined attack of Fuma Kotaro and Mohandas, the clothes on his upper body suddenly became fluffy. Blood was constantly overflowing from his nose and mouth. The true energy in his body was also scattered, and his internal organs were damaged and broken, so that Zhou Hao's internal injuries aggravated a lot. At this moment, Zhou Hao's consciousness became slightly blurred. With such a serious injury, he once again felt the threat of death. "Ho!" Li Shuhin's voice came out from the radio at this time. "How? Did you rescue the master? Hurry up." The U.S. military in the United States seems to have noticed the abnormality of the Nimitz, and several nearby cruisers are also approaching. "Come here. We are running out of time." Hearing Li Shuhin's voice, Zhou Hao cleared his mind, and Yin Tong, Zhao Yuqin, and Yin Qingqing and others immediately appeared in his mind. They were all still waiting for him in the country to return. "I can't die here. I still have to go back to see them," Zhou Hao shouted in his heart. "Ah!" Hearing Zhou Hao's roar, he forced Wind Demon Kotaro and Mohandas back with one arm, but the feeling of exhaustion became stronger. He knew he would not be able to support it for long. The biochemical warrior on the ground still tightly grasped Zhou Hao's left foot to prevent him from escaping. Zhou Hao snorted and squatted down and hit the biochemical warrior with a punch on the head. The biochemical warrior twitched fiercely, but still did not relax, and firmly grasped Zhou Hao's foot. Zhou Hao did not attack him again. Instead, he grabbed the steel bottle on the back of his neck with one hand, and with a sudden force, he took off the steel bottle and laid on the biochemical warrior's neck. Unsurprisingly, this steel bottle was indeed a container for chemical medicine for the biochemical fighters, and the golden yellow transparent liquid also spilled out of the cracks in the steel bottle. When the master over there saw Zhou Hao's move, he was slightly surprised and exclaimed, "By the way, These biochemical fighters rely on the stimulation of that kind of biochemical drugs as long as they isolate their drug supply. However, Zhou Hao's next move left the head in awe. Because he saw Zhou Hao put the steel bottle containing biochemical drugs to his mouth, he was drinking those biochemical drugs. Zhou Hao don't. The biochemical drugs may contain extremely strong toxins. The biochemical soldiers we studied last time, under the stimulation of that drug, their lifespan will be greatly reduced. Zhou Hao ignored it, because he, the master and Ulysses were almost exhausted. If this continues, they will be dragged here. After the U.S. troops come over, his party will go on again. There is no chance to escape. In order to get rid of this situation as soon as possible, Zhou Hao needed to solve Fengma Kotaro, Mohandas, and these fierce and incomparable biochemical warriors in the shortest possible time. He thought that these biochemical fighters had such powerful power only through the stimulation of drugs, so he thought of such a way to instantly stimulate his own power by taking this terrible biochemical drug. Zhou Hao's body is not invaded by poisons, so he is not afraid of that toxin. As for other side effects caused by this biochemical drug, Zhou Hao can't take care of that much at this time in this kind of crisis. The taste of the biochemical drug was faint, not sweet or bitter, but after Zhou Hao drank the entire bottle of biochemical drug, it didn't produce any special feeling, and he couldn't help but doubt the effect of the biochemical drug. Fengma Kotaro and Mohandas were shocked to see Zhou Hao actually drank the biochemical warrior's medicine. But immediately, they launched offensives one after another, because regardless of whether the medicine had an effect on Zhou Hao, they all it is to deal with Zhou Hao. After the fierce battles, the wind demon Kotaros, Miofa Muramesa, and another Kodachi were destroyed, so now they can only fight with bare hands. Even so, the unarmed hands of the top masters are much more terrifying than the weapons of magic weapons. In particular, the Maha Baodian of the Wind Demon Clan and Mohandas, Brahma Town Buddhist scripture, are both Buddhism martial arts, and they work together in a tacit understanding. Nowadays, Zhou Hao is attacked on the left and the right. Zhou Hao was already exhausted and just received a combined blow from the two. His strength was only 20% or 30% of his heyday. How could he withstand Fengma Kotaro and Mohandas, let alone a biochemical warrior who invaded him from time to time? After a while, Zhou Hao was hit by Mohandas, and his body fell to the ground like an offline kite. Fengma Kotaro also shouted, "Mohandas, while he is weak, we joined forces to kill him." After that, Fengma Kotaro rushed up first, and Mohandas would naturally not let Zhou Hao go, and immediately followed. Roar! But at this moment, Zhou Hao, who fell to the ground, roared and jumped up. It happened that Wind Demon Kotaro was bullying him. Zhou Hao raised his hand and slammed it. Of course, Wind Demon Kotaro did not show weakness and focused his internal strength on the right. Then the palm greeted him. Fengma Kotaro expected that although he was also injured, Zhou Hao would still be his opponent despite repeated hardships and severe injuries. His palm would definitely make Zhou Hao more injured. But the moment it touched Zhou Hao's fist, Wind Demon Kotaro knew that he had guessed wrong. I just felt that a huge force came from Zhou Hao's fist, and the Wind Demon Kotaro himself couldn't resist it. Geller. After the crisp sound of broken bones, Fengma Kotaro's right arm was broken by Zhou Hao's punch, and his whole body flew out, knocking down the biochemical warrior who was about to rush up. Mohandas was also shocked when he saw this situation, and he didn't understand why Zhou Hao still possessed such great power. And Zhou Hao's situation at this time was also very strange. There was an abnormal red color on his face, and even his eyes were blood red. The skin under his body was burned red like steel, and Zhou Hao's face began to become ferocious. Mohandas thought of the biochemical drugs that Zhou Hao had just drunk, and he was astonished. Are those drugs really effective? Zhou Hao himself was never upset. He felt as if he was in a sea of fire. His whole body was hot, as if even his soul had been burned. This feeling was similar to the situation of taking ambergris in the first place, and following the dragon saliva fruit was the same at that time. Zhou Hao felt that his sanity was rapidly disappearing, and what replaced his sanity as a human being was a strong, primitive, bloodthirsty desire. What? After a roar, Zhou Hao's hair turned red, and then he fell silent, only looking at Mohandas and the others with an unusually cold and ferocious gaze, like a wild beast staring at its prey. Mohandas was photographed by Zhou Hao's weird situation. Just about to move, he saw a flower in front of him, and then he felt a huge pressure enveloped him. Before he had time to react, his chest received a very heavy blow. Boom! Mohandas flew out, spitting out a rain of blood in the air. He was shocked, because under the protection of the bodyguard's true energy, his ribs were broken in half, as if he was hit by a truck head-on. And when Mohandas was still in the air, that figure flashed next to him. Mohandas saw clearly this time that this person was Zhou Hao. He was shocked and quickly adjusted his figure in the air, but Zhou Hao's attack had already fallen on him. Zhou Hao suddenly lifted his knees and slammed into Mohandas' lumbar spine. Mohandas convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, and then the whole person also hit the ceiling. Directly the ceiling made of steel pierced through, and half of his body reached the upper floor. But when he felt his feet were tight, Mohandas drew back from the ceiling hole, but Zhou Hao grabbed his ankle and pulled him back. "No, don't!" Mohandas yelled instinctively. Zhou Hao, who was expressionless and his eyes flushed, didn't pay any attention. He gave Mohandas a palm and hit him in the face. Puff! Under the power of Zhou Hao's palm, Mohandas' head burst out like a watermelon. This supermaster from India died so easily in Zhou Hao's hands. When the wind demon Kotaro who got up over there witnessed such a scene, he was stunned. Even the master was stunned. These same people of them felt unbelievable. Those biochemical fighters who only knew how to fight and kill enemies were not afraid. After seeing the tragic death of the comrade, Mohandas, two biochemical fighters rushed towards Zhou Hao immediately. While the two bio-warriors were moving, Zhou Hao did not remain indifferent. His figure disappeared in a flash, and he appeared in front of one of the bio-warriors the next moment. The biochemical warrior found that the enemy appeared in front of him, and without thinking he stretched out his big hand like a fan to catch Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't hesitate. He immediately grabbed the biochemical warrior's right hand, then kicked the biochemical warrior to the chest, and immediately kicked the biochemical warrior to the ground. Then he stepped on the chest of the biochemical warrior, grabbed his right arm with both hands, and shouted in vain force. "Hey!" The biochemical warrior's arms that were as thick as the thighs of normal people were actually torn by Zhou Haoxing. Deep purple blood spurted from the huge wound of the biochemical warrior, but the biochemical warrior did not scream, but looked at his wound and Zhou Hao strangely, as if wondering how his right hand reached Zhou Hao's hand. Zhou Hao, be careful! A warning from the master came from a distance, and Zhou Hao felt his body tighten at the same time, but another biochemical warrior hugged him from behind and held Zhou Hao tightly. "Hey!" The arms of the biochemical warrior were like two iron pillars, which bound Zhou Hao's upper body and were slowly shrinking. But the biochemical warrior wanted to strangle Zhou Hao alive. Zhou Hao didn't have any fear on his face. His arms suddenly released force, and the biochemical warrior's hand was involuntarily bounced away. Zhou Hao turned around and pierced the biochemical warrior's chest with a knife-like right palm. The biochemical warrior's skin and flesh, which could not be penetrated easily, even the black cloud sword, was easily pierced by Zhou Hao and penetrated directly through his chest. It came out from behind. Zhou Hao held a huge beating heart. As soon as the 5 fingers were collected, the heart was crushed by Zhou Hao. The biochemical warrior stood motionless on the spot, still trying to reach out to grab Zhou Hao, but when his hands were halfway up, he stopped in the air, like a machine that had been unplugged. Zhou Hao took his right hand out of his chest, and the biochemical warrior fell straight back. He turned around and looked at the biochemical warrior whose right hand had been torn off by himself, but saw that the biochemical warrior climbed up from the ground bluntly, and a bit of fear appeared on his stiff and expressionless face, a kind of creature facing life. The original fear in danger. Seeing Zhou Hao turning around, the biochemical warrior opened his blue eyes, then turned and fled. Zhou Hao's speed was much faster than him. Almost when he took the first step, Zhou Hao appeared before him. Roar! Being forced into helplessness, this biochemical warrior could only instinctively attack Zhou Hao. It was Zhou Hao's fist that responded to him. The biochemical warrior was so powerful that he still couldn't stop Zhou Hao's fist at this time. As soon as the fist of this biochemical warrior collided with Zhou Hao's fist, his casserole-like fist suddenly exploded, and even the bone with the entire left arm was broken every inch. This huge pain finally made the fearless biochemical warrior feel terrible, but he also maintained this emotion for a few seconds, because Zhou Hao's right palm had already been printed on his chest, and the unparalleled strength penetrated the body, entering, destroying the heart of this biochemical warrior. In just a few minutes, Zhou Hao killed Mohandas and 2 biochemical fighters one after another. This kind of power even felt terrifying to the master. Fuma Kotaro was even more shocked. When Zhou Hao turned his blood-red gaze at him, his heart tightened, and he flashed his figure quickly, actually trying to escape again. Li Songyun said that Feng Mo Kotaro's most powerful martial arts is nothing but the kung fu to escape. With the full force of Fuma Kotaro, even Li Songyun could not catch up with him. It was the same at this time. Even though Fuma Kotaro was seriously injured internally, he still had spare energy to escape. His speed is not unpleasant, but Zhou Hao is faster than him. As soon as Fuma Kotaro turned around, he felt a huge pressure from behind him. He was surprised that he didn't even dare to turn his head, so he hurriedly urged him. There is not much power left in the moving body to escape. Puff. Although he finally escaped from the secret room, Feng Mo Kotaro was infiltrated by Zhou Hao's palm. His internal organs were almost cracked, and he opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. You can't stay here, Fuma Kotaro said to himself. His figure blurred again, and finally disappeared without a trace. Fuma Kotaro's escape made the master shout a pity. However, he was entangled by a biochemical warrior. He was still reluctant to protect himself, let alone chase Fuma Kotaro. Besides, if Fuma Kotaro wanted to escape, he would not even be in his heyday. Must catch up. After Zhou Hao failed to chase and kill Wind Demon Kotaro, he vented his full anger on the 3rd biochemical warrior. This biochemical warrior was the one who had been taken off the medicine bottle by Zhou Hao before. Without the stimulation of biochemical drugs, the strength of this biochemical warrior has been reduced a lot, and the vitality has quickly dissipated. Where is this bloodthirsty Zhou Hao now? The opponent was torn in half by Zhou Hao when he met each other. The master is still dealing with the fierce offensive of the biochemical warrior in front of him, and he is also wondering in his heart, how many enhanced biochemical fighters like this one in the U.S. military? Or can it be mass-produced? If the U.S. military can mass-produce this enhanced version of biochemical fighters, then their military power will be able to occupy an absolute advantage among countries. As long as you have 10 such biochemical fighters, coupled with other modern weapons, the U.S. military can be said to be invincible on the land battlefield. He didn't know that these 4 enhanced biochemical fighters had only 4 finished products in the United States. They were called on the Nimitz just to guard him as the commander of the First Army. To go. This kind of enhanced version of biochemical fighters, even if the research and development costs and sacrificed test bodies are excluded, each cost is about $3 billion, which is higher than the cost of a B-2 bomber. So Zhou Hao killed 3 biochemical fighters in just a few minutes, which cost the U.S. military more than tens of billions of dollars. By forcibly taking a heavy punch from the biochemical warrior, the internal injury of the master has increased a lot. According to his estimation, the physical strength of this kind of biochemical warrior has reached the level of a supermaster. If you are in a heyday state, it will cost a lot of effort to kill them, let alone now. Just when the biochemical warrior was about to attack the Great Master again, his movements stiffened, and then the Great Master saw a fist protruding from the biochemical warrior's chest. But it was Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's strength suddenly exploded, the upper body of the 2-meter-high biochemical warrior burst into pieces, and the blood and flesh beat the master. Seeing Zhou Hao, who was blood-red, stood there with a gloomy face, the master was shocked by his incredible power, and at the same time worried about the side effects that biochemical drugs would cause Zhou Hao. At this moment, I saw Zhou Hao suddenly bullying the master, raising his hand and patting on the master. Zhou Hao, what are you doing? The master was shocked, guessing that Zhou Hao might have lost his mind under the stimulation of the biochemical drugs and became a killing machine like those biochemical warriors. He hurriedly shouted out and resorted to it. Buddhism's lion roar, kung fu, to awaken Zhou Hao's mind. As expected, Zhou Hao's hand stopped in the air, and the master saw a trace of struggle in Zhou Hao's blood-red eyes. He quickly shouted to Zhou Hao with lion roar, "Stop it! I am the master. You still have to go back to China alive, don't you remember? I saw that the blood redness in Zhou Hao's eyes receded a little, and the strange redness on the skin was also fading, but the blood began to seep out from Zhou Hao's eyes, ears, nose and skin pores, making Zhou Hao look even more terrifying. Terrible. Big master. Zhou Hao finally recovered his mind, but because of the side effects of the biochemical drugs, his body instantly became weak. One of them was unstable and fell forward, and the big boss quickly supported him. Feeling that Zhou Hao's breathing was very weak, while the head was worried, he had no time to take care of other things. He picked up Zhou Hao with his left hand and ran outside. Zhou Hao, who was picked up by the master, saw Ulysses, who had been scarred over there, struggling to get up, so he shouted weakly, "Ulysses, keep up." Hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Ulysses, who was severely injured under the attack of Mohandas and the biochemical warriors, immediately rose up to catch up. Including Captain Swift, all crew members of the Nimitz were poisoned and fell into a coma. As for how this was done, it was entirely Zhou Hao's plan. He prepared a colorless and odorless highly toxic powder in Shen Nong Baichao beforehand, and then infiltrated it into his clothes. When he was transferred to the Nimitz, Zhou Hao used his internal force to raise his body temperature, which would volatilize the poisonous powder on his clothes. Although he was in the secret room at that time, the ventilation system of that secret room was connected to the entire Nimitz, so the poisonous powder spread to the entire Nimitz through the ventilation system. And Shui Shiming and others were also poisoned through the polluted air. The master was holding Zhou Hao Benz in the corridor of the Nimitz. He also knew the structure of the Nimitz, so he was extremely fast. When he saw the American army that had fallen to the ground, he was also amazed by Zhou Hao's supernatural powers and felt that this boy was brave and conspiring. He was a great talent and beautiful jade. He unconsciously showed a touch on his face. A pleased smile. "Oh, master, I am on the front deck of the Nimitz, and I have rescued the other intelligence personnel." Li Shuihan's voice came again on the radio. "If you hear it, come over immediately. The cruisers nearby have already sent people over. If you don't come again, I will." Speaking of the last, Li Shuihan's original firm voice has already cried, because Zhou Hao and the master are her most important people. But she can't keep the intelligence personnel who have sacrificed a lot for the country here. She must take them back to the country. So in desperation, if Zhou Hao and the big boss really can't get out, then she must evacuate first. Zhou Hao was sandwiched by the master, followed by Ulysses. The three soon arrived on the deck of the Nimitz and saw several other cruisers belonging to the same fleet as the Nimitz. He was approaching here quickly, thinking that he had discovered the strangeness of the Nimitz. The big masters also saw a medium-sized transport plane parked on the runway on the deck of the Nimitz, and it was starting to start the engine. It was Li Shuihan and the others. Li Shuihan on the transport plane apparently also saw them, and immediately opened the transport plane's door. The master rushed over with Zhou Hao at the fastest speed. Ulysses was not behind, and the transport plane also started to move on the runway, because there were already helicopters flying over from the cruisers. The speed of the transport plane on the runway is getting faster and faster, and the masters are exhausted and chasing very hard. "Master, hurry up." A gaunt and thin man appeared in the cabin door. He was a member of the First Army. He should have been rescued by Li Shuihan from the Nimitz before. At this time, he was facing the chasing transport plane. The master stretched out his hand. The boss gritted his teeth and threw Zhou Hao under his arm into the cabin first. The people on the transport plane hurriedly caught up. Then the boss leaped hard and grabbed the hand of the person standing in the cabin door with his left hand and stretched out his right at the same time. "Feet, let Ulysses who follow behind catch him." In this way, the three of them finally successfully completed the boarding action. After successfully receiving Zhou Hao and the others, the transport plane immediately closed the hatch and climbed at full speed. The helicopters of the U.S. military were not as fast as the transport plane, and the machine guns on both wings of the transport plane had members of the First Army. After the control and shooting, the helicopters did not dare to catch up. However, someone on the transport plane saw through the window that the turrets of the cruisers were aimed at them, and the missile launchers on the deck also opened, and they shouted, "Be careful, they want to shoot us down." Li Shuihan, who was in charge of operating the transport aircraft in the control room, snorted when he heard the words, picked up a small remote control from the side, and pressed the button on the remote without hesitation. Boom! I saw a very violent explosion in the cabin of the central part of the Nimitz, which blew the entire Nimitz into a jump and then broke off from it, and the shock wave of the explosion also went around. It spread and shook several nearby cruisers, and they could no longer target Zhou Hao, who had already flown away. After that, the people on the transport plane saw the broken cup of Nimitz slowly sinking into the sea. At this time, the mastermind came to the cab of the transport plane, but saw a young and beautiful woman sitting there, and frowned. "Are you Shui Han?" If Tenet, the director of the CIA, was present, he would definitely recognize this beautiful black woman as the correspondent of the 4th Bureau, Jessica. Jessica looked back at the master and smiled. "Welcome back, master." She spoke authentic Chinese, and it was clearly Li Shuihan's voice. It turned out that Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan, one pretending to be captured alive and the other disguised as Jessica, sneaked into the Nimitz under the escort of the 4th Precinct. There were 4th Precinct, Director Smith, and no one doubted Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan at all for Ulysses' cover. With Smith's trust and coveting for Jessica, Li Shuihan knew where the Chinese intelligence personnel were imprisoned and successfully rescued them. As for Smith, he was killed by Li Shuihan long ago after all the information was collected. This American military transport plane was originally parked on the Nimitz and was used by Li Shuihan as an escape tool just after the supply was completed. At this time, Li Shuihan also retreated from the cockpit and replaced the other 2 members of the 1st Army in charge of the posture. The members of the 1st Army are proficient in various civilian or military vehicles, and this kind of U.S. military transport aircraft can't bother them. Li Shuihan and the master returned to the cabin with the rescued 1st Army members and other domestic intelligence agencies. Including members of the 1st Army, more than 80 intelligence personnel have been secretly arrested by the U.S. authorities because of internal personnel leaks that have revealed their identities. However, only half of them can be rescued. As for the others, most of them couldn't stand the torture and sacrifice because they didn't give in to the Americans, and a very few were instigated by coercion and temptation. At this time, Li Shuihan was sitting on a seat in the cabin. Zhou Hao was lying beside her, his head resting on her lap. It's just that Zhou Hao doesn't have the energy to tease Li Shuihan anymore, because after a series of bitter battles, coupled with the side effects caused by the biochemical drugs, Zhou Hao suffered extremely severe internal injuries and was very weak. He was covered in blood spilling from the 7 holes on his face and the pores of the skin from time to time. His eyes closed tightly, and his breathing was weak, and his body temperature was unusually high. Li Shuihan kept using gauze to wipe the blood off his face and body. There was no expression on his face, but tears kept pouring from his eyes, running across his face, and dripping on his Zhou Hao's head. The other members of the 1st Army were very uncomfortable seeing it, because they all knew that Zhou Hao was so badly injured to rescue them. At the same time, they also admired Zhou Hao. From sneaking into the heavily guarded Nimitz to rescuing the master, Zhou Hao's performance was truly brilliant and brave. The 4 great masters specially recruited by the CIA, one became Zhou Hao's slave, one was abolished by Zhou Hao's martial arts, one was killed on the spot, and one escaped with serious injuries. In addition, 4 fierce and incomparable biochemical warriors died one by one in Zhou Hao's hands. Such a result was enough to dominate the world's martial arts field. "Master, Mr. Zhou, there will be nothing wrong, right?" A member of the 1st Army, who was rescued, but was haggard and thin because of long-term torture and forced a confession, couldn't help but look at Zhou Hao's tragic situation. The master asked. Although the big master's expression was very calm, everyone could see that he was very nervous about Zhou Hao. He was seriously injured just now regardless of himself, and he paid attention to Zhou Hao's true qi to alleviate Zhou Hao's internal injuries. "Just listen to the master said. It's okay." Although he was injured seriously, with the help of Ulysses and I, he was finally out of danger. Ulysses' injury was not minor, and coupled with helping Zhou Hao to ease his injury, his true energy was wasted severely. At this time, he was sitting in the corner of the aircraft cabin and healed his injuries through the training. Then, When can he recover? Li Shuihan raised his head and looked at the master. The tears on his face made people sad. The members of the First Army present had never seen their four masters crying. Especially when performing missions, Li Shuihan was like a cold goddess, showing no mercy to the enemy and being very strict with his violators. So everyone, the awe of Li Shuihan is even greater than that of the master. At this time, seeing Li Shuihan shed tears for Zhou Hao, everyone guessed something. The master also found that Li Shuihan's nervousness and concern for Zhou Hao exceeded the nature of ordinary friends, and said in his heart, "Didn't Xiao Hao have that girl named Yang Jiabao by his side? Why is Shuihan still?" But he didn't say these words, because Li Shuihan had been with him since he was a child, and he and Li Shuihan were really unknown fathers and daughters, so he knew Li Shuihan's character very well. Li Shuihan's stubbornness is much stronger than that of men, so once Li Shuihan is moved to someone, it is hard for the real Si to die. This battle has done a lot of damage to his body. The master said to Li Shuihan, "I checked his physical condition just now. His internal organs and the Qi meridian and 8 meridians were seriously damaged, but his physique is very strong. Resilience, if it is changed to someone else, even a super expert like me, suffering from this degree of injury, I am afraid he can't stand it, but he can persist, and his body is automatically recovering, although the recovery speed is extremely fast. Slow, but as long as you take good care of it, you will always heal. But it takes more time. I am afraid it will take 3 to 5 years to fully recover. Internal injuries are very troublesome for ordinary people or internal masters, especially for the top masters, because if they suffer internal injuries, the injuries will certainly not be light. Even if they have strong internal strength, they can take a long time to fully recover." Li Shuihan carefully wiped off the blood leaking from Zhou Hao's face. Looking at Zhou Hao's closed eyes, Li Shuihan felt that his heart was about to be torn in half. At this time, another person asked, "Master, we destroyed the entire Nimitz. Will the American devils become angry and openly declare war on our China?" Li Shuihan installed a bomb on the nuclear power system of the Nimitz when he rescued them. So what sank the Nimitz just now was the nuclear explosion of its own nuclear power system. Because of this, the others present are not without worries. Because Nimitz is the highest-ranking aircraft carrier of the U.S. Navy and the trump card of the U.S. Navy, but now it has been blown up and sunk by their ship and people. This is too heavy for the U.S. Navy. Who knows the United States will people be so angry that they will directly declare war on China? But I heard the master said, "You can rest assured that Americans will not do this." Others all showed puzzled expressions. Only Li Shuihan still wiped the blood off Zhou Hao with no distraction. She said that the Nimitz was sinking by hand, but at this time she had nothing but Zhou Hao. There is no room for other things at all. The master said to everyone, 1. The U.S. economy is now increasingly dependent on our domestic market, and our Chinese products also account for a large share of the U.S. market, and there are other partnerships. It can be said that the economic relationship between China and the United States is now inseparable, so the financial groups behind the U.S. political circle will not allow the United States to go to war on China. After a pause, he continued, "Secondly, the Americans have no evidence at all. From the beginning, our arrests by the Americans were carried out in secret. Although both China and the United States are tacitly aware, no one will come out and admit anything. And we were transferred to the Nimitz. Even the top of the U.S. military rarely knew about it. In addition, no one knew about Zhou Hao and Shuihan coming to save us. So as long as they can't find it when the evidence shows that this matter is related to our country, they have no excuse to declare war on our China. This will only push them to the opposite of the world. This is why Shuihan wanted to blow up the entire Nimitz, which is called corpse destruction." Everyone was stunned, but when they thought of not only escaping from the clutches of the Americans, but also destroying the ace of the sea, such as the Nimitz, everyone felt excited. I heard the master said, "So we can't fly back to China directly. On the one hand, the fuel of this transport plane is not enough for us to cross the Pacific Ocean. On the other hand, the U.S. military will definitely send planes to hunt us, because as long as we catch us, they will have with the evidence. Even if you cannot directly declare war on our China, you will still take the opportunity to seek the interests of our country." "Then where are we going now?" Li Shuihan said. "We will go to Colombia, where someone will pick us up. After arriving in Colombia, we will transfer to Malaysia and return home by Malaysian ferry. Suddenly, Li Shuihan asked the master again, Master, when is your right hand? Why did I never know? Li Shuihan has been with the master since he was a few years old, but never knew that the right hand of the master was disabled. And after she asked, other people also looked at the mutilated right arm of the master with the same puzzled look on their faces. The master looked at only half of his right arm and smiled bitterly. This injury has a history of 20 years. It's no wonder, Shuihan, you don't know. After all, this is not something to show off. That said, isn't your right hand inherently incomplete? Li Shuihan said. Who did it? Could it be Li Tsongyun of the Tang sect? You did it when you competed in martial arts. The master shook his head. It has nothing to do with Tsongyun. It was when I was injured to protect a national important person. He smiled. But I have been used to it for so many years, and I am more flexible in manipulating prostheses than yours. A normal right hand needs to be flexible, and swordsmanship has made a breakthrough and outperforms the past, so this is a blessing in disguise for me. Others had to bear the pain of being the master, because with the superb sword searching for plums in the snow, no one noticed that his right hand was a dead thing, and it was all driven by his true energy. So they admire the master even more, and even think that he is more powerful than the one-handed strongman in the legend of Condor heroes, Manhwa. At this moment, the driver's voice came from the cabin broadcast. The big boss, the fourth boss. There has just been news from the headquarters that Dr. Lee Won-ha, who was imprisoned in the U.S. military base in South Korea, has been rescued. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.